when I was a kid.
You just grab your mic. If you need to move that skull, you can move him too.
Dia del Morte.
My daughter put the mohawk on there with a glue gun. I thought it was hilarious.
She likes it too then.
Yeah, man, we just try to have fun. That's it.
As long as there's skulls involved, we can have some fun.
I think I like them.
You got skulls on every table.
Are you good? Is that tight?
Some
Do you need
tables
me to
too. I feel like it could be. Do you use that massage gun?
Yeah, I love that thing. You know, I can work a headache out with that massage gun.
Where do you hit it to work the headache out?
Well, a lot of my headaches come from neck tension, I think, just from doing jiu-jitsu and rolling around on my neck. And so I'm hitting pretty high on the bottom base of my skull.
When you get your headaches, are they like here? Or are you talking back? Like
I don't know. Like all of mine feel like they're just strained in my neck.
Your headaches are in your neck. So you got neck
No, I feel like my traps get really tight, and then my neck gets really tight, and then it's pulling on the base of my skull. I'm not a doctor.
Now you got a headache.
Maybe you know better than I do.
So you're saying you hit the top of your neck
yes.
with that med cursor thing?
I have to leave my mouth open and hold my nose, or like it makes my face numb. But it is awesome. And yes, it really works my neck aches, my neck headaches out.
My favorite place is to put it on the side butt.
Yeah.
That big tendon that attaches to your hip from your butt muscle. That's like the best place in the world. I'll hit you with it, and you'll realize.
Pull that up to your face just a little more. You can. Yeah.
You said a fist, and it's definitely a fist.
Your fist might be like 2 inches wider than mine. I'm not sure.
See, when you're singing, they tell you to put your lips on the microphone.
You're a singer. Hey man, maybe you know how to make yourself sound better in the mic.
Yeah,
and I should just let you do your thing.
Up to it.
Yeah, you should just get up to the thing that you want, the information that's coming from your vocal cords to go into.
It's different. These mics are different.
They're good. I really like them. They're very forgiving too.
Yeah, it's a legit setup. That's nice.
Thank you,
really
man.
nice.
I appreciate you coming. Bro, it's really good to see you too, man. I'm serious.
It's been a long time. Yeah, you're one of those people that they say, when you get older, you realize that some people in your life, like a little bit, like there's some really good people you have in your life for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And you never see them again.
Yeah.
Or like you have really good people in your life that are like, you can pick right up where you left off.
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean.
I feel like that's what we got going on. It's just.
I reciprocate that. I do.
Yeah.
Like we were just saying, I mean, both of us met at this like transitional point in our lives where we met at Whole Foods. We were both working at Whole Foods, and we were kind of in between gigs.
Dairy department.
We tore it up. I don't care what they say.
Yo, we were throwing pallets on the shelf.
They used to get mad because we would burn incense in the cooler. Do you remember that? God, that was so fun.
I forgot until you mentioned that.
And we would.
We had vibes all in and through the dairy department.
Yeah, it was insane.
It's never been better since we left.
No, or before. It was such an epic time.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah, I was misunderstood for sure, but
yeah, you definitely were. We all were. Everybody's misunderstood.
Yeah,
we had we would throw the pallets up so fast, and then just to not have to work the day, we'd get our work done in the first 3 hours.
Yeah,
and
hang out, and I'd go get that cinnamon roll. Do you remember that cinnamon roll? It used to guilt me every time. Oh, I loved that. I ate a cinnamon roll today just because you were coming. I did.
But you also told me that you were going to work out.
I do work out.
So you worked out by lifting that cinnamon roll.
That was like a 3-pound cinnamon roll. Whole Foods has a good cinnamon roll. I don't care what anybody says.
It's fantastic.
It was
everything in there is healthy except for their bread. They put 3 cups of sugar in the dough.
It was organic sugar though, and
questionable.
And there was no oppressive practices at all in making that sugar.
Yeah,
but it'll still make you fat.
You can't eat like that, man. You would start the day with the biggest pile of sugar, and you wonder why you just like have to take a nap,
dude.
Right before lunchtime.
Hey man, you watch the cooler door. I'm gonna lay down over here.
I'm gonna get in my PT Cruiser. I'm gonna put the seats down, and I'm gonna take a long nap. I'll be back in like 45 minutes.
Do you remember the day the dude came back there? the people that would pick up like the leftover foods, and there was a guy that wasn't right in the head, and they would show up in the van, and they would pick up like the stuff that was like about to expire in a couple days.
Yeah.
And I felt like it was me and somebody, a couple other people, I don't know who, and he comes in, and we were talking about bands.
Did you get in a fight with him or something?
No. I didn't get in a fight with him. That's a completely different dude. But the one dude comes in, and we were talking about favorite bands of all time. And we were like, man, what's your favorite band? Like, if you could go to a deserted island with one band, who would it be? And he was like, 38 Special. And we just fell out. It was like, man, there were so many fun days in there, though, man. Like, I really did enjoy that job. It was fun.
Now I'm trying to listen to 38 Special.
Hold on loosely.
Oh.
He sings it better. Go. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, okay. That's not bad.
And,
Put on the spot. He was not ready to answer that question.
No. But it was very wild that was the band that he came up with, too. Like, he could have said anything.
38 Special.
38 Special, man. He loves it. Maybe he just likes 38 Special.
Yeah, we used to do all sorts of, the raw milk from the Amish.
Yeah.
Like, we had the hookup on some real pure nectar from the cows.
You meet some real interesting people in a Whole Foods.
Yeah. And the access you have to things you never thought you'd want, but then you like raw milk in a giant jar every week.
Yeah, it was like $7 for like a half gallon or something.
I think it was like $3. I'm like, this guy's not making any money off this. The time it took him to squeeze a gallon of pure nectar from the cow. No.
Do you drink milk?
Not anymore. I gave
I don't either. I used to
up.
drink like a gallon a day. Do you remember that?
Yeah. You used to have to drink that Amish milk in a day or it would go bad because there was no preservatives in it.
Okay, guys, when you crack the seal on this one, you got about 24 hours and it's going to start growing some stuff. And but you don't want to eat that.
The creamiest milk you've ever had in your life. Yeah, I don't do milk anymore.
I like Hatcher Farms. I still love Hatcher Farms whole milk.
Their chocolate milk is off the chain.
I've never been a chocolate milk person. I like chocolate ice cream. I dig anything chocolate, but I don't like chocolate milk.
I actually can't have chocolate because of the caffeine. I get heart palpitations.
Oh.
So I just stay away from the caffeine.
I thought maybe you were Mormon or something.
Yeah.
That's not true anymore. Did you know Mormons at one time were not supposed to partake in caffeine because it was a stimulant and all that?
Didn't know that.
Had somebody tell me that like the CEO or whatever bought some. I wish I had a computer. I'd look this up, but he bought some.
Have one.
He bought some stock.
You couldn't see the screen.
Yeah.
He bought some stock.
No, the CEO this. It's like one of the main Mormon dudes. I said CEO at first. I said that wrong. So one of the main Mormon guys bought a bunch of stock in PepsiCo or something, and so that they're like, yeah, we're gonna revisit the caffeine thing.
We gotta sell it.
Yeah,
you had to sell it all.
No. I think now it's just okay that for them to partake caffeine. Yeah,
because he bought.
Because God told him, bro, or something. I don't know.
That he didn't. There's no way.
How do you know, man?
I saw. Speaking of weird things that God tells people, I saw this lunatic show. It was something about drilling for oil in like your property. Like you're just like spending all these thousands of dollars to drill this thing way down in the rock and hopefully like struck black gold or something like that. And this lady was like, God told me that I have oil on my land.
Did she?
I'll let you. I'll let you answer after I tell you what she was going to use the money for when she struck black gold. She said, God told me to drill into my yard and I'm going to strike black gold and I'm going to buy me new tits. She was like 65.
She wanted them, man.
I'm like, I don't know your relationship with God. Was there more to the list, or
that was the only thing?
I mean, she was like a fancy, like bedazzled jacket, new boobs, and I'm like, no.
Like God did not tell you that. Because look, because if God knows everything, he would have just originally designed your boobs better.
You're 65.
Like
why?
All right. Hang on, man. I got to finish this lady's boobs. I just forget it. In 65 years, I'll let her strike gold and help her out then.
I was like, you're not. I know that's not the case. That can't be the case.
Santana, he said that God told him to make that Supernatural record. The one that came out in the 90s with like Rob Thomas and that song Smooth. It was like... Yeah, you know that song.
Vaguely.
Hold up,
Sing
dude.
the hook.
I'm not singing it. We got technology here, man. Smooth. You'll know it. You'll know the first second I play this. Dude, they played that the whole summer.
You don't have the rights for that. You're gonna.
Hey, that was like 3 seconds.
It cost you $10,000 for that 3 seconds. God told him to write
Whatever. Nobody watches this.
I didn't. I mean, shoot. I believe that over that lady.
Yeah, we're just doing reaction videos. That's what. Oh, reacting to Smooth. Don't they? How do those guys get away with it on their videos, man? When
they pay $10,000.
No, they don't. It's like, hey, man, all this nice stuff you got right here, bro. You got to sell it for 3 seconds.
I got one podcast in me.
I hope you believe. I hope you believe in this podcast enough to sell all this stuff for that 3 seconds of that Rob Thomas song that God told him to make.
That album, though, I'd have to listen to it.
It was a big album.
But
it has Dave Matthews. It has like a lot of those '90s artists like that were bigger then.
Yeah, that song
was huge.
Everyone heard it.
Yeah. Yeah, hold up. Let me look at the rest. Sorry, dude. I know it's rude to have my phone up, but I want to see who else was on here.
Look it up.
Everlast was on here. Rob Thomas, Lauryn Hill, CeeLo Green.
Lauryn Hill.
Eagle Eye Cherry. What was that Eagle Eye Cherry song? What was the big one? Save Tonight. Save Tonight. And that's I'll be gone.
Oh, yeah.
Tomorrow. That song's cool.
But tomorrow we'll be gone.
How do you think a dude like him has like one song? And then
no more?
Nothing. And Norman Greenbaum, that Green Onion song. Do you know that song?
They've been trying to fix that.
No, that's not. No, Spirit in the Sky. Not Green Onions. What am I thinking?
You talking about like one hit wonders?
Yeah.
Yo, they've been.
This song. You know that? Like that's all I can play. 20,000. We're at 20,000 on this episode. That could have been anything. Be real. I mean, you knew what it was.
I knew exactly what it was. First two beats.
That's his new band in Nashville.
Yeah, people have been trying to crack that equation.
You know, that dude's a
forever.
Jew. That dude's a Jew, bro. I don't mean that mean. Like, hey, man, he's a Jew, bro. I hope that didn't come off that way. But what's the reason I bring that up is he sings about Jesus in that song, but he's Jewish. It's hilarious.
So that means he's a Messianic.
What does that mean?
Messianic, Hasidic, and Messianic Jews. Messianic believe in the Messiah was Christ, and then.
But how could you still be a Jew if you believed that Christ was the Christ?
Everybody can be a Christian if you believe in Christ. So it's like a Jew is still a Jew. You believe in Christ, you're just.
But that's a falsity too, though. A Jew is not a Jew because a Jew used to be able to be a Jew because they could prove they were Jews with the whole, like the beginning of Matthew where they have the what's it called?
Jews are people.
But they kept records. They kept detailed records of being able to say like, hey, we
lineage.
Yeah,
you're talking about yeah.
Yeah, but then when the temple burned, they don't have a way to prove that they're a Jew anymore. That's like the funny part about it. So, but we may say Jews now as in like, hey, they were born in Israel. They are like ethnic Jews. Yeah. I think would be a proper term. But a Jew, you cannot prove that you're a Jew and you go all the way back to like whatever tribe anymore because the temple burned. Like that. That's how.
That might be true.
I mean, that's like I'm just saying.
That might be true.
Hey, look, I don't know anything.
It probably is true. I don't know.
I'm just saying.
Like I know that they still got you talking about from like post, like biblical to pre-biblical because it's all in the like
and I know that
lineages is all the way in there, but it stops when the temple burned down.
When the temple was and I'm an idiot. I cannot explain. I know what I'm saying is right, but I can't articulate it in some really eloquent way. But So that's
Makes
one of
sense to
the
me.
like verbal gymnastics things that Christians would say is that, you know, one of the proofs that Christ was the Christ is that the temple was destroyed. So there's prophecy that the temple would be destroyed, and then it talks about the veil being split in half, and then I don't think I could be wrong about this, but there's not an account of the temple actually being destroyed in the New Testament. I think it happened later during some other conquering.
I don't think it took too long after he died that the temple
but
was
it's
destroyed.
gone.
I want to say it was like, don't quote me
I don't
on
know.
this. I want to say 60 years.
Yo, dude, maybe when my podcast is bigger and I have like a young Jamie like Joe Rogan's got, bro, and they could like look this up and then
Just
we'd
have
know
one of your
on
little
the
girls,
spot,
bro.
Yeah, just get them like smart
Just,
enough.
hey, look this up real quick, and she's just like,
She probably could, but she would talk a lot. Little kids talk a lot.
yeah, but you just don't mic her.
They like to be heard.
Don't mic her. She thinks she's being heard. You don't get a microphone yet.
Or mic her into our headset where she can hear us and we can hear her, but her mic's not hot.
Just give her one of those plastic microphones.
Dude, kids are really cool, man.
I bet.
They really are. They're a trip. And I've taken her to several concerts, and
like
like-
when she's like old enough to like actually like make a memory.
yeah. And if there's any, and again, I don't know anything, but if there's any advice that I could give on the kid piece, the one thing I've learned that my kids have taught me is that, like, never assume that they can't understand something. Like that's like been one rule that I've had ever since my kids were really
They're
little.
smarter than you think.
Yes. And if you really think about it, it's not really hard to rationalize out that that's true, because have you ever tried to learn a foreign language? Have you ever?
They say it's harder. I mean, yes.
But so this is what will happen. You'll understand some of the words for a while, but you won't be able to say them, and you're kind of putting pieces together.
They say it's harder when you're an adult.
Yeah,
That's
it's harder
what
to speak than it is to
yeah.
understand. Like
Yeah.
you'll be able to understand or read words as
Right.
an adult far faster than you'll be able to put sentences together. So however well your kid's putting sentences together, in my estimation, they're probably about 60 to 75% smarter than the words they're being able to put together. You know, and in the Jordan Peterson book that I just got through reading, I don't know if you know who he is, the psychologist. He's like a
I
Canadian.
recognize the name, but
It's real cool, man. Real rational guy. And he brilliant too. But one of the things he said is a lot of the ways humans behave, like anger, or like our propensity to anger or lashing out, or how we interact with society itself, like the ability to make friends, I think is what I'm trying to say. A lot of that is all defined by the age of 4. So
like social norms.
yeah,
Is that what you're talking about?
so social interactions,
Yeah.
as well as the ability to create and
4.
hold friendships. 4.
That's when you get it, or that's when you're like.
So
You
basically,
got
if you
it.
don't get it by then, if you're not getting the attention and the nurturing that you
By
need
4.
by 4, then you for sure are going to have a harder time than everybody else.
I need to be taking notes.
Yeah. But man, I mean, here's the thing with here's the deal. He also talks about like people who were abused, and you would think that people who are abused would abuse again, and it keeps going. Like,
Right.
Seems like that's the logical path, but it's actually not true. If that were the case, then like the amount of people that are being abused would just swell. But people who are abused end up learning kind of the same things of what I was. They learn it the opposite way. It's like they had to endure all the pain, and then they go, well,
How to
screw
get
that.
better. Yeah.
I don't want my kids to deal with that, so
Right.
I'm not going to do that. And
Instead
it's
of the other
sad
way
that some
around.
people have to learn it that way, but
yeah, for sure.
they do. But more people are deciding not to abuse their kids. And I'm not saying just like regular spanking or anything. I am talking about full-blown
Full-on
abuse. Yeah. I didn't want it to sound like
Physical.
that. Yes.
Right.
I think it can be emotional too, though, man. I mean, I'm not trying to get off into all that.
There's a ton of different versions, yeah. But I don't know if one's.
Well, a lot of people don't realize this, but there's like Jordan Peterson talks about like the tyrannical mother. I don't think that's what he calls
I
it,
think I've
but
heard that before too.
it's the mother who almost cripples her own child.
Oh yeah.
Because
yeah.
that way she'll never be alone. Like if this kid fails to launch,
it's her. Yeah.
or is somewhat a social misfit, he'll always need
She's
her.
crazy. She's crazy.
Yeah.
She's crazy, and she wants to keep taking care of things like her child. They made a movie about that. I don't remember the name.
Aaron Brockovich? That's not it.
No way.
Star Wars.
It was
That
like-
was it.
No, it was a new one. This girl was like crawling away. Like the mom kept her in a wheelchair her whole life. So I what is the name? I won't remember it. It was a long time ago. I saw it with my wife. It was actually pretty intense.
Do you read a lot?
Not at all. Actually, 33 years old.
That's a really stupid way to ask that question.
I
too.
don't think I know how. My wife reads.
Did you
for me.
hate it in school? Like, did you like reading?
Yeah, I was like dyslexic. I would literally count the heads in class because everyone took a paragraph reading this story, and I would count the heads, and I'd be like, all right, I'm 13th to go. I'm 13th paragraph. I would go read my paragraph and wait for it to come to me, and I'd be like, I got this, and then just run it and kill it like I was the best reader in the class, just because I was gonna blow
So
it
dyslexic,
otherwise.
explain that. Like you just have a hard time reading it. Like you read
So like, yeah, like
backwards.
B's or D's or like 3's or E's or.
You think some of that's anxiety?
I'm sure maybe that has something to do with it after you like mess up. Maybe anxiety comes in there, but like I would just be like, I'm never more comfortable with my wife, but I'll still like, if I'm reading something out loud to her, I'll mess up on a word. I'm not anxious at all. I don't even care to mess up in front of her, but I'll still mix up the words.
So when I was a kid,
Letters.
like, going to church and they'd have you participate in service or whatever, I could get up there and speak. Like I could talk and do
Yeah.
a speak and give a devotional. But if they asked me to go up there and read a scripture like what you're talking about, that made me
King
so
James is
nervous.
the hardest thing to read.
Well, we didn't even read King James. It was like NIV. It was like,
Oof.
what do you mean, oof? Like they're
It was
going to
way
hell for
easier
you?
to read.
For sure. But I
Oh,
think
you're
it's the
talking about-
reading
yeah.
piece. Like I would do what you're saying. Like, or what it sounds like to me is what you're saying is like I would start to get in my own head and think like, am I saying this wrong? Am I
Yeah.
pausing right? Am I like,
Yeah. Like
and that just drives me nuts.
Missing your comments.
Like I hate reading in public. I still to this day, if I have to read something, I like out in public, I don't like it. I'd rather get up and give a 30-minute speech
yeah,
to 20,000
Yeah.
people who'd have no problem
I'm with you.
whatsoever
I'm with you.
than to get up and read like a chapter of something in front of some people. I can't.
But if I was to read in front of somebody, I'd practically have it memorized.
Really?
Yeah, like I wouldn't wing it. Like if you're talking about the scenario would be like, hey, no one told you, but read Psalms 18. Go.
I could do that.
Yeah, but that's
wouldn't
where your
like it
panic
at
comes
all.
from
Yeah.
because you haven't even looked it over. You're like, well, I don't even know what I'm reading. That's where your panic is.
Yeah,
But
you're
if
gonna
you,
come
like,
up on
went
some
and read-
Old Testament name that like nobody really knows how to pronounce, and you're gonna fumble over it, and then you're gonna
Yeah.
feel like an idiot, and then it's gonna make you mess up the next sentence. Yeah, I know exactly. That sucks.
That's the scenario that's going to scare you and make you never want to do it. But if you like, somebody was like, yo, you're going to read this page in front of these people like in 2 weeks, I'd practically have the page memorized. When it get time to me to talk, I'd just be like, blah, 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 blah.
But how many
I
times would
mess
you
up.
have to go over it to?
I'd read it 20 times, 30 times.
And see, that sounds like I'm not an
Just get it
I'm not an
down.
expert at all, but that sounds like anxiety. Some sort of like you were nervous about it. Did you feel nervous?
I wouldn't
Like,
read
would
it
you be
20. I
scared?
wouldn't read 20 times. I'd read it once in class.
Oh, I
I'm
know,
talking
but I'm
about,
saying like, do you feel like you did that because you were scared of like having to do that?
yeah.
Like, was it what like you get like cold sweats and not be able to sleep over it, or what?
I would sleep fine, but I would cold sweats ring a bell.
Wake up in the middle of the night and like
Yeah,
you just
just
have
like
that flash over your body when you remember that you have to read
Yeah.
that thing tomorrow.
Today, Junior. That's what they're gonna say when you can't read. Yeah, no.
No, they're
it's-
probably picking their nose and not even paying attention.
yeah, no. It was just insecurities as a kid. You definitely gonna,
Yeah.
and it just carries over. Like, it just makes me more thorough as an adult. Like doing things, I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna make sure I get this right because if I mess up, it might take somebody's mind off the story. Like Gulliver's Travels. They don't know where he is now. Eli messed up.
Yeah.
Gotta restart.
But like sitting and reading just by yourself, like when you had when you had the assigned book reads, did you like that in high school, or did that just
Hated it.
suck?
Hated it.
Have you
I got a
ever?
story about that too, man. Left Behind series. You remember those?
Yeah, like the Jesus
Left Behind
books.
series. Yeah.
They're about the rapture or something. Right?
Yeah, those were assigned to everybody, like in the Christian schools.
With the
where
dude
I was
from that
growing up.
'90s TV show. What was his name?
I can't even remember. He was doing that thing for a while, though.
Growing Pains. Was that it?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The Seavers.
Probably not.
Go ahead. Sorry. Left behind.
Our
I
your
left
daughter
you.
will
I left you behind.
your daughter will fact check us when she comes back. Yeah, no, every Christian school around there was like assigned those Left Behind books.
So you went to a Christian, like you grew up going to a Christian school, even
For
elementary?
Sure, for sure, except for like my senior year. Then I went to a public school. But we got that book, and there was 2 books. One for kids, which we were assigned, and then there's the adult book, which is like probably 1,000 pages longer. And I already don't like reading. Like reading assignments, give me an F. That's fine. I'll make it up somewhere. And my mom, bless her heart, got the adult book. And we had a certain amount of time. We had 2 months to read this book. I didn't have a summer because I'm reading this 1,000 page longer adult version of the Left Behind book. And it was like the worst summer of my life. I made through it though. I made it through.
But do you feel like it was antagonizing, or did you enjoy it? Like once you finished, I guess is what I'm getting. Like
Never
you
reading again.
You know,
Never.
What I'm
again.
getting at is I used to
read.
really hate to read. I really did. Like I didn't like it in high school. It was just boring. But to me, now I've found some stuff that I dig. Like as of the last year,
I read now.
Like I've always tried to read. And when me and Ashley first got married, when we didn't have kids, Nashville public libraries are awesome, bro. They really are. They're killer. And that downtown one, the downtown library is killer. The old Carnegie Library that's in East Nashville, that's one of the original Carnegie libraries that was in. I think there's another one too, but I don't remember where it is.
You just go down there and read books.
You can check them out. They have everything, and then they have audiobooks, bro. We used to go get CDs. They have like CDs in there, and you can just get CDs and check them out and rip them to your computer and take them back.
Then you have it forever, for free.
Yeah, but you don't need to do that anymore because there's Spotify
and like Apple Music.
Yeah.
You also don't need to go to the library because there's like the internet.
Audible.com. That's what I do. Is Audible.com.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
But my point is I used to hate it, and now I find myself like that's all I want to do is that. Like I'll bounce between listening to records and going out in the garage and reading books, or coming in, just. And I don't know why, man. I just feel really thirsty for knowledge, and it's part of what this is about.
Yeah.
Like I sit here every time, and I'm assuming like, hey, this person over here has something that they can tell me that I don't know. And I had this wow moment. I'm bringing all this up for a reason, but I had this wow moment when I was sitting here. It was on my 3rd episode with Dr. Matt Hayes. He was he's a pharmacist.
Yeah.
Not was, like he didn't get busted for something and fired since then. Like it's not breaking news.
He's growing.
But I asked him a question that I've really contemplated since, and it's like, we all know what happened over the last year or two and all the mess, and we see the media, and it's like, who do you trust, and all this just weird information. And I asked him, I was like, well, we were talking about the vaccines specifically, and I said, where do people go if you really want honest information? And I don't know that we got a really clear answer, but the more I've sat here and talked to other people, not that we're going to solve all the world's problems, but it's like
we're not. When
you're sitting man to man, eye to eye with somebody else and their experiences, and asking questions, like you may not learn the thing that you're looking to learn, but I can't tell you how many times people have said just like this one little profound thing, or like this one little story, and then it's like, oh, like that piece of information plus my piece of information that I have in my head, and we used to have to do that, man. This right here reminds me every time of sitting at like Christmas with my family and having my grandfather talking to some other older guy or some cousin, and you're like listening to just this rich conversation.
Yeah, you got to get a third mic.
And I know I am.
Yeah, get that rich experience on this.
Yeah, I would love to, man. Have your wife on. I really like that idea. I was serious about it. As soon as I said it,
She's the most interesting person I've ever met in my life.
I've only met her for like 10 seconds
and
once, and she seemed very nice.
Very interesting.
Yeah. Like, so from that one experience, when you were like, hey, man, I'm getting married, I wasn't like, whoa. Like, I was like, oh, cool, man, from the 10 seconds that.
Did I even say that then? I don't even
No. We
that.
talked, I think we text or something.
Yeah.
That's a really weird thing, too, man. You were saying something about that earlier about, like, you lose contact with some of your friends, and then some of them you get back together with, or you have interactions with.
Slide right back in.
Yeah, for sure. But when I was first talking to you about coming and doing this, I don't know, man. I was pumped.
You were psyched. You were psyched to
Yes.
have me on.
I was so psyched.
Yeah, I was psyched to do it. Yeah, it's I just like hanging out. Who doesn't like having the time?
And
to
it
hang
does
out
suck,
and
man,
kick it
'cause
with
it's like
somebody
you
that
don't
resonate with.
Like you don't control your life.
No.
And if we could be perfectly happy and hang out at Whole Foods forever, like, yeah, I would have done that, but it didn't.
That was
and then
literally
it's just over.
Those were that made that job easy. Kicking it.
We just
with
really
Craig.
kicked it out. Do you remember the pocket that I had
Belly full
sewn
of
in
cinnamon
my?
rolls. Yeah,
I-
you like Jimmy rigged your whole thing. You had a whole setup. You were like, here's where I am, but I know how to make it better. Watch this.
That's it.
Sewing a pocket on my thing.
So you were making fun of
Hey,
my
you
Christmas
using that
lights.
box cutter, but I made my own box cutter.
Look at this. I got a little loop on the bottom of this.
What were you saying?
No,
You forgot.
I
You
didn't
were about to
forget.
say something.
No, I wasn't.
You pointed over there.
You were talking about making your
I
situation
want you to
better.
appreciate, though, the severity of that childhood trauma that I just explained to you. I feel like we glossed over it.
No. Let's go back.
I was assigned something that I hated doing.
And you had to do it.
I had to do the version 3 times longer. like, here's your assignment is a 150-page book, but
And
your
you did
mom's
the-
going to buy the 1,150-page book.
And you hated it. And you had to read the
I
whole
had
thing.
to
Sorry,
read-
we did gloss over that, didn't we? My bad. Dude, I'm
I
saying
had
keep me on track.
3 times longer of assignment. That was the worst assignment ever assigned to me. It was trauma. So I don't read. I don't like reading. And I wasn't like, you know what? One day I'm going to get better at this. I mean, I did get better.
You know, man, I would tell you to not give up on reading. I really would. I'm not saying
Is it PA?
this is
Are people going to start walking in here? Is this a sponsored meeting to get me to start reading again?
people get,
We love you, Eli.
yeah.
Please
Eli,
start
we love
reading.
you. We got you these Goosebump books, okay?
My brother had
Goosebumps and
every
James
one.
Patterson. That's where you should start because the chapter's like 2 pages.
To this day, I think he was lying.
Do you know
My
how
brother was lying to me. He was buying these books and he said he would finish them in a day or 2. I'm like, you're 14 years old. You can't read a whole book in a day and a half. You're just
You think
collecting
he was just
them.
pretending?
He was just collecting
He just
them.
liked the covers.
He's just collecting them. They were collector's items. Speaking of collector's items, I had a folder full of Pokemon cards when I was a child. I was certain that I was going to have something as a kid carry over to my adulthood and it was still going to be pristine and it was going to be worth like $1 million. I was certain that I was going to find treasure in the past. And so I had various things. We did the Thai Beanie Baby. That was a bust. It's close though. It was real hot for a second. The market on Thai Beanie Babies was hot for a
Hold
second.
up. You see, you're missing the point, though. You just need to go get you a Dodge Neon and then line those little puppies up in the back windshield. You know,
That's what I was missing.
Not
But that
everybody
one
can do
person
that.
would have bought my Beanie Babies. That's the only.
bro, you had the Happy Meals and everything,
Yeah,
didn't you?
I didn't have the Happy Meal ones, but I did have the bird, the eagle. So, anyways, I was trying to just invest in my future as a child, and I had a folder full of those Pokemon cards, like a legitimate like leather baseball card sleeves, boom, 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 bunch of pages full, even like a gloss Charizard. I think they were the ones that were shiny were the expensive ones, like the shiny, like the foil or something like that. What do they call it? I don't even remember. It was so long ago.
Dude, I had
It disappeared.
I had this really weird interaction with Pokemon and this little kid. So I was sitting at jiu-jitsu and I had taken my daughter over there. And this little boy just like comes and sits down beside me. And he like looks at me, he like scoots a little closer and scoots a little closer. And then he has this little Pokemon and he's like sitting hip to me. And I don't know why this is weird. I mean, it really shouldn't be weird, but it's like somebody else's kid and I don't know him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it was odd. And so he starts telling me about it, all his Pokemon stuff. So that story you just told and that him telling me about every single one of these Pokemon for like 30 minutes. You don't know what's
It's
messed
your
up.
experience on Pokemon.
That's the only things I know about Pokemon.
But my folder disappeared.
Did you have Pogs?
I did have Pogs, for sure, because I was gonna make money off that one day.
So your Pokemon disappeared?
My Pokemon cards disappeared.
Where?
And I find out now that like some Jake Paul dude's buying one for $150,000.
He's probably going to fight him or something.
Or
Is he
the
gonna-
brother, the older one.
Is that the one that fights?
The one that's about to get beat up by a
Do
smaller
you think he is?
man. Yeah, if Conor McGregor couldn't do it, he's not going to pull it off. I don't care that he's heavier. It just means he's going to gas himself out. Like, you can't have the cardio to go up against Mayweather.
Floyd,
you don't have the cardio. You just no one does, especially if you got.
He just
that much
dances
mass.
around them like he's the most.
Yeah.
He's the most untouched boxer, man.
My Pokemon cards are $150,000 now, and it disappeared. I can't just like.
Your
sell
parents
them.
have it. They totally jacked your Pokemon
I
cards.
think my parents or my brother. I never know to this day. No one can corroborate any of their stories. So I had done it. I had done it with the Pokemon cards. All the fads that I went through, I had done it with the Pokemon cards, and I failed because I lost it. Somebody in my home that I trusted.
Your Pokemon cards. They took them. Man, you've been through so much.
The way you just said it. Like, it's like a full-on, like, we're going to help people that are sad.
Yeah. Man.
That lost their Pokemon cards.
Bro, everybody out there that's
done it.
lost your Pokemon cards, this guy right here,
He gets
he
it.
feels your pain, bro.
Resonate with me.
You should just like get a GoFundMe and start like a
No, it's too late.
Pokemon's
It's
Anonymous.
too late. I had OGs from back in the 90s.
Get a private investigator to go look into this.
It's not worth it. Take the L. Took the L.
So what are the childhood trauma? What's your tell me about this horrible childhood that you've had.
There was a babysitter. No, we probably shouldn't get into that.
What I don't know, man.
We were going
the
somewhere
books.
before the
No, I
Pokemon
want to tell you
cards.
about these books.
I just
So-
needed you to feel my pain.
I want to tell you a story for real because I got to get this off my chest and stop thinking about it. My wife's grandfather was one of the coolest people I've ever met in my entire life. He passed away in 2019.
Yeah, that's the one when you
He
got
was
emotional
96.
when everyone stopped when the procession.
Oh yeah,
went by. Yeah.
yeah. People,
Powerful stuff.
Yeah, and
So he passed away.
He passed away, and he did not start golfing until he was 40. And so I'm 37, and he didn't start golfing until he was 40.
Mm.
But he was an insane golfer. Like, he was really good.
Like, when he started at 40, he just had a knack.
I think he probably did, but then he played all the way into his 90s. And he used to not
rough
he
on
used
the
to
back.
not join all these tournaments
Mm-hmm.
because he would win them, and then it would be those tournaments where, like, if you win it, you got to be like the leader of this thing for the next year. And he said he would
Yeah, you got
throw
to parade around
or
as
like
a champion.
I don't even know if it was
Like
that or
Miss
like
USA. She has to travel, and she's like booked up for a whole year.
no, I think he was like the manager of the
Universe.
club or something if
Okay.
he won the tournament. I'm saying that
That
wrong.
seems
but-
pretty chill.
Yeah, but he got sick of it, so he would like throw his games where he wouldn't win because he would just kill everybody. I'm burping in this mic, bro. I don't think Dr. Pepper
We don't even
and
know.
podcasts
Yeah.
go together.
You got the carbs.
I don't
Carbonation,
care.
not the carbs.
I knew you would judge me, but I love to sit here and enjoy my Dr.
Dr. Pepper is probably the best
I
soda.
jack with it. But my point with him being 90 and getting into golf at 40
Mm-hmm.
is like, here I see myself like, hey, man, there might be something that I don't do now
That you're going to do.
that I'm going to do. Maybe I hate it now. So I used to hate reading too. And like, I got to stop saying like. I got a little note here to stop saying like. I don't like
it's
it.
Not,
I don't like it when I
it's
say
not
like.
present in your view. Like, you got to, it's too buried behind all
Just
the
hold
technology.
it. Just hold it right here.
I'll hold it for you.
Stick it to your knee.
Stick it right here.
So I've started reading, man, and I really enjoy it. And I used to hate it. And part of me thinks that it was the selection of the things that I was reading in high school just sucked.
Yeah.
And I've
And
started
it was
reading.
the
like-
obligation that you had to do it or you failed.
yeah.
And you were a failure. Yeah, for all you people out there suffering with dyslexia, it gets better. I enjoy reading now. Like my devotionals and stuff like that. I enjoy reading. But I just apparently you read in your head, you're like processing 100 words more a minute than if you're reading out loud. 'Cause I guess, I don't know.
Do you ever do Audible books? Like the audios?
Yeah. All books that I've ingested is through my ears.
That's okay. I've actually read
it's actually the way that they did it in the past. It's
because people used to not be able to read. Yeah.
There wasn't paper and pen.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, you just
It was all oral.
all stories. Yeah.
Well,
I'm the normal one.
well,
Everyone
there's
else is
the
weird
studies
reading
show too, though,
papers.
that like you would think that if you read a book and then I just listened to the audio, you would kind of think you would do better because you read it, but there's actually no proof to that. They're both about the same.
Really?
Which proves what you're saying, I think.
Yeah, or like the different levels of like reading comprehension, being able to like comprehend what you're reading. That was my struggle. I'd have to read like a sentence or a paragraph 1 or 2 times just so I could like
Did you just not understand it, or would you be
reading.
thinking about other things?
It's like I'm focusing on actually reading words instead of I'm supposed to be listening also to what I'm reading, but I wasn't. I would just like get the words and then be like,
see, I start thinking about other stuff.
Yeah, you like have
just like a little trail
ADD.
of thought. Yeah.
Just can't hold
There's a name for that too, but I forgot what it's called.
Can't hold your attention span long enough. Everyone's got that now. It's a normal thing.
I think it's called social media disease. You know, man, it's really sad, man. I saw some stuff today, man.
I got rid of mine.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. And me and my wife were talking about this today. I said, you used to have to be, talking about her specifically, I was like, talking to her specifically, I was like, for you, when you were in high school, if you wanted to just totally lose your dignity,
yeah,
you'd have to be like out in a car somewhere with some dude or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I said, but now, girls specifically, I'm not saying guys don't, but yeah, you could lose it right in your living room. Just, hey, I don't have enough followers on Instagram, so I'm gonna go put on a bikini or some underwear when my mom's not around.
Get people to like me.
And get people to like me. For what?
It's terrible.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's that dopamine rush.
It's like playing phone games and trying to run up the leaderboard. Like, what is all that? I don't understand that.
Competition.
But it's so fake. It's like cheap. It's cheap. It's like casino competition almost. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Like there's no actual obtained wealth.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing actually good coming out of it. It's all.
And I don't even like doing that for this podcast. I really don't like posting. Like I have an Instagram for this podcast, and then I'll go to post something. And I'm like, who am I, man? Like nobody wants to see the crap I have to say. Right. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like the only reason I do all of this is to learn.
I think there's a balance. Like if you have like wholesome information, or if you're just this girl posting her underwear, like there's a difference.
Yeah, I think there is, but
and one can bring life, and then the other.
Yeah, and I know I kind of wrapped all that up together right there too, man. But I'm just saying, like all of it feels icky to me. You know, like there's enough.
There's a line. Like I feel like.
There's definitely good in it. There's tons of good.
I'm not posting content, but I'm definitely using content.
Well, I think for like comedy and memes and like, man, people are endlessly funny.
Yeah.
I mean, I crack up at the stuff people come up with, and that I can take that all day.
Yeah.
You know, and like even TikTok, that's the funny thing about TikTok. Like I'd get on this TikTok little stream where it would be like skateboard videos, which I love, bro. Those guys are crazy, man.
I watch skating all the time. I still skate.
Jordan Peterson has a chapter in this book that I just read called one of the rules, the title of the chapter is called Do Not Disturb Kids While They're Skateboarding.
Don't. Let them be.
Think about what those kids are doing, man. Like they're risking they would crash.
They're literally in the middle of a battle if they're like trying to trick. They're trying to pull something off. They're like they're in the middle of war.
And they're like the unsung athletes too, man. Those guys are crazy.
Yeah.
They're
art.
off
it's
a
art.
little bit. They have to be.
It's art. It's just action sports. It's art. It's
love
beautiful if you give it a second.
It really is.
But people get caught up on you're ruining my curb. Be like, just paint over that thing.
Yeah.
Or just say you can skate my curb.
Yeah, and that's a weird thing, man, because like people's private property is their private property. And I do think skateboarders go too far. But then I think there's not really places places for them to go. I think the same way that cities embrace, I like the way you said artists, because the way cities embrace artists and will have like the Frist Art Center or they'll have like an art crawl or they'll
like
promote
a mural on an 8-foot
like every little
building
town, man, make you a cool little skate spot. Make it cool. Try to outdo another town.
A safe spot, skate spot?
Yeah.
They have those.
Yeah, but not everywhere.
No, they should have them everywhere.
They should.
Every city should have a skate park. That's like
like in the like if you're putting in a playground,
funded by the state, actual quality.
But see, man, but on the skaters too, man. I mean, those are the type kids, and I don't mean type like to label them because I know not all, but they're going to smoke cigarettes and do it. Not that other kids don't, but I mean, I used to hang out at skate parks when I was an adult. I moved to Memphis. I was,
it was like
21.
the nefarious gang.
I would
the nefarious kids.
Yeah.
The ones
Yeah, the disenfranchised. So there's some of that goes around.
Yeah. On the fringe.
So that makes people uncomfortable.
On the fringe. Yeah, the kids on the fringe. The ones with skulls all over their shirts. Like you, man.
Am I disenfranchised? I don't think I am.
There were skulls on your car when I pulled in. I just pulled in, it was a big skull looking at me. I was like, dang.
I like skulls. I don't know why I like skulls either. I just do.
Rock and roll, dude.
Yeah, it's cool. I think it just kind of started. It's one of those things like if your mom liked getting Santa Claus figurines, then people would just
She likes horses.
Okay, so she has a thing. So she likes horses. So if you were going to buy her something, you just like buy her a horse.
Buy her like a horse.
That's kind of how some of this started too. So my little cactus over here, that's actually a real cactus.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch that.
My wife bought that.
But this is a fake cactus.
That is a fake cactus.
Yeah, man. More power to you. Dia del Muerte.
Yeah,
that's what this is.
Yeah,
that's what that is.
So we had one of our customers.
It's not what that is.
We had one of our customers give us that. He's actually from Mexico, and he saw. I got this in Mexico. I walked over to Mexico and bought this one, and then I have a few more behind these records that came with that haul here. But so he came. They used to buy boxes from us. They'd come to our house, and he saw my skulls, and he was like, "Oh, I'll bring you one." So he gave me that one, and then my daughter souped it up with the mohawk, which I think is sick.
Yeah, your daughter's got style.
She's we call her a tinker. So she just likes to
just like doing stuff.
Yeah, she likes to invent things.
Get her crafts. Get her Legos.
Yeah, we do the Legos, but she loves to help my wife bake, do that kind of stuff. But she will, man, I have her a hot glue gun, and she'll take a hot glue gun and cardboard, and she built this dollhouse out of
popsicle sticks.
No, out of cardboard and a hot glue gun, and they still play with it. Like, it's not the nicest looking thing in the world. It's exactly what you would think.
She built a house.
She built like a 2-story dollhouse that's kind of like her actual dollhouse. Up? No, it's very crude. I mean, it's just like a big box sectioned off like it has rooms.
That's impressive.
And then
she's a tinker.
Angled at the top.
That's your oldest one?
That's the oldest one.
How old is she?
She's 8.
She's 8, and she's building houses out of cardboard.
Yeah, and she makes like volcanoes and squishies and
that like gack, that like stuff that kids
what's
play
it
with.
Called? Yeah,
it's a yak.
I don't think that's what it's called at all. Slime. They make slime.
Now it's called slime. It was gack when I was a kid.
For sure. Yak. Was that it? The
Gack.
Nickelodeon.
It was literally gack. And it came in a plastic.
Was it? Didn't it kind of look like a star?
It came in a plastic that looked like it was splatted.
Yeah, I remember what you're talking about. Did you ever go to Nickelodeon Studios when you were a kid?
Yeah.
Because you're from down there,
my brother
right?
got called up and slimed on stage. He's famous.
It's probably not on YouTube, but if it happened now, it would be on YouTube.
It wasn't YouTube.
I bet you got it on a VHS somewhere.
And it burned out. It burned out the last time we played
Busting my couch up over here, man.
Sorry,
it's hard being me over here on this couch.
That's what the couch is for. It's meant to get busted up. Did you go to Nickelodeon?
Yes. Yeah, my grandparents took me.
How old were you? I don't even remember how old
12,
I was.
13.
12, 13.
I could have been younger. Dude, cooler than that, my grandmother took me to see David Copperfield at TPAC in Nashville when I was like 14 or 15.
Dang.
Yeah, I was always really into magic. Were you ever into magic?
No.
Not like Magic the Gathering.
Yes.
Because that's lame.
That's what I was in. I actually did magic only because proxy to my brother. My brother was into magic.
Yeah, I'm not knocking it. I just
that's actually how I got into Pokemon too. But I actually liked Pokemon, but I didn't really like magic.
Like card tricks. Do you like that?
I mean, it's fun to watch. I just spend too much time trying to figure it out. Like I know it's not real. So I'm like trying to figure out how does it look real. So I'm just too much into like I try and dissect it. I try and figure it out, and I'm not really like into it. Like David Blaine, that's some fun stuff. But
yeah, that's the stuff I like.
You said Copperfield. What did he do when you were there? What like blew your mind?
Well, he flew for one thing.
With wires.
Dude, you watch it. There's a DVD of basically the show that he did.
He like went up over the crowd.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I was 14. I don't remember. He's in Vegas now.
If somebody flew
He flew.
It wasn't a big deal. You don't even remember.
No,
it at 14.
okay. All right, fair enough. So this is what I remember about the situation. When I saw a grown man fly in the sky with no apparent way that it should be going on. This is what I saw. There is a David Copperfield DVD that's like the greatest hits of David Copperfield, and it shows his full. Like, do you remember him doing the
walking through the wall of China?
But do you remember him? Like, there would be like the big specials, and it would be like once a year there'd be a David Copperfield special that would come on TV, and they would advertise it forever. Mm-hmm. Every year, I would tape it and then watch it 100 times afterwards. But anyway, and my family would make a big deal about it. It was kind of cool. Like, we would order pizza. I remember to this day.
Because it was your thing. Your family made a big deal out of it. Or your family did.
Yeah, like they embraced it. Thing. Yeah, they embraced it and was like, okay, cool. And I remember like I would get, my mom bought me a magic table for my birthday once. Yeah. And like would get me, like, yeah, they encouraged it.
Blew your mind.
And so I got into it. I don't know why I brought that up.
Yeah, you brought it up because what you did in the past. You were on Copperfield. You said you were.
Oh yeah. So my grandmother, she was cool, man. She took us to see Dave. She took me to see David Copperfield, and then they were the ones that took us to Universal Studios.
Oh yeah.
And then my uncle used to live in Orlando, or somewhere around Orlando, and yeah, they took us there once. It was okay. I mean, it was cool. The trip was cool. Orlando Studios is different. I went there.
It's a little rough. It's a little rough now, though. It's not even.
What do you mean by rough?
Like, it's just too many people. Orlando Studios. It's just like tourists. A lot more people in the world now than when I remember when I was a kid.
Well, I think some of it too is other countries have a little more money than they did when we were kids, and so we have a lot of international tourism.
They're not making the park bigger, but there's more people in it. That's what it feels like. They're adding little things here and there.
Do you miss Florida?
I do, but I also miss what you received from David Copperfield flying when you were 14 years old.
Yeah, so let's finish that. So he comes out. That's the way he starts the show. So he basically has his leg, something like this, and the curtains open up, and he just kind of flies out, and he kind of flies out over the audience a little. I want to say it was a couple rows, 10 rows maybe out, and he kind of come around this side, and then he'd fly back, and then he comes like straight down in the middle of the stage, and then just kind of bows. And everybody's clapping and freaking out. Yeah, I mean it has to be, right?
It has to be because like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm gonna catch a glimmering shine.
He calls them illusions. He's not. He doesn't. He is the last, in my opinion, true master of this stuff. Like you have like the parlor magic, and there's some really, really, really cool guys. What's the guy's name? Like David Gregory. That's not. There's a guy with the last name Gregory that's insane. Mm-hmm. It's like a light skinned guy. He is killer, dude. Close up magic. It's like what you're talking about.
That stuff's there's a skill for sure.
A lot of the stuff David Blaine does, there's a big portion of what David Blaine does that is a guy named Paul Harris. Mm-hmm. Like Paul Harris wrote all these books. That was the cool part about magic. That's what a lot of people don't understand about magic. Magic used to be just books. The books would tell you how to do the trick. Mm-hmm. You would learn the trick, blah, blah, blah.
Do it over and over and over and over again.
So the internet ruins that with YouTube videos.
Tells you how it's done.
Yeah. And so it used to be this, like if you knew magic tricks and I knew magic tricks, we would like share. And so it's like this underground brotherhood of junk.
Right. But it's the same thing that's happening now. They're sharing it, but it's just more people are doing it.
Yeah.
So they're still sharing it, but it's underground at YouTube.
Yeah, but you started having guys in the early 2000s, late 90s, like they had these shows on TV that would be the masked magician, and he's telling how the tricks are done specific. And he said he did it. Do you remember that? It would be this guy wearing this stupid mask, and he had these, and he'd kind of make fun of it in a way. He's like, now, and he'd have the really pretty girl come over, and he's like making fun of it in a way.
I vaguely remember that.
Yeah, and they started ruining it, man. It was like they didn't have anyone else who was talented enough to
keep it going.
So then they just started crapping on everybody. It's almost the way, really, bro, American Idol was that. Like the whole first season, they're just laughing at people. Like they would put the most ridiculous people on there and just crap on those people.
Yeah, that's brutal.
And then they'd make you feel like it's okay to laugh. It's pretty jacked up, man.
It's brutal because you're like, this person really
It's like, hey, man, we're so out of talent music-wise. Yeah. Let's get the craziest people in the world in here that think they're good. Let them through and just let these people that we've decided know everything about music, just let them just dump on them. And people will love that. Yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds like a
That's
that's a
brutal.
wholesome
That's
idea,
savage.
isn't it? But now
That's a
think about how
savage
crazy it
thing
is
to
that
do.
they painted it up to be this like really nice show, and then in the
Because they
end,
actually found some people that were good and like
yeah, and they make it
went
seem
on.
like they're doing all these things because we're going to improve this one person's life. Here they go be somebody. But
Yeah,
never mind this like
fake.
trail of carnage.
Yo, a lot of bad had to happen to send that one person on his way. And then even like they wouldn't even it wouldn't even be what they said it was. Like they give him a car, but then they don't really give him a car.
You ever watch Black Mirror? Have you ever seen that show on Netflix?
I think I've seen 1 or 2 episodes. Yeah.
Man, there's a really, really good one where this guy has to ride a bike. And everybody has to ride a bike and you earn credits.
Mm-hmm.
And you use the credits for like toothpaste and everything else, right?
Yeah.
And like food. But you have to earn it. So you're constantly having to ride this bike. Well, long story short, there's like it's making fun, I think, of American Idol. It's that same kind of setup where you would go be somebody. Wheel. Well, him and this girl are in love. Like they actually have something real, this love. Mm-hmm. And they're not supposed to in this environment. And they kind of sneak around about it. Well, she gets the chance to be on the show and they say they're going to make her famous. And then when it comes down, they find out that these two are in love. And so they end up to like kill it. They end up telling her that she can be famous, have everything she wants, but she has to basically go be a sex worker. And she chooses to do it because they're so conditioned to want to be famous. So then I think this dude earns his path all the way up to being on there. And if I remember right, I think he like kills him or something. Like it's crazy. I forget what he does. It's something.
That's a rough episode.
That show's cool, man. All of them are that way.
Yeah, I remember there's a big deal about a Miley Cyrus episode.
Yeah, that one was cool. There's like a little Miley doll.
Yeah.
That ended up like having her soul in it or something, and somebody was trying to steal her career.
She like found her way in it.
What they figured out a way, they had put her into like a simulator, and then could just simulate music, and they didn't need her anymore. And so she's just sitting there withering away, kind of like this drug addict being used, whatever. And then when they didn't need her anymore, they were trying to kill her, but her little robot machine or whatever it was trying to save her.
Yeah.
And her like some other fan, like a super fan or whatever, and that little machine saved her. Man, that show's cool.
Yeah.
And they're all autonomous. You can just watch them. They're like little mini 1 hour movies. They're really cool.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of them. It's pretty.
You should jack with that.
Pretty legit.
Do some Netflix and chill, man. I recommend it.
Yeah, I'd definitely be Netflix and chilling, but not.
There's been some of them that were so hardcore that me and my wife ended up kind of like having a fight about it at the end. Like it was so intense. We were just like, man, what do you think about that? Well, I think this. No, I totally disagree. And it's like one of those shows.
It just went downhill.
It was heavy.
Don't watch it anymore. It's bad for your marriage.
No. But yeah, man, you got any shows you like? What are you watching? What are you doing?
We just did Ted Lasso on Apple TV.
Is that good?
Quite precious.
So what do you guys like? Are you like? Is that like comedy? Is that what you know?
Action, standard. We're standard people.
Like you're into Marvel.
We'll do Marvel. We'll do DC, even though everyone hates it. We'll do rom-coms. It's whatever we're feeling. Dramas. There's a lot of dramas when we were like thrillers, not dramas. Like
you're
thrillers.
A comedy guy too, right? You went to that Louis C.K. show weren't you at the Louis C.K. show that he did at the arena? Yeah. This like 4 or 5 years ago?
Pre-Louis C.K.
I like him, man. I don't care. People need to get off people.
He's kind of still doing it.
He's coming to Zany's. I had tickets in my cart, but I'm going to be on vacation. $30.
I think he's raunchier.
Like, dude, he's a comedian. Are you surprised that he...
But I think he's gotten raunchier. Like his material's always been raunchy. And like...
You think he may just embrace it now and be like, look, man, I'm going to be back in the clubs anyway. I don't care.
Yeah, he don't care. He don't care.
I like that. I've always liked him, man. I like the way he frames his jokes.
Yeah, he's a good one. He's a good one. Aside from the weird stuff, whatever. He's a good one.
Do you like Bill Burr?
Yeah. I mean, it's just something comedic about somebody losing it and ranting. There's something funny about somebody blowing a fuse on stage.
Yeah.
And just ranting about their problems.
Have you seen him?
He makes some good points. He's great. Yeah, I love.
Did you go see him at the Ramen?
I never saw any comedian live except for
Louis C.K.
Pre-Louis C.K.
I remember that show. He comes out and he's like, the first thing he says, he's like, abortion is either murder or it's not, but it's probably murder. He's like, but if you need one, you should like go get it because you need it. Like it's like he doesn't care.
He's walking the line. He's just doing whatever.
Contradicting himself. It doesn't even matter.
Contradicting. He doesn't
He's
care.
funny.
I think he ended the show with like, nobody wants to believe in Jesus, but what year is it? Like it's only 2021 because it's 2021 years away from Jesus' death. So it's like, this doesn't make any sense. Nobody wants to believe in him.
Don't they actually think he died in like 32 AD or something?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the exact. Some people say he's 33. Some people say he's like 37.
It's probably not worth splitting a church over, is it?
No. No, man. Missing the point.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I almost thought like if I ever gave a sermon, I'm thinking about like jean shorts.
I dig it. I like it. Jean shorts.
Jean shorts.
I
Just to
don't
really
do it.
distract people.
I have really white legs.
Yeah.
You-
It's okay.
You're pretty
though.
tan. Man. Yeah, I don't care.
Am I tan?
I mean,
feel
you're
like we just got out of winter. I haven't seen the
you
sun.
basically look like graham cracker.
I'm like the color of your couch.
I'm like marshmallow.
You're like red.
I am kind of red.
That's okay though.
I can't help
Nothing
it.
wrong with being red.
Yeah. What am I going to do about it?
Nothing. Own
Am I
it.
going to get some surgery?
Own it and be awesome. I'm red.
I'm going to sit in
I'm
podcast
not
barefooted
white.
in my house.
I'm red. This is my house. Yeah, man, just to like distract them. Like, I'm not listening to this guy's message because he's got jean shorts on. It's really like, kind of like prove a point without a point.
You know, I never have understood the hardcoreness about what you wear to church. I never have. And I know people's argument when they say like, well, what would you wear to a funeral home? What would you wear to a wedding? Like those are out of respect. That's out of respect. Like if we're respecting God, we should dress that way. And it's like, okay.
It's a good way to look at it.
I mean, it is.
But if you were at my funeral and you wore some jean shorts and a flannel.
Dude, wear jean shorts to my funeral.
Like,
make sure they burn incense and don't let anybody get up and talk. Just let them play records.
If nobody's smiling, get out.
Yeah.
Like throw a party.
It's like, man, this dude made it out.
This dude
He's gone, bro.
lived, man. Let's celebrate his life.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
People are
That's what I'm
scared. I
saying.
feel like a lot of it's from like a position of fear, man. I feel like a lot of people are so scared that they're going to do something wrong. And then there's this whole idea too. People always love to say this, that it's going to cause somebody to stumble.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean
you're going to stumble.
There's one thing with like having your boobs just hanging out.
Right.
Or like if your shorts were really short, you know, and you had like some cheek meat. That maybe that's not a good look for a sermon giving.
Not a good look, period. Like some people really like that, but it's if you really it's
I
not
don't think what
necessary.
you're saying is 100% true. I can think of a couple scenarios where like a little cheek meat hanging out of some shorts is not necessarily bad.
Yeah, maybe the security of your own home with your spouse.
Yeah, but that's a scenario
that is a scenario. Yeah, it's like, it's a righteousness thing.
Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's situational, bro. Like maybe you want some shorts with some cheek meat.
The wedding bed, the what is it? The
wedding bed is undefiled.
Bed is undefiled.
Yep.
The marriage bed is undefiled. Yeah, do whatever you want. It's like a righteousness thing. They want to wear suits and ties, and it falls along that line. Like skirts got to be this long on women.
But here's what I would say is wrong with that mentality. I don't view my freedom that way. Like I don't view status as my clothes. I actually feel like if I'm in a position to be able to wear, like when I go to church, I don't like doing it, but I will wear khaki styled pants and then like a solid t-shirt. Like I don't roll in with Motorhead.
Roll in with sweats.
I do that too. Like on Sunday night or Wednesday night, I love sweats. Yeah. I have big legs. Like my upper legs, I can't, like it's uncomfortable for me to wear a lot of pants and a lot of types of pants. You good?
I'm good.
But yeah, you know what I mean? Like
where I mean,
I feel
you shouldn't wear something you don't like you don't feel good in. You're doing it for a scenario. Like if you're like uncomfortable, wear something that's comfortable.
Yeah.
Are you gonna be kicked out?
Well,
You gonna be
two
kicked
things.
out?
I have kids that spit on me, and like my little boy, bro, we'll be at church, and he'll spit all over my shirt or whatever.
Yeah,
Like,
you have a dirty shirt.
Am I gonna buy like a $60 polo button down and let him just hack on
The
it, bro?
chances of kid juices getting on your clothes is high, so you don't have to wear
Very high.
Tom Ford.
Tom Ford. What's Tom Ford? See?
Fancy
I don't know.
suits.
Well, I know it from a
Jay-Z
Jay-Z
raps about
song.
it.
Yeah. I got Molly. I got Tom Ford. What song is that?
It's from Holy Grail. I
I can't
think
play
it's
it
Tom
because I
Ford.
don't have 30.
It's Tom Ford. Yeah,
It's
that's
good.
that's like a quarter of a mil.
Is he gonna? He would be
Yeah,
the type.
you can't
to
play
sue.
one beat of his stuff. You could play that other rock and roll, but
Sued. You like him?
yeah. He's,
You like Beyonce?
Yeah, I mean, they got some good works. They got some good content.
Yeah, he's done well for himself. I
He's
think.
done well for them. They both done really well for themselves.
Is there a video of him and his wife getting in a fight in an elevator? Am I mistaken about that?
Yeah.
But he's not the dude
I
that
don't
like knocked his wife out. That was the football player, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
bro, that's I'm not laughing that it's
That's-
vicious.
Yeah. Yeah. Some girls take it too far, and then the man takes it too far. Some spouses take it too
Is that
far.
the appropriate way to say that? I don't. We're gonna get. I'm gonna get canceled, bro.
You're gonna get canceled.
In other news,
it's like some
Tennessee podcaster.
some you got to know your environment. You got to know who you're around. You got.
I do think
know
that
what
women
you're
can
doing.
provoke. I really do think that men can
Yeah.
provoke, or women can provoke a man.
You should never. There should never.
But there's no excuse, man.
There should never be a reason on which a guy beats on a girl. But girls get themselves in some precarious situations sometimes.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of responsibility both ways. I mean, me personally, I've never even thought of it, even going back to having girlfriends, high school, anytime. I've just never had the need to be violent like that with a girl.
But you know that have you ever been in an experience where the girl was literally asking for it? And you're like, a girl is never asking for it. No, I was there, literally asking for it. So you've never been in that situation.
Yeah, I guess I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't. I have.
Yeah.
But it's very rare.
It's rare. And you literally have to shut off to not give them what they want, which is terrible.
Yeah, and that's just
A
very.
backhand to the face.
All that's just caveman mentality, though.
Yeah.
That's all that is chaos.
Like
and
you're threatening my.
it's
I'm
like
a
I
big
think that's
man.
bad
Don't
behavior on
threaten.
all sides.
Yeah,
though,
it's
right?
terrible. Absolutely. But that's what I'm saying. There's a point like never.
I'm sure all these situations that we were talking about, not mine,
But there's a line.
but I know that like the dude knocking his girlfriend out, I guarantee that involved alcohol. Like that has
Maybe.
to skyrocket
Maybe,
those
yeah.
situations.
Maybe.
I bet every cop that's been to a domestic
I
would
know
back me
I know
up
a
on
couple that basically replayed that same scenario
that sucks.
when I was younger. Like it was just
Well, it seems like physical abuse specifically.
alcohol was involved.
It seems like physical abuse would be a hard thing to get over once it happened once. You know what I mean? Almost like infidelity.
Unless
Because you'd be
it's
scared.
somebody's used to that abusive lifestyle. Like I'm saying, there are women out there that live like that.
Well, yeah. I think
That's
there's
the
people
way
that
they
don't know
live.
any better. I
Yeah.
think, like you're saying, people have
Yeah.
they've never seen anything different.
Yeah.
They grew up in
Their last boyfriend beat them. The boyfriend before that beat them. Boyfriend
Yeah.
before that beat them. So they beat boyfriends.
Well, I try to stay out of these stories, man, because I feel like I do have a little bit of PTSD from like living in a changing neighborhood, you know, where you have it's an older black neighborhood, and so you have a lot of people that were left over from like where the projects leave.
Right.
And then you have newer incomer, now it's hipster whatever, but like we were moving over there because it was just where we could afford,
Right.
and we wanted to fix up an old house.
Like early gentrification kind of thing.
Yeah, and like you have really, I mean, we had a ton of cool neighbors, but there would be, you know, there was definitely like some conflict there, man. That was just that
between you and them, or between them and
and
each other. Like
no, it really
the
wasn't
community
us.
before you.
There was one lady specifically that was us, but I think she was just living some sort of chaotic life. I talked about her before, but she ended up burning her house down. She got evicted. This house couldn't have been 800 square feet, and they had like 7, 8 kids, and it was just like a real messed up situation.
Tough.
And they would have all these parties late at night with the doors and windows open, just playing loud music. And I mean, for the most part, even the people over there, like we were just kind of all poor together.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like it wasn't,
yeah.
so it wasn't like conflict of like we're coming in and this is a historical black neighborhood, but there would be like these layover people that were just acting wild. And it wasn't always necessarily black people either. Like we had these Laotians that were across the street from us, and they'd like pull all their furniture out in the yard and just have like a yard party. I mean, I didn't care. You know, like at the time I didn't have kids,
right.
But I'm just saying there's like chaos. Like if you lived down there where people are poor, and like there's just yard parties, and you live next door to that or whatever, like you wouldn't know any different. Or like if you live in a,
you see them like fighting or something. What are you talking about? Or like,
yeah, it's on. They beat dogs. Like they had this. I actually took a dog off of them one time because they used to just like basically cane this dog. It was a husky. They would just, I don't know why. And I got sick of it one day and just walked over and was like, "Hey, man,
this is my dog now."
Yeah.
Alpha.
Well, I just said, "Man, what are you doing with this dog, man?" He's like, I need boy. And I was like, "Well, here, you know." And he's like, "You take." And then they tried to like get me to pay him some
What was
money.
he trying to say? I need.
I don't know. I said, "Dude, are you trying to fight this dog?" Like what? But yeah, there's just a lot of chaos, man. And I think as people don't have the ability to have jobs or opportunities, definitely cause chaos. I think poorer people for sure, regardless of race, ethnicity, or anything, like the poorer you are, the more chaos you're going to have in your life, right? Like,
yeah, within reason, I guess. I think you're probably more inclined to chaos if you got that chaotic spirit in your family, like strongholds from parents past. Like I think that stuff's passed down more so than like if it's just poor. Like I don't think economic.
Yeah, I guess I'm not
much
saying
to
that.
do with it.
I'm not saying that all poor people.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that all poor people are violent.
I didn't think you were saying that, but like that environment, like when you're talking about you're going to like the ghetto or you're going somewhere that's not as upscale, you seemed to find more tweakers.
Well, I think the statistics would prove. I could be wrong, but I think crime statistics would prove that
poor neighborhoods
that
hit harder.
That poorer people have a higher propensity to violence than richer neighborhoods.
That's a good stat.
No,
Get your daughter to check that one for sure.
I would say that's true. I'm gonna go. I'm not an expert, but I think that's a pretty accurate statement.
I think you might be right.
But so what? Yeah,
prone to violence.
But then
talking about abuse.
I think
Have you been in an abusive relationship before?
No.
With a woman?
No. Yeah. Well, not physical abuse. I've had a crazy girlfriend before. That maybe it was more psychological. No.
Yeah, I had a crazy girlfriend before too. She beat on me.
Dang.
But it wasn't like it was like, that's what I'm saying. Like they ask for it sometimes. But
so how do you handle that? I mean, because you're in a situation.
I literally just had to shut off. I had to shut off because I'm 6'10", 210, lean, strong.
But like when you're like looking back on yourself in that relationship, you would think I should have just gotten out of the relationship. Like I did not have to be in that chaos. I did.
Right? I was gaining my discernment throughout the relationship. I wasn't like blind to what was going on, but I was trying at the time. I was trying, and I always did with whatever relationship I was in. I tried to bring peace in all of it. Like I would try and lead my life in a way that brings light to a situation, even if it was like, a high school.
So you mean like you felt like you could help her?
Relationship. Yeah, absolutely. Like I thought I know I did. Like I know I did. Like there was fruit in that relationship because of me, and it's just But that's. She was just asking for it sometimes. She would just go off. And it's almost like she wasn't even herself. She wasn't, or like that part of her was just, it was like she'd go off over dumb stuff. So, and then you're beating on a guy that's twice your size. Like, cause he can probably do some damage and that's what you want, because then there's like makeup afterwards and it's like,
well, do you know? Did she have abuse in her, like in her past?
For sure. for sure.
It's
yeah.
sad.
I knew.
So which
I knew.
proves your
That's what
point
I'm
about
saying.
this,
Yeah,
the cycle of
stronghold,
it.
like a relationships past, like ghost of relationships past, or something like that. And it would just get to a point where I knew that I just had to be. I had to be the strongest I'd ever been in my life without using any strength, if that makes any sense. It was all like mental and emotional strength. Just like let her beat on you and just sit there and take it until she realizes, like, what am I doing? Like, it's almost like worse.
Did it ever get better, or was leaving the relationship the only thing that made it better?
It got better. It got better because that's what I'm saying. It's like, it was almost worse when you don't do anything and then they like are forced to like see what they're doing. Like if you like get into it with them and start slapping them around and pushing them around, maybe they don't recognize that what they're doing is so heinous and so, dark. But if you don't do anything and you're just this innocent person that's just going to take it and we're like, I'll let you get out what you want to get out, and I'm not going to do anything back to you. I'm just going to let you see all of you right now, because I'm not going to I'm not reciprocating, which is what she wanted in the first place. So I would just give her all of herself. I wouldn't give her any of what she was doing. And then she'd just be like, she just shut down. I could feel the spirit like, oh my God, I shouldn't be like this. Like I am a problem. I'm like, yeah, you are. And then I would just take, little bits. It wasn't always, like, it was only one time that it really got out of control like that, where I had to just let her see herself. But I would take my discernment throughout the relationship, and I'm like, am I helping? I think I'm losing more than she's gaining. She's gaining a lot, but I'm losing enough. So you get to the point where you like hold on to the relationship as long as you can, and you just let go.
Why do you think we do that?
Like put ourselves through it, or like
like that girlfriend I said that was crazy.
Hold on to the relationship
that I had.
as long.
Yeah, I dated her for like a year.
A year? Yeah. I'd say that was probably about the same amount of time I did.
Maybe I don't know why. Like I don't know, man. I guess there's good times.
Here's what I think on the bad. You're like, why do we like the bad things happen for some time?
Like, so
like, why are we doing that?
So if somebody hits you, if a girl hits you in a relationship, or a guy, that's a pretty, like, looking back on that now as a 37-year-old person, that's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
And if anybody ever does that, you should be gone that minute. Like, it's not okay.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, now, even
you
if...
You should try and leave the situation.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's no like, they need help you can't give them.
Yeah, but then maybe they don't know that. Maybe they don't know that they can't give them the help.
So you go, hey, man, you need some help. Talk to your parents. Tell them you hit on me. I'm leaving. Peace.
That is a very emotionally mature human being to just get whacked one time in the face and be like, we're done. Like, I wasn't even that into you anyways. I'm out. You're kind of into the person. So, like,
it's like, look, man, I was only dating you hoping I could hook up with your sister.
I was only here for the
and then you hit me in the face, which means she's probably crazy too, so I'm gone.
Yeah,
it's not okay.
We stay in it for reasons. There's fruit in bad. There's things to be gleaned from bad situations. I put it this way, like when I coach kids basketball, sometimes I'll talk to them about when you're playing, you're always, when you mess up in life, does that soundtrack play more than when you succeed in life? Like when you mess up, you're going to repeat that over and over. And I messed up. Oh man, I did this. I feel bad or something like that. Like, I think it weighs on you more because there's more maybe out.
I feel like I've shed that. I really do. I've not cared about what people think about me for a long time. Like, even when I was in high school, whatever, like, my level of caring about what other people thought has always been low. But I mean, you care.
Yeah, you care. In a way, you care.
I was sitting there telling my wife earlier today, I said she had gotten her hair cut, and me being me, she asked me if it looked good. And I said, it does. I said, but if it didn't, and I said, and if, like, let's say I'm ugly now, I said, we're kind of locked into this deal, aren't we? And I, like, point around to the 4 kids. I'm like, if we're ugly and old or whatever, like, I don't care anymore. I like you. You like me. Let's
you can
whatever.
Shave your head.
I have. I don't like my head shave, man.
You shouldn't follow. Your haircut looks good, but
It's okay. I like it, but I have a hat on because I want it to be longer.
I was talking about your wife. You shouldn't follow it with a bun.
Oh, I thought we were talking about me for a second.
No. Your hair has always been the same. Those curly cues.
Dude, it was so long when we were at Whole Foods that some lady, and like, I'm not a big dude, but I'm not, this lady comes up and she's like, ma'am. And I'm like, dude, I would be a burly chick. You know what I mean? Like,
You would.
I was like, I don't mean that in some sort of like Caitlyn Jenner kind of way either. I'm saying, like, are there women? There's got to be women that are built like me, right?
There probably
Nah.
is. There probably is.
Some CrossFit chicks.
I don't know. There's some strong women out there.
Yeah, there are.
There's some strong women.
But typically their shoulders aren't broad.
My
That's a very...
my wife's into working out now, and I show her pictures of the women that just took it too far. They're just like...
Yeah,
just
there's
like,
a line,
you
I
can
think.
see
I mean,
their
whatever a
muscles.
person wants to do. I think the bodybuilder chicks are cool too. But
Yeah.
like there's a certain level of it, like you're saying.
You
it
can
just
take
kinda
anything too far.
yeah, like even the male
You
guys.
can take
there's
lifting
like,
too
this
far.
big freaking gut in the 80s.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you can take anything too far.
You can take
Like
anything
letting
too
your
far.
girlfriend slap you in the face.
Yes.
Yeah, man,
you
I appreciate
wanna
you sharing
avoid
that though, man.
Yeah.
I definitely think people that's one of those things, man. I didn't,
Yeah.
I think me and you had talked about some of this stuff in the past, but I'd forgotten it.
I don't even know if I was with her.
I don't know.
around that
Whatever.
time. Maybe I was.
Maybe not.
Maybe
I
I
don't know.
was. Yeah. Some people think big 6'10" dudes can't get beat up on by.
Well, see,
Some
when you're a
abusive
guy, it's
relationship.
lose either way.
Yeah.
Because if you hit her, you're in the wrong.
Yeah. Because she's unconscious.
If you let her hit you and you don't do something about it, or you
Yeah.
don't figure out how to fix that, either by getting out or just being like, look, you can't hit people, and I really like you, but I can't hang
I
around
think
here
that's
and
what
just
I
let
said.
you hit me.
I think when it ended, I was like,
Because
you
one of
can't
these
be
days
like
you're
this.
going to hit me and it's going to hurt, and then
Never.
I don't want to hit you, and I feel like you're going to put me in a situation where I'm going to feel like I have to.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's stronger not to. For sure.
For sure.
Yeah. Let them see themselves. Let them look in that
Yeah.
mirror.
That's sad. Well, I hope she's doing better.
Yeah, she was, she should be. I don't know. Probably not.
Whatever.
I haven't talked to her. I left her all the way
It's
behind.
probably on some podcast somewhere
I
right
literally got married right after.
now. It's cool, man. So how long you been married? Let's try and
been
check your
married-
ring out.
Yeah, it's like a gold chainmail.
It's pretty slick, bro.
Yeah, it's like a front end loader track, like a tank track. You know. it's
Yeah.
just- yeah, I love it. I've been married a year.
That's what's up.
A year and yeah, not very long.
It's fun, man.
The easy phase. I'm in the easy phase.
Enjoy it. It's all easy.
It's all
You
easy.
just got to be rational.
You just gotta get comfortable with your reps. You just
Yeah.
gotta,
My buddy sat right here, Jeff Boggs, and he said, "Yeah, I've been married 20 years, and my wife would say 13 of them are good." And like, dude, I
Yeah.
said that to you on the phone. I mean, there's definitely times like you're living with another person, and people. I mean, man, people change, and
yeah.
what is it like every 5 to 7 years you're a different person, or you're, if
Yeah.
I keep reading books like I'm reading now, am I going to be the same person in 5 years that I am now? I
You're
don't
gonna
think
like
so.
tomatoes in 5 years if you hate them.
I'm going to be like vegan,
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
me a little like garden.
So you've been married 16 years.
16
you've gone
years.
through 3 cycles, bro. Fast
Probably
math.
for sure.
Fast math.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
fast math.
Fast
That's
math.
Florida education there.
Yo, I can't read that good, but my math,
It's on point.
full throttle.
Nice. I'm glad we're getting down to what you're good at here.
3 phases.
He's
You've
good
been
at
through
math.
3 different lifestyles changes with your
Single digit mathematics is this man's. You
with
tear it up,
with your
bro. You
spouse.
tear it. Do you remember Number Munchers? You remember
never,
that game?
Never heard of it.
It was a computer game like when computers first came out, and it would have these squares.
Pong. That was
No, this is like in school, man, when they're like teaching you math, and they would say,
Oh, okay.
go all numbers divisible by 2. And so you got this little dude and you're like moving around and you're eating
Mhm.
the numbers. You would have loved that.
I probably would have slayed it.
You ever seen that video of Fraction Jackson?
No.
Fraction Jack. I can't play it. 'cause
Maybe I have.
It's on YouTube.
Maybe I
It's
have. Is that like
hilarious.
the sing along cartoon that teaches you about politics or like the government?
I don't know. That sounds
They
awesome.
had this
though.
like this bill of like rights, walking around singing songs. Do you remember?
I remember that from SNL where there was a Bill of Rights and then it got like kicked down the stairs. Maybe they were making fun of what you're talking about.
Maybe. Possibly. So you were married 16 years.
Yeah.
And
there's definitely, I had a job. Well, I still have the job, but I traveled a lot during the same job that I have now. But there's like 1 or 2 years where we traveled like crazy. And I would be just in Florida for like 6 weeks.
I remember that.
And we had we had our second kid, and it was just hard, man. It really was. And I kind of beat myself up over that for a while afterwards because I felt like I didn't connect with that kid as well as I did my first, because I was a stay-at-home dad. Like when I knew you,
because you didn't have as much time.
Yeah, I was working Whole Foods, and then I'd go home and I'd watch my oldest. But then I was out of town, but if you're not putting the time in, if you're seeing your wife in and out of it, like you're going and she's coming and you don't have time that you're spending with each other, you're going to have issues. Now, people get busy, and like when you're first married and like when you're in your 20s and 30s and you're trying to gain some traction as a person in this world, there's definitely going to be some sacrifice, I guess, as far as your time goes. But do you guys work out together?
We do now. Yeah, but you're saying like your environment constantly changes when you're married, and it's kind of you got each one.
Well, you change.
You're both changing, and your environment's changing, all at the same time.
Yeah, like you have all the challenges of your work and what you're trying to gain and where you're trying to go, and everybody should have goals as far as what they're trying to do in their career.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or at least your goal should be, I'm going to maintain what I'm doing right now. I'm happy with what I'm doing. How can I continue to stay engaged?
Yeah. But also splitting yourself, because you can't. It shouldn't be. It should never be the piece of the pie. It should never be 100% slaying work and then shortcomings on your marriage or relationship. So it's like being able to like compartmentalize and schedule yourself out so you're accountable.
But we have gotten so disconnected though at a certain point.
Yeah.
And we had been married, and it really was after kids, because we had 7 years.
It was after the second kid.
Yeah. We started having some issues. So let me just start at the beginning. So we get married. Mm-hmm. We live in Memphis. Best thing we ever did, because we moved and got away from both of our families, and we were able to just start fresh. So she's from Kentucky. I'm from Nashville. We live in Memphis for a while, and it was just us. We had our dogs. We're hanging out with our mutt in our apartment, and we're just learning life. Go to the record store, go see some shows.
Easy.
Just me and her just hanging out.
Yeah.
We get into working out. We still work out together. It's still one of my favorite things to do. Bro, she would be full-blown pregnant.
Working out.
And I would be declining like 350. I'm not joking. Declining like 315. And she's sitting there spotting me, and used to freak everybody out at the YMCA, and I thought it was hilarious. And people would go, "Hey man, if you ever need a spot, you just let me know." And I'm sitting there
like, "No,
I'm like, "No, man, like
pregnant wife can carry this 350 pounds easy."
I just needed 5 pounds, bro. I wouldn't do it if I didn't think I could. Maybe I shouldn't do that, but
it's okay. It worked out though.
Yeah,
don't try this at home though.
Totally killer. Yeah. She wouldn't have been 9 months pregnant. She might have been like 8.
And that was your first kid. Yeah, you were working out together, and then
we still do, and then we did afterwards.
Yeah,
and we've continued. I think that's a big piece, man. I think most of your marriage books would tell you that's a big piece, is having the same hobbies.
Yeah.
Like even the record store stuff, like that started
Doing
with me
together,
when I worked at Whole Foods, and now she does the bulk of it, and then I help her, and we do that together. We go to the gym together. Now my whole family does jujitsu. My wife she had a baby 6 months ago. A little boy, and so her abs are still kind of messed up. And
congratulations.
Thank you. And jiu-jitsu is 1,000% core, bro. You would be really good at it, by the way. You have nice body triangle legs.
Yeah, that's just like throwing people on the floor, right? That's like that Ronda Rousey pre-MMA, right?
No, it's it's basically wrestling. It's judo, like the throwing people,
You're like slinging people off the hip.
chokes, all the arm bars. Yeah, everything you see in MMA. There is they do striking over at this school too, but as far as all the groundwork, all that stuff that you're seeing, most of what you're seeing is jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, I
If
got a
they're
lot of
not
leverage
getting
with these
killed.
legs.
Yes,
Yeah, I could do some damage.
bro. There's some guys in there that are pit bulls. There's some girls in there who would tap you out too, and make you feel stupid. It's crazy. Like girls that are black belts, girls that are purple belts. I know you laugh.
No way.
Well, here's the thing. All these
I'm a
lifts.
different human being. I'm a different breed, so I got to see it first.
Yeah, come see it.
I
You
got
should check it out. It really is fun, man, and it is the most fun that I've had doing anything sport wise since college intramurals or something where you're just hanging out. So this would be totally uncomfortable to anybody else, but in jiu-jitsu, a normal day, you go in, maybe it's the first time I've ever met you in my life.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, you're laying on the ground.
Fight.
I'm mounted on top of you with my face like down next to your face. Like I had a
We're
guy.
We're literally kissing, practically.
Well, you can't get pregnant from it, I don't think. But no, you're not kissing, but you're sweating all over each other.
Yeah,
It'd be like
somebody
if
you've never
you had a
met.
brother. Did you guys wrestle?
Yeah, we did.
It's just like that, except they're teaching you how to actually do it. Versus me and my brother used to we would beat the heck out of each other, bro. The freak out of each other. Just black eyes, wrestling, hitting each other. We
broke
watch
my knuckle on his head.
But it's like that, but you're doing it with other grown human beings, not knocking each other out or anything.
Right.
But I think they do have some classes where they'll put on the gloves and go 40%.
Let's go 40%.
There's a guy that owns the CrossFit gym in town, or one of, and he's there. He's a brown belt. And he always says, he's like, you have to do something else besides jiu-jitsu, though. Like, you're not gaining strength and keeping your muscles conditioned. So I still go to the gym.
Yeah, you got to.
2 or 3 times a week, too.
Cardio gym. Get some work on.
Well, it's all the cardio you'd ever want. It's crazy.
Is.
Those rolls, so you sit there and wrestle for 2, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever.
Your neck gets stiff. That's why you got to use that.
My heart's about to pound out of my chest. Well, you engage that fight or flight. I think you try to do that when you're training in other ways, but it's not very hard when the other guy's trying to choke you to death.
Yeah, you
get there pretty quick.
Yes, I would agree. I did martial arts when I was younger.
What'd you do?
We just standard.
Like Taekwondo or?
Yeah, it's flying side kicks. Liu Kang.
I think Joe Rogan's a black belt in Taekwondo.
Yeah.
He's a black belt in jiu-jitsu.
A legit fighter. He stopped fighting because he almost killed somebody with his favorite backspin leg kick. I don't know. It's like a part of that kick is like blind. But he knew what he was doing, and he has like too much power, and he said he just like I saw the video. The dude just KO'd.
You know, man, I don't jock on him.
Got carried out.
But I like him. I like the fact that he really pumps fitness, rational thought.
Yeah.
He talks to people from completely different backgrounds than him.
Yeah, he receives as much as he can receive from everybody that's around him.
Yeah, I dig it. Do you listen to a lot of his stuff?
Every once in a while, I'll throw on something of his. Get back to the marriage thing, though. Get back to you said you had a first kid and you were working out together.
Yeah, so we work out. We stayed
like
doing
2
that
years
together. We were married for like 7 years before we had a kid.
Dang.
Yeah.
They say, I've heard that it's like 6 to 8 years is when like the struggles, like you have your first like.
Yeah, so our struggle started.
Together.
So we had my first child, and then about that same time, I had a job change. I went from Sherwin-Williams to.
But that was 7 years in.
Yeah.
You don't think it was difficult before 7 years?
Man, I don't think
it was.
Me and her never fought. I can think of like one time that she got upset when we were dating. Everything like we just didn't fight, man. I don't know.
First 7 years was kosher.
Yeah, it really was.
That's good to hear.
I'm not.
Gives me hope. That's probably gonna be the same with me.
Make it 8. And I'm not saying that trying to romanticize it either. We just really weren't. We didn't really get in disagreements.
Did really well.
And I think that's a lot to do with her and me. Like I feel like we're both pretty laid back. We don't take a lot of stuff serious.
Yeah. You kind of like mirror each other's demeanor in little ways.
Yeah. I try to. I do that I do that stuff for my kids too, man. Like they'll come down. I remember one of them spilled some grape juice just all over the table. And as opposed to being like just flying off the handle, what are you doing? What are you dumb? Like nothing like that. It was just like, hey, it's okay. Don't worry about it. We make mistakes.
Yeah.
You know,
Let me
let's
teach
just
you, let me teach you how to clean up grape juice
Yeah.
properly.
Yeah.
Because it's going to take soap and water, or that's going to be sticky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
if
a
you
lesson
don't,
in everything now.
if you don't teach them, right? Like,
yeah. They
who's
won't
going
know.
to teach them?
Nobody.
And I have this idea, man, that came from a Jordan Peterson book that has just echoed in my head over and over and over. And as I've been parenting my kids since I read that, he said that it was his chapter where he talked about don't ever let your kids do something that angers you. Because if your kid's doing something that you don't like, you love them.
Yeah.
And you don't like it and it's making you mad. So if they go out into the public and do these same things to society, are they going to like it? Of course not. They don't love them. And they're going to treat them worse than you would. So it's your duty as a parent to
challenge them,
show them all these things. Yeah.
Yeah.
And keep in mind that you're training these people to bring up your grandkids too, you know, and how are they going to know how to parent? Well, they're going to consider how you parented them.
Exactly.
So anyway.
And then maybe pull a stronghold.
Yeah.
From the past. That's how it happens. Yeah.
So we had some pretty real stuff start to happen. I'm not trying to do some kind of verbal vomit on you, but I know it's something you're interested in. So we had the first kid. We started having, you have some challenges there. You know, you're like, she's breastfeeding, and there were some issues with that. And then, you know, when a woman is breastfeeding or after they had a kid, like all that postpartum depression and some of that stuff. Some of that stuff's pretty real, man. I mean, think about the chemistry of the human body, and you have this thing that your body is dependent on your body, and it's just gone.
Yes.
And even though it's in your hand, I think there's some chemical stuff going on that really gives women the blues, and I think some of it can be pretty serious. Yeah. So I think there's some of that.
I agree.
There's some definite issue, and then the sleep piece. That's the when the kids don't sleep really well, or they're up and they're sick, and then
you're not sleeping.
Well, for my wife, she's breastfeeding, so a lot of the time she would, 99.9999 times she would be the one to get up with the babies, because what am I going to do, right? Like she wanted to, yeah. She's not pumping or whatever. It's just the way we
have to feed them every time they ask, even if it's like midnight. You can't just like, no, you get some food tomorrow.
They ask like, Mom, come on, I'm tired and my stomach hurts and I'm gonna keep crying if you don't let me get some of that milk. Go get my cigarette. I just threw it to be dramatic, but I really want that for the next time you come in here. And could you close my window? It's getting a little brisk.
That's not what I meant. That's not.
Come on, Mom. Let me get some of them.
Every time. Titties. So I'm picking up right now that you have to feed them every time they ask.
Well, it's the easiest way to calm them down.
Get it.
You know, like he's crying, or he now, because that's what she's doing. But at those times, it was the girls. And yeah, they're crying. You give them the boob, man.
Give them the boob.
She doesn't care. She'll pull it out in the gymnasium. I saw her breastfeed my child, whip it out straight in a graduation gymnasium the other night. She's slick about it.
You don't want to see? Don't look.
She doesn't care. After you've had 4 babies.
Well, I know she doesn't care. But
breastfed 4 babies, care, she doesn't care.
But she doesn't care that they care because they shouldn't look. If you don't like it, don't look.
Yeah, I'm gonna
feed my baby.
We're pretty holistic, hippie, whatever on the breastfeeding thing. Like she's not like walking around like full National Geographic or anything. I mean, it's modest. Yeah, but she doesn't like put the cover over either. Dude's not trying to eat his milk in a sauna.
Makes good sense.
Yeah.
108 degrees.
Bro, you don't have to find gold in your backyard to get the tits God intended you to have,
right? Exactly.
Right?
Nobody wants to drink milk when it's 95 degrees outside.
No. In a tent. Like a pink tent in the middle of a Walgreens. Nobody wants that.
In the middle of a crowd.
You know, people try to make the argument too, like, oh, those people should go to the... Are there... Is that even a thing, man? Are people actually really out there like protesting other people feeding their babies with? No, I don't think so, bro. Like, where does this crap come from, man?
It's fine. Let them
get a Sudoku book or something, bro. And go do that. You need a hobby. But anyway, so you go through all that. My wife had a miscarriage too.
Oh man,
that's rough. That was in between
1 and 2.
No, it was in between 2 and 3.
Dang.
And it was, yeah. I hope she's okay with me telling that. Surely, I don't care. She'll be okay with it. But
She'll be okay with it.
yeah, I mean, people knew.
You'll
Our family
edit it.
knows.
You'll
And that's
edit
who.
it if she's
Yeah,
not.
yeah, and I think people at work knew. But yeah, she had. No, I won't edit it. I'm not edit any of this.
Perfect.
Help me not edit this. It makes it take longer. Yeah, so she has the miscarriage. That was awful, man. And
That's
I remember
rough. And that was so. That's like year 9, 10.
when we were married. So that would be somewhere around in there.
Yeah. So you're like
Me and her have always been on the same page
Jeez.
about everything too, though, man. Like we both bought into like the Dave Ramsey ideas of
finances.
yeah.
Yeah.
You have to have all that kind of stuff in place.
Those are the big ones, right?
Yeah.
Finances.
I actually really think that you might like that Jordan Peterson book, man. It talks about how to get the chaos out of your life. I think church teaches people a lot of those same things. You know, a lot of the social norms. Like, church people aren't teaching people to hit their boyfriends and girlfriends, or shouldn't be, right? Like,
no, they're definitely not.
I mean, so there's a lot of chaotic pieces that just the moral upbringing of Christianity can help with. That does. The reason I'm saying that is there's a lot of the things that he says that mirrors some of that in its own way.
From a morality standpoint.
Yeah. But we were always on the same page about a lot of stuff, and I think a lot of that is what helped us deal. What for sure is what helped us deal with these problems I'm telling you about. Like, you all of a sudden have your wife and she's down and depressed because she lost a baby, but you still have to function and take care of these other 2 kids. You still got to go to work. You still got to keep the thing afloat, man.
Like, how do you balance mourning?
Yeah. And then everybody deals with pain in different ways. Some people internalize it. Some people want to lash out.
Mm-hmm.
And so you deal with all that. And then you have your stuff too, you know, like stuff that would bother me, like career or whatever. I don't know.
At the same time.
Yeah.
That's rough, man. I'm
and then
excited to see that, I mean, life after that's.
But all of it, all of the problems, looking back now, just made us stronger.
Yeah,
you learn.
That's what I'm saying.
You pretty much developed this code book of, here's our rules.
Yeah.
If I do this, she's going to get mad. I know she is, because in 2007, when I did this very thing, I think where people really screw up in marriages is when one person continues to just do something that they know the other person doesn't like. That could be sneaking and doing drugs. That could be having an affair. That could be, things related to having an affair. It could be porno. It could be, I mean, it's endless, right? Like we can make a list all night of all these different things, but when you're on the same page about the stuff, we actually went through a workbook one time too. I was going to show you that.
Me and my wife do that now. We do those.
It's really cool.
We try and get ahead of whatever we can get ahead of.
That's very smart. It's very wise.
Yeah.
I mean, because here's the deal. If you're really serious about being in it for life, there is a lot of value in that too, I think.
There's protocols.
So it's like a tree, man. Look, now I'm a 16-year-old tree, and think about how much stronger I am than a 1-year-old tree.
Right.
And this whole book of like how we deal with these problems, you're developing over time.
Absolutely.
So what I imagine now, what I'm aiming to have is these strong kids that are going off to college that know how to do whatever. They know how to behave. They know how to learn. They know how to read. I'm not laughing at you.
They come from a stable family.
Your dad's going to be like, I taught him how to read. That's not what I'm saying.
He did not teach me how to read.
Well, but you want to cast your kids off with the life skills they need to go do their thing, man. You're not always going to be there for them. So I imagine all of that happening, and then here are me and my wife like, look, man, we fixed up that old house, and now we have this house, and we've created this business, and we can just retire and enjoy our kids and what we've done. Like all of it is like cultivating a garden, man. It's the journey. Like, enjoy it for sure. Don't worry about, hey man, where are we going to be in 2 years? I mean, I've had times, bro, where we're worried about money and where, how are we going to do this? But you figure it out and you just keep going and you don't stop and don't just wallow in your misery.
No.
And as long as you're on the same page and you're not fighting about the problem the problems come in, I think, and where we would get stuck in a spot sometimes where we would fight about like the same thing. The same thing would just would just come up, and we just fight, come up, fight.
You talking about like
just like
sensitive issues, like
like just
finances come up again?
No, it was like a specific sensitive issue. You know, like something that like a problem that we had going on, or not really a problem. It was just like just a disagreement, and it would just come up.
Yeah.
And
like I like black cars, you like white cars.
Yeah.
Something generic, something that's just nothing that turns into something.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I guess it doesn't matter what it is, but we would fight over this thing, and we'd never really get anywhere. She'd get upset, I'd be mad, and then we'd go to sleep, and then we'd wake up, and then everything would be cool, and a couple days would go by, and then we'd fight about the same thing again. And so,
did you ever think about? Did you ever hear or try not going to bed angry, like trying to resolve it before you go to sleep?
So where we got to, and I don't think this is for everybody, but where we ended up and what helped us, I mean tremendously, is we both decided that we would try to have like an intimate interaction, like not necessarily sex or whatever, like
quality time together.
Yeah.
Time spent.
Yes. But
that's
aiming towards. So what we were doing was trying to aim towards having intimacy every night. Like not like a guaranteed, like, hey, we're gonna have sex every night. Not like that.
Intimacy doesn't always have to be sex.
Correct.
Right.
But anyway, so we would, when you have the mindset that, okay, when we go to bed tonight, we're gonna have this intimate moment. We're gonna talk. We're gonna hang out, whatever that is. If you're aiming towards that every day, it starts to make everything else like, hey man, you know, if I want to be cool with her later tonight, I'm going to help her wash these dishes. And like, I started being more helpful, and you start to realize like, if I'm keeping my wife happy, if I'm helping her, if I'm involved, whatever, like it's like putting oil in this machine.
Yeah.
You know, and like you're just keeping everything
tip-top
moving well, and you're being helpful, and you know, then they're more willing to help you with anything that you need. Or, you know, like for females, I don't know if all of them, but my wife specifically, it's like, man,
don't mansplain.
What? Am I mansplaining right now?
No, you're not. But you're like, you know, females.
I don't know anything
per your experiences, and you have some. Yeah. So let me.
So for me specifically, I'm not talking about all females.
Yeah, no,
I don't care about all females.
I know.
I really don't.
I had to.
Thank you for helping me.
I have to be ever present about
my wife says I mansplain. I hate that term, bro.
I do too, but we do it, and we got to acknowledge it because it's the only way to move forward. So I have to be present. So females,
evidently, yeah. So for females to be intimate, or my wife to be intimate, she has to feel close. It can't just be some forced thing.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah.
But if I'm helping, and so we end up having this deal. Like we actually did try for a while. We did go for quite a long time.
When did you start implementing that intimate time at night?
Let me say this a different way.
You did it from the beginning.
So it started that way, and then we decided like it worked.
Like it started marriage that way, or like
no. Sorry. Okay. So
how many years did you implement intimacy in the evenings as a regular occasion?
We didn't have to implement.
It just became a thing then.
Yeah. It was like, how can we? It was like, how can we fix this? How can we have these issues? Blah blah blah. We don't feel close. How can we fix it? Okay, let's just force our hand. We were like, let's.
So you did.
We're gonna sit down. We're gonna hang out. Okay. We're either gonna, talk, rub each other's backs, do whatever, or have sex, right?
Yeah.
But then it turned into, we decided to, and I know this is like super personal, but I don't care. It's my podcast, right? But like we decided, hey man, we're gonna have sex every night. Like we're gonna do it every night.
You can't do it every night.
Bro, listen.
You can't do it every night.
Okay, listen. Women are going to hate me for saying this. You can. But here's the deal, man. It takes an insane amount of work.
Yes.
Do you know how much work that it takes? Do you know how many dishes you got to clean? And I suck at it sometimes. Yeah. But we would come up with this deal where it's like, okay, if you give me X amount of time for housework, and but to make all that work, do you know how nice you have to be during the day?
Yes.
And it like instantly fixed it. It's basically
You're filling her love tank.
It's basically what you do when you date. Like it's like you're, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying you're out there trying to have sex while you're dating all the time or anything like that.
You're putting up what you got to put up to. That's what you're saying. Like
you're putting up your A game.
You're doing what you're being accountable in the relationship.
It was so known that I was doing that. Like I had another buddy that I would talk about. Like we were both kind of having some issues at the same time, and me and him would talk. And to this day, every time I talk to him, he's like, "Are y'all still doing the sex every day thing?" And it's like, I know that's weird, and like, it may even seem misogynistic, like, but it's not. What I'm telling you is me and her figured out that was kind of our thing. Now all that changes every time that we have a baby, and we've had a lot of babies.
Yeah.
So when she's breastfeeding, her body's just different. It's like her body is in this mode where I already have a baby. I don't need another baby. So it's not as easier for her to do that.
Yeah,
but then when the breastfeeding and the babies are gone, it's a completely different thing. And then me and her are back onto the same page with that stuff.
So it's
just something we found that worked for us.
So it just became this thing that you kind of consciously brought into
but then it
your
worked,
relationship.
And then we were just like, dude, look at this. And it almost became this badge of honor that me and her had.
She came up with together. Absolutely.
Yeah. So if like me and her are really mad, and then I go, hey, look, it's like 7. I know we're going to go to bed at 9. Like, I'm really sorry for what I said. And we would work it out.
Yeah.
And like, is there anything I can do?
Yeah. What do you need from me?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's good.
Now, I'm not saying we always did that to perfection. But we did get pretty good at it. And it did help us fix our relationship from the from the problems that we had.
I think communication's like the biggest thing ever in terms of a marriage.
And I think that's more or less what it caused. Like, I don't think it's the sex everyday thing. I think that kind of became our badge of honor. But I think really what it is what you're saying, that we were talking, we were communicating.
And learning through that what
she knew what my needs were. So everybody's love language is different.
Yeah.
Some people need quality time. Some people need physical touch. Some people need, all that.
Yeah.
So you figure out what you need.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, if yours is gifts, your wife can't just buy you crap all the time. That's ridiculous.
Make me something. You better go out there and make a
You could have laminated it.
Stick figure out of sticks. Yeah. But that helps. That definitely helps, especially when you develop that. And that was, you said, around year, you didn't really say, but it was, I'm trying to know how far in your marriage, because we're implementing that now. That's what I'm saying. We just started.
Yeah, and nobody told me, man.
We want to go to bed
happy.
We want to do our best to go to bed in some peace every time. So, I mean, you said no one told you. I had this random dude. I did Lyft and Uber for a long time. And I picked up this 60-year-old. No. See, I'm already off. The dude was near 90. And he had been married for 60 years. I was picking him up from the home that his wife's in. And because she can't take care of herself anymore, and he's too old to take care of her at their home. So I picked him up from this home. I don't even know what they call it. What do they call a home?
Like a nursing home?
Like a nursing home. Yeah. So I'm like, how are you doing today, man? He's like, I'm doing good. Got to see my wife. I was like, that's good. Is she like sick? Is she like ill? She's like, well, she's here sometimes, and she's not here other times. I'm like, okay, so like maybe like dementia or something like that. And he's like, yeah, but today is a good day. So I brought her some flowers, and I was like, man, that's great. You're married 60 years, and you just brought your wife some flowers because you know it makes her happy. And he's like, yeah, and we had a good time together. And I was like, all right, well, I'm going to go ahead and ask you, like, I'm about to get married. Bless me. Tell me what in your 60 years of experience is most valuable now at the end of your life. And he was like, he told me 3 things. I don't know if I remember all 3, but I remember the ones that stuck out to me of the 3. He said, constantly pray all the time for each other. That was a big one. And then he said, don't go to bed angry. Like, you've been married 60 years and you never went to bed angry one time? I asked him. And he was like, no, not one time. I was like, 60 years, not one time. He was like, no. I was like, guess that's why they're still married.
Well, think about the biblical idea of Jesus and the church.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like the way the Bible frames up marriage.
Right.
I mean,
It's what was created.
Could he ever, in that scenario, could he have anger? Could he, I mean, would he go to bed just hating the church? I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I think
right. You're talking about the
there.
covenant relationship between God and the church as we're supposed to implement.
Yeah, and I probably said that bad, but
no, I mean,
if
I got what you're saying,
and that the church would be his crowning jewel in the literature that is
bride,
the Bible.
His bride.
So now think about here's this female. For me, my wife, she's incredible, but so here's this female. She does all these things. She helps. When you see a woman like raise your children. Yeah. Like when I see my wife
a piece of
sitting there holding I was holding my son the other day. Mm-hmm. We had gone back to church since COVID. And I'm always the one at church. If the kid freaks out, I take him out because I can get him to sleep in like 2 seconds.
Right.
It's a skill I have. I have certain skills. Hey man, you have 4 babies. I become the baby whisperer. I'm like,
4 babies that can't sleep.
I'm like, go to sleep now. But so I take him out and I'm sitting there holding him, and I'm looking at him, and I really did think this.
Yeah.
I don't have I do have a favorite child right now, but it's like,
okay.
But I'm sitting there it's not him actually, but so I'm sitting there holding him, and I go, this is the most important human being that I've ever met, because he is like, not that my girls are not, but like he's gonna have my name. He has my Y chromosome. Like his Y chromosome is exactly the same as mine. Mm-hmm. Like this dude basically is my DNA.
Yes.
Is as close to me as there will ever be, right?
Crazy.
Is my son.
Yeah.
And then to see your wife like raising him and like holding him and feeding him and taking care of him.
Biggest piece.
Yeah, like he's going to live, he's going to live past me, or has the potential to take whatever ideas that I have that he thinks are good and learn from me and learn from his mom. Mm-hmm. And then boom, So it's wild.
That's powerful.
Yeah, that's what powerful. I mean by it. It's just I'm sitting here like, okay, here's this guy.
Yeah.
Because here's the deal with females too. Like I'm not knocking females, but men are powerful too. So it's like in like the old school way the world is. Let's say everything goes to heck. Mm-hmm. He's also the one that's like the closest. Like, hey bro, can you hold a gun? Like you want to get in the ditch, like in the trenches with me? Like it's my son, man.
Yeah. You probably have a daughter that's going to want to get in those
for
trenches
sure,
too.
For sure. I have 2 daughters that do jujitsu too, and I don't mean it that way. I'm just saying, in all form and fashion, it's
when
like
it
Lion
King. When
my
it hits
son,
the fan, your son.
Yeah,
yeah.
And I'm not saying he's my favorite. That's not what I mean at all. I just mean that I finally get it too. Yeah. People used to ask us. We had 3 girls first, and people would say, are you going to try for a boy? You're going to keep going till you have a boy. It used to get on my nerves, man. It really did. Because I love my girls. Bro, they bring me ice water and lemons and fruit. You just got them
get me stuff.
No, they do it because they want to. Well, we do stuff like that for them too, man.
They nurture.
Yeah, and I'm wrapping all this up with all what we're talking about, whether it's sex every day or whether it's some sort of sit down session. It's whatever work. I think we just found what worked for us. Maybe we just wanted to do that and didn't know that that's what we wanted to do.
Maybe you needed it and you didn't know until you implemented it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're analytical in that way, I guess. We just
But I think the fact that you're asking these questions and the fact that you asked that old man, that says everything.
Bro, I will be blessed.
That's all you can do.
I will be blessed. I can tell when people are a blessing. You just tell. Have you ever had instances in your life that you know that this is a blessing, and I'm fully aware that this is a blessing, and I'm going to honor this blessing. I'm going to gain wisdom. I'm going to ask my questions. I'm going to take what this guy has to give. I mean, it's intellectual at that time. Sometimes it's others. But at that moment, I knew exactly what it was. I knew I was about to get married, and I just picked up this guy, divine intervention, whatever you want to call it. And this guy was about to give me a blessing. So, I mean, I come from a healthy marriage. I come from a successful marriage. So I was built for this, but I know at that time, like, okay, this is my blessing. This is my peace. So I asked him, and I don't know this guy. And the ride back to his home was 5 minutes. If that. He was really close. He's like, come inside. I'm like, okay. Walked inside with him. He's like, "Hey, I make these crosses, and I put blessings on them." I'm like, I knew it. I knew this was coming. Like, I just knew it. So, and yeah, in Jesus' name, the dude blessed me. 90 years old. It's like almost like the passing of a torch. And I'm like, I know exactly what this is. I receive all of this. Like, I want it. I'm gonna do it as good as I can do it. I'm gonna be accountable. I'm gonna do what I have to do, because it's not about relationships aren't the same. So it's like you're in a relationship. Marriage is like a completely different thing. It is a relationship by definition, but it's like it's different.
It
Like,
is
it's something that has to be.
You're gonna have problems. You got to work through it.
It's not done because it's easy. It's done because it's important. It's just important to do it right. And whatever that looks like, you try and do it to the best of your ability. So I still have that thing today. It's hanging in my closet. No one knows about it except me and my wife. It was a blessing. He gave me a cross that had a blessing on it, and I put it, and that's just like the passing of a torch. He handed me that thing, and 60 years of
that's awesome,
blessed marriage that given to me, and I see it. I even see it sometimes. If we have like a little scuffle or something like that, I'm like, it's okay. I've been blessed already. We're going to make it through this. So yeah, I'm going to ask my questions. I'm going to say, 16 years, what'd you guys do?
Well, if you see people that are doing something that you want to do, like think back in your life.
Not only want to do, but want to do well.
Yeah.
It takes some exploration.
You put the same amount of work into that you did basketball or being fit or getting educated or whatever, you'll be fine.
Yeah. And that's what I tell the kids too.
But you have to make sure your wife, you're both in on that together. Like I think
right.
everything is.
I knew she was, which is why I married her. That's why I asked. Like I could see right away that she was somebody that I could do life with. She was the one I asked for. Crazy story.
Some people communicate differently too, though. Mm-hmm. So for me,
you have to learn that.
Yeah, you have to learn that. Like, there's the right time to ask, or my wife, sometimes she doesn't want to bother me with her problem, like something that's bothering her. Mm-hmm. Like she just wants to just not talk about it, not worry me with it. Like it may not have anything to do with me, but I can tell. You can tell. Like
space.
Something's bothering her. Mm-hmm. So then I'll ask, and she's like, nothing. And then you kind of end up having a scuffle over nothing. So I've had to learn to just, when she says I'm good, okay,
yeah,
and then say something else like, okay, well if there's anything that it's not to do with me, I'm good. But if there's anything you need to talk about, like I'm here.
Yeah. Like
whatever.
I know.
Yeah. I notice something's bothering you, but if you're telling me everything's fine, I'm just gonna let it go. Because man, you're not. People don't always have. Like every day's not a good day. Yeah. Some days you just wake up and you're tired.
Yeah.
Your neck hurts.
Yeah, she
you
does
got neck headaches.
She does. I got a solution for that. It's a gun.
I have
a massage gun.
You have to open your mouth though; you'll chatter your teeth out.
You rattle your brain. We do that now. We're learning. We're learning that. We're learning how to be okay with, like, I'm not okay right now. Like, this is how we get through this. Or she said at times that I brought something up and she just wasn't in a place to talk about it because she knew it'd go south if we did.
Yeah.
And she's like, I will talk about this. Well, we can't be right now. I was like, okay.
Yeah, it's fair.
Okay, fair.
It's rational.
Fair. Yeah. So
I think that's what it's all about, man.
Yeah. Proper communication. Communication.
Yo, you want to take a break for a second? Let's take a break, man. Come back.
Shit, I'm gonna ask when I get home.
Check. Dude, you like my flag on my mic?
I do. It makes you look like Aerosmith.
That's what my last buddy that I haven't posted his podcast.
Sweet
emotion.
We have to pay for that. We're gonna have to pay for that.
We sounded so much like it that's probably 30,000 that I'm gonna get sued for on this episode.
Probably they're gonna say you owe us 36.
I really didn't realize that you painted, man. I get so nervous that camera's not on. I should go check it.
Yeah, man, go check it. while I eat another grape in this microphone.
Yo, I really like having the incense in here too. I try not to burn so much in my house, but this burns pretty clean, I think.
Yo, do you sterilize these?
Yes, I sterilize it every time.
Do I get a new foam piece?
No, but I wipe it off with alcohol. Spray it with disinfectant spray
You
that I
spray
got.
this with disinfectant? Okay,
You
I'll
work-
allow it.
You're all of a sudden now worried about it after like 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, no, painting's big time. There's been a constant, and
And you've been doing it for 6 years.
yeah, it pays well, and it allows me to, like I was saying, my passion is training and coaching and developing, human beings,
Just in basketball, or
every way they'll allow me to, yeah, nutrition, spiritual life, physical, weights, training, court work. I specialize in court work, but
court as in basketball,
basketball.
not like legal court.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I can see how that can be confusing. Objection. Leading.
Dude, you know what kind of videos I watch on YouTube in relation to court? I don't know why. It's like this, maybe it's a sick obsession, I don't know, but I watch videos of people getting sentenced.
That's weird.
And
you want to see the
heavy
reaction of the person?
Well, there's a
when
lot
they're
of
told?
wild reactions. I mean, there was one guy just totally freaks out. They give him 40 years. I think it was 40 years. He freaks out and yells and cusses at the judge, and they give him like 15 more or something crazy. And what'll blow my mind about it is just how quick someone can throw away
A life.
like 15 years. Like, think about right now, if you could not leave this space right here for 15 years. I mean, it wouldn't be this would be better than prison.
Take it a day at a time.
Yeah.
15 years of podcasts
And
with Craig.
records.
I would lose my mind.
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be wild.
Yeah,
but I
no,
mean, just
that's
how
intense
quick.
to watch that though. I heard about a guy that drank poison and killed himself. He was sentenced, and it was some I don't even know, a dictator or something like that. I don't even know.
Do you like Quentin Tarantino movies?
Don't quote me on dictator. I don't know who he was. He was an older man with gray hair. Tarantino, yeah. I mean, they're great. It's good art, I guess.
What is it
Some
about
of
like that dark end of humanity though that we desire? Because I like seeing some of that stuff like you're talking about too.
Yeah, it's when you tell a kid not to do something, what's the first thing they want to do?
Do it.
Yeah, it's appealing.
Humans want to know. We're the
Humans
curious
are
little
curious,
monkey.
and that's where it all started. Don't eat that. There's everything is you can have.
Yo, man, we used to talk to
you can
animals
have-
and everything,
you
dude.
can have everything you want.
Just don't touch.
Just don't
touch
eat
them.
that.
Like you sit here and talk to all these animals.
What do you want to do? I want to go eat that.
It was a
Why
woman.
can't I eat that?
It was a woman.
The blessing that was given to us brought us down.
It's pretty wild.
It's pretty wild. Well, he did great.
Hey, did you know
On
that
live
the
TV.
in Genesis? I don't know why. Since we're in the garden,
Let's go.
I'll talk about it.
Let's go.
There, the light was created on the first day,
Yeah,
but the sun wasn't created till the third day.
it's confusing.
Right.
Yeah. Our son.
I think I have an answer to why,
Our
but it would
son-
just be verbal gymnastics.
our
But it's
son.
the way I've concluded it for myself.
Tell me, bro.
Fire.
Fire. Fire was the light.
Yeah. As like a thing, like we understand it as a thing like air and water is. So you have to have fire before you could have the sun. So maybe
Yeah.
the light is fire. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the only way I've been able to rationalize that quandary.
People that have died and have testimony of dying and seeing, Jesus or God, say it's some of them say that it's light. It's like pure light. So I don't know that the light necessarily was our worldview of the sun in its daylight, but let there be light. Boom. Like our sun, if we're going to go with a creationist view, is just one of how many? light-giving sources that are in the universe. How many suns are there? How much of them are bigger or smaller than ours? So I don't think that. I honestly, I like those little, like, that doesn't make sense, parts in the Bible, because it just makes you want to, what does this mean? It makes you dig in a little more, maybe ask another question, try and get some sense out of it, because that's what it's for, you know?
Yeah, and I've said over and over and over, man, I'm really past the part of, like, I don't think it matters either way. I really don't, whether it's true or whether it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's still so much value, and even if it is just this
Right.
record of oral tradition, it's still insane and would be almost holy. You're really wishing you'd gotten some more water, don't you?
Nah, it's actually good because the ice is gonna melt, and I'm a slow drinker.
That's a sick cup, isn't it?
It's great.
just
It's
how
probably
cold-
the best
I bet
cup I've
your
ever
wa-
drank water out of. This might.
It makes the water
This might
extra
get clubbed
cold.
out. It'll be here and then it won't be.
What happened to my Dave Matthews cup?
I don't know, man. You should probably ask your wife. Maybe your kids use
Yo,
it.
Spring Hill has the best water. Do you know we
Really?
don't have fluoride in our water?
No, I did not. Wait, this is from the tap? This isn't like filtered?
Well, it's filtered through the refrigerator,
Perfect.
but our water source down here is really good.
Wow.
It's
Didn't know
very clean. It's one of the reasons why we stayed. It's killer. But
That's actually people need to know that.
yeah, there's like there's extra little goodies to little municipalities.
What were we on? What were we on before that? talking about oh, it's yeah, what you said was even if whatever your view is, it doesn't negate the fact that the Bible's good.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
to a point.
And what would you replace
it?
it with? You know, I've said on this podcast, and I've ripped different portions of what I think is fundamentalist religion.
Mm-hmm.
I have no desire to be religious. I want to be a Christian.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
or at least in the sense of, I want to emulate what Christ did.
Yeah.
If for no other reason than, since I've been doing that,
Mm-hmm.
it makes my life better. But as far as all this ticky-tacky, like the difference between this denomination and that denomination, I have no desire to spend any of my time in that realm at all.
But that's
I really
you
don't.
said it. I mean, you can't say it any better than that. That's what the results of it. To live a lifestyle like that bears fruit, and the fruit is what comes of living this way.
And I just think no matter how much you beat to, how am I going to say this? No matter how fundamentalist you are about a certain set of ideas, you can't get over the fact that Jesus was compassionate, and he showed grace, and he showed love.
In the worst of situations.
And time again, read history, read Roman history, read Russian history, American history.
Yeah.
It always gets bad when people don't respect other people, when people are judging people for some superficial thing.
Absolutely.
Or there's some, big nationalist push where you're getting by, almost like glorifying, you can, let me say this the right way, because I have the utmost respect for this. And I do have the American flag on my show every single time I feel patriotic in the sense that this right here is the promise that we can sit here and talk and do what we want to do, and nobody can oppress us. And as long as we agree to this law that we have, we're good.
Yeah, it's big time.
And let's just keep doing that and make sure our kids have that and their kids have that. And
life and liberty,
we're cool.
for sure. Pursuit of happiness.
But I think you can push it too far too, to
And
where
power
then you're
corrupts.
where then you're not being rational and you're not being reasonable, and you can become so incompassionate to someone else who wasn't born under this flag. And so what I mean is you have a lot of people that are very anti illegal immigrants, and you have people that are
like, those are people.
Yeah. I said this, man, and I really think there's truth to this, and I'm going to wind you up and you go, because I know you'll say something to this, but we have sent missionaries to all these different countries for decades, medical mission trips, all these other aids, and we take them water, and they learn a little bit about us too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we think we're down there teaching them, but then they start to learn about what the United States is, and look at these people who come here and help us.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe they want their situation in whatever little country they're in that has its challenges, or maybe is just poor and doesn't have opportunity. And then they get tired of that. And then they sit there and look at their kids and they want what's best for their kids too. Think about the mentality that it would take to get in a caravan of people and walk across Mexico. And think about the horrors that would be in that type place.
And the fear.
Yeah. And not knowing. And then the language barrier.
Over. Yeah.
And we should be receiving those people. The problem is that it's become political. That is the problem really with everything, because if you look at it from just these are humans
that are doing something.
We obviously have enough around here to share.
Yeah.
You know, yes, there have to be laws. There have to be limitations. It's just a political football. But at the same time, these are human beings.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm for legal immigration,
Yeah.
and I do think that we have to be a land of laws. But look, man, these people need help. What did we do during World War II when people were just fleeing like crazy when the bombs started dropping in Europe and Prussia area?
Yeah, I feel like they were a little more lenient. Maybe not.
Jews like crazy flooded New York.
Yeah. We were much more.
Wouldn't you?
Why would there be a difference between?
I think we've really lost the ability to walk a mile in another man's shoes is really what it is.
Yeah.
Like if you just stopped and thought about somebody else's situation.
Yeah.
You
would
know?
you feel the same way? If you really empathized, you wouldn't.
What would you do if your girl was at home crying all alone on the bedroom floor because she's hungry?
That's
and
country.
The only way to feed her is to sleep with a man for a little bit of money, but something's gone. I don't know. That's one of those
that costs so much money, dude.
We're up to 50,000.
You're not gonna be able to do another podcast.
I'm gonna have to hawk all my stuff.
You're gonna have to sell something very important.
But it's true, man. I mean,
they're people. They're people.
Most things can be solved.
Help them
with 2 words.
Help the orphans.
Love and grace.
Yes. Help the immigrants. Help the widows. Help them. They're people. The poor, the needy. Help them.
But see, we like to label everything. We like to put all these things in boxes, and we forget one thing, bro. The world is trying to kill all of us. Like, we don't have to sit here and try to figure out how to kill each other. Nature's trying to kill us every single day. If we didn't have a house, the sun would burn you up. If you would only make it about a year because you'd freeze to death if you didn't have a place. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we've had to figure out all these ways just to stay alive. But then we got bored with just staying alive. We can go. You were talking about the grapes. Think about the trouble that people used to have to go through just to have grapes.
Bro.
They didn't have a refrigerator.
So I had to clean these.
They didn't have Walmart. They didn't have Whole Foods. Now we're snapping off about, are these really organic? Did you put them too close to the non-organics? They're now tainted. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have invented ways to get annoyed and have problems.
Yeah. Not me.
We sit around and we're like, those people look different than us.
Yeah, the nerve.
Where do you think they came from?
The audacity.
And then they make up some story, and then boom. Yeah, it's very wild.
It's
ridiculous. And people talk about the difference between the Old Testament and the New Testament. That's one of the things that you start to see present in the New Testament. It, from a literary sense, is you used to have kings and then like noblemen and then like common folks and peasants, something like that.
Right. Hierarchy. Yeah,
right. Yeah. But then this idea starts to be portrayed and starts to grow in the world where, hey, all humans, despite their status, are equal in importance. And then you see Jesus portray all that.
Yeah. I want to see a king talking amongst the people, the disenfranchised, the people on the fringe. I want to see a king that mingles with them. I want to see a king that puts himself present in an issue. That's what you want to see. You want to see that in your government.
That's what we need to see. Yeah.
And that's what Jesus did. He was controversial too. Like,
for sure.
He got
Yo, we were talking on the phone about that story where he's writing.
Yeah. That the nefarious woman,
was that in
adulteress. Luke? She did. It's a good question.
But the
references are hard, and I'm doing my best to learn them.
No, it's fine.
But I think maybe one of those.
So they bring her.
Bring her, toss her down. Yeah.
It said
And you say
the law.
What'd
The
you,
law says
yeah, the law says, the law of Moses, always the Torah, the first 4 books of the Bible.
that she should be stoned.
She should be stoned. Yeah. What do you say?
And
then
he didn't say anything.
he didn't say anything.
Started writing.
He knelt down and started writing in the dirt.
What do you think he was writing?
I think he was playing tic-tac-toe with her. Just like,
He
like,
invented
hey,
tic-tac-toe right then.
Where would you go right here? I just made an X right here. Where would you go? Just like, I think it was. I feel that maybe it might have been a distraction. She was probably horrified. She probably knew who this man was, and she heard this might be Messiah. This might be God. What weight would that carry? And now these guys want her to be stoned and murdered because she knows what she did. So the pressure of knowing what she did, knowing who she's about to see, and knowing what these men want to do. So can you imagine how distracting it would be if somebody's doing all that and somebody gets down and tries to distract you from...
Well, it says they walked away. It makes the reference, I think, that they walked away individually. Like they didn't just leave as one group.
Yeah, one at a time.
So I had a friend of mine that I've talked to 2 friends about this.
What do you think he wrote?
What I lean towards now is what my buddy Tiger said. He said he thinks that he was writing their sins on the ground.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And make it,
That's
and
deep.
that would make the point of,
That's deep.
But
that's like...
do you want to be stoned?
Yeah.
This is also against the law of Moses. But either way,
I think he was drawing.
my other buddy,
Yeah.
Eric, he's where all this came from. He did a little speech that I watched online, a little like devotional talk that I watched online. And he was saying, here's Jesus, and the scripture and verse says stoner. But then what did they do? And so he's really pointing at that fundamentalist piece, I think, is what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I know the scripture says that homosexuals or whatever.
Yeah.
But like, what about all these other sins that everybody else does?
Yeah.
Like, you can live in sin in so many different ways. You understand? Would Jesus cast these people away?
No.
What would Jesus do? What?
Right. WWJD.
What would Jesus do?
That feels
walking
like
in
we should
my
make bracelets.
shoes? Yeah, but I'm serious. Like, even just in a literary way, as if Jesus were just a character in a book.
Mm-hmm.
That absolute truth that we just said is insane.
Yeah, no man is without sin.
Yeah.
So why would you...
Who are you?
Who gives you the right
Yes.
to tell me how to do anything?
Correct.
There's one man that did it the way I would like to do it. Let me see what he says. What did he do? Oh, he hung out with poor people? All right, I'm going to hang out with poor people then. I was driving Lyft one time. I'm always like feeling like every time I get in that car when I was driving, I was like, there's a chance for ministry to break out. And always
what is with that? I always have some killer conversations with my Lyft drivers.
I always left the door open because it's
like a confessional.
It's a bartender. It's like a confessional. It's like a non-Catholic.
I bet you've heard some wild stuff.
I have seen some terrible things, but I've also seen some absolutely gorgeous and beautiful.
How long did you do it? How long did you
on
do
and
it?
off for? Shoot, I don't know, 2 years.
Okay.
Like 4,000 plus rides.
So you like did it?
I did it. I put 200K on my car. I love driving.
You had that Volkswagen, right?
I love people at times. Yeah.
You still have that?
Still has it. Purrs like a kitten, man. I take good care of my vehicles.
German engineering. I used to have a jet. I loved it.
German engineering. Thing runs like a champ. Thing doesn't spit. That thing doesn't do anything but just cruise.
I had the body style before yours.
Devours miles.
And it would, I would get on that on-ramp coming off McEwen.
Yeah.
And that thing would go down that hill like a scalded dog, man. That thing would fly. Those cars are fast.
Those things move. Those things, they're built
yeah.
to do the Autobahn at 100 miles an hour.
I'm not saying it's the fastest car out there.
It's not the fastest car out there. It's built solid, and it's built to go fast. The Germans know what they're doing. They know they have a highway that has no speed limit. They know people are going to want to cruise at 120 miles an hour. You got to have a vehicle that does it. Even their cheap vehicles do that.
Yeah.
So it's quality. But yeah, no, I was driving and always leave room for like ministry or something like that. And this one's challenging. All right. So I'm I'm working on my nutrition. I got a gallon of water. I drink it every day, and it becomes routine habit. It's my discipline at the time. So I had this gallon, and I pull over anywhere. That's also what I loved about it. Downtown city, I'll just pull over anywhere, get out, pop the trunk, take a second, stretch my legs, drink my water, go to the bathroom before I get back in the car. Routine. This homeless man comes up, and I always check myself. This person's important. No matter what it looks like. For 1 second, I'm giving myself that thought. This person's important. Who is this? And sometimes it's not true. Sometimes it is. So this guy comes up, and I'm drinking the water, and he's literally looking at me like it's the most important thing he's seen all day. And he's like, yo, man, can I get a sip of that? I'm like, yeah. And I hand him the water. Dude, just full mouth. Inhales this. I mean, I had 2/3 left. Just full mouth in this thing. Just like sucking the air out of this gallon. Inhaling my water. I'm not drinking it anymore. But for a second, I had to breathe. And I was like, this person's important. This man just wants water. And as soon as he took the water down, and he's like he got hit with methamphetamines, just was like charged, just boom, like he hadn't had water for 2 days. And I was like, oh, okay. I was like, you can have that. The rest of it's yours. He's like, I'm gonna have this, man. Thank you, man. I was like, that's all I got to give. I'll give you this water, but that stuff hits me, man. And I think about scripture like
entertaining angels,
and you don't even know it. Do you think like if you go through scripture, angels more times than not can take the form of a human being? Sometimes that's not what they are.
Churches of Christ don't teach a whole lot on angels. They really don't. They kind of stay away from that.
It's touchy sometimes. Yeah. But I mean, it clearly says they're in there, and it says you might have entertained them and not even known it. So come in a human form. Do you think that person that you entertained? So I'm going to take it at its word. You say you can entertain angels and not even know it. I'm going to take that it's happened in human history. Do I think for a second that it's going to be an appealing nature? Like it's going to be a human being you met that just draws you to him because he's rich and powerful and famous? You think that? Not for 1 second do I think that if he's going to bring an angel down to talk to you in a situation, it's going to be somebody that's appealing to you. It's going to be... for me, I think like it's going to be a challenge for you, because why am I bringing divine down to the physical if it's not to test you or challenge you or make you think in some kind of way that's going to bring fruit to you if you pass this test? So I really think to this day that homeless man was an angel and just wanted some water. Homeless as can be.
Yo, I got a
dirty.
theory. I got a theory that Christians
Thirsty.
believe in aliens.
They do. Some do.
No. I'm saying like the framework of believing in Jesus
I see what you're saying.
or God,
because
you're believing
an alien. Yeah,
you're believing
that
in an extraterrestrial. But you see what I mean?
Yeah, that'll. Some people just got upset with that phrase that I just said.
Whatever. Just listen for 10 more minutes, and we'll probably say something you like.
For sure, we will.
If anybody's even listening at this point, right?
The way, the truth, and the light. That's a bar right there.
Yeah. Man, we were talking about the marriage stuff. Let's go back to there because there was something big that I wanted to ask or talk about.
Mm-hmm.
In your specific experience, you're in an interracial marriage.
Yeah.
And so that's obviously something that I have no experience in.
Yeah.
What kind of challenges?
What do you think when you see it? What is the first thing?
Care.
The first thing that comes to your mind? You just don't care.
Well, I don't.
It's noticed.
I just,
if it's ever noticed, you don't think anything of it. That's kind of a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think what I would. I mean, you obviously do notice. Yeah. I mean, you would notice.
Well, what do you
interracial couples?
So for me, when I was young and I saw my first interracial couple, I was just at a basketball game, and my first thought was it was a white guy and a black girl. So my first thought was, dang, that kid must be cool. like like not even like it was my first thought. Like that dude must know how to carry himself. I don't know, for whatever worldview I had of black women at the time. I was just like that was my first thought. He must be a pretty cool dude, you know. So I don't know why I thought that, but it wasn't even ever something that I always thought. It just came to my mind. Like,
I guess if, I mean, obviously, at a certain point in this country, it's taboo, or it was taboo, and I guess I always think those people have to be pretty strong, you know, like they don't care what people think.
yeah,
And I always appreciate that piece about anything, like even the skateboarding stuff we were talking about earlier. When some people just go, okay, these are the social norms, but I don't really care. Like, I'm not really jacking with those social norms. That's not the way I feel, and I only have one time to do this thing called life.
yeah.
You know,
About people, man.
who is anybody else to tell me what to do?
Yeah,
You know, and I don't mean that in some like holy art thou statement. I'm just saying,
right.
if you meet someone and you love them, who is
Doesn't
anyone
matter.
else to tell you that you can't do that?
It doesn't matter.
You know what I mean?
Because what matters
That's what I really think. And
it's a good way to look at it.
And then I don't care too. And when I say I don't care, I don't mean that in some kind of like, that's somebody else's problem. I mean it in a way that I have my issues.
Yeah.
And I have my life, and I have my challenges in my life and difficulties and whatever else. I don't really want to spend my time thinking about what other people do.
It's wasting your time. It's getting in the way of the important
and
things
especially
you have to
in
do.
some way to just like, what is that when you're just going, this is what I think about interracial marriage.
Comes back to that strong.
Man.
It comes back to that stronghold. Where do you think they learned
And,
it from?
and what are you trying to accomplish by that?
Right.
I don't understand that.
They're
piece of it.
accomplishing being like their dad. Or
But are there people that are
being
still
like their?
Are there people that even speak out or say anything negative about interracial marriage, or is that pretty? I mean, it'd be mostly underground.
Yeah,
stuff.
it would
like,
just
I mean,
be,
you tell me. I don't know.
It would just be gossip if it happened at all. I don't know of any situations. I mean, okay, so you gotta take into consideration that I'm not a normal human being with another not very normal human being. Like, we all have characteristics that just set us differently, like tall, for example, or athletic, or something that just looks something. So we're gonna get looked at. Before her, I was constantly
I get
looked
that.
at. So I can't discern which one of those looks.
Like, why are you getting looked at because you're an interracial couple, or because you're 6'10"?
Or giraffes, just a couple of giraffes just trying to get to the watering hole.
What are y'all looking at, bro? You're not eating me, are you? All right,
I gotta buckle in my legs just so I can get to the water. Yeah. So I don't know. I can't discern what looks are good or what looks are bad. Nobody's ever gonna be. Is anybody anymore gonna? I can't imagine that anybody anymore will feel so compelled with disagreement that they vocally ambush us in some type of way. I can't imagine that would happen.
But see, I would almost, from the outside, absolutely. But it seems like, I could be wrong, but it seems like a lot of that would even come internally.
You're talking about
from family.
Family? Yeah.
Because your family can be some of the most cruel people to you, not even realizing it. But they're trying to save their face, or they, maybe because it's taboo, they're worried about what other people think about their kid marrying into an interracial.
And that's the blessing that I walked into for sure. That they are pretty good with not caring about what other people think, not even their own family. Like, they care what their family thinks, but if it comes against the way that they're living their life in a way that they find is fruitful, then they don't. So they're very close family, very wonderful family, and they don't. There's no. Shoot, I got lucky with my in-laws. Like, they're just cool. I mean, there's no we're people, man. It's not ever anything different. It's never anything different. We can sit and watch a show about black oppression, One Night in Miami. That whole movie, we just watched that together. Me and my wife, my mother-in-law was in town. We just watched that movie, and I love that stuff now. Like when I was young and around a bunch of white people, I realized I didn't watch too many, black topics about, the struggle or, good art in that way. Or like Martin. Like I would have, Fresh Prince, I think was the first show that I ever acclimated to.
Did you watch Friday and all those movies?
Never watched it. That's what I'm saying. When those were big and popping, I wasn't like, the people I was around just weren't doing that. So I didn't know of it. But now I love it. So it's just, it's rich, some of these things to learn. And we watched that movie One Night in Miami, and we talk. Like after the movie, it pulls some good questions, and we're able to talk. I'm in a good position to listen, and try and glean some good information if they want to talk about it. She remembered talking about. I remembered her talking about when she was young, like remembering in her childhood these things, and as they happened in her actual life, and not having to like learn it from a dramatized movie or something like that. And it's interesting to hear their perspective. And
it's interesting to me, man, thinking about you being like having the access that you have.
So much.
Like what I was telling you in the
access.
garage, I grew up going to Davidson County schools.
Yeah.
And there was a point in time where I'm living out towards Goodlettsville, and I was being bused to Trinity Lane.
Yeah.
Me and my brother were the only white kids on the bus.
Yeah.
And I don't say that in some sort of like, I was scared of it. It's just the way you didn't even think about it.
You didn't even think about it.
And like you're going to school, and I remember having all these little friends, and like we weren't thinking about that kind of stuff. You don't really even start paying attention to that stuff till later. I specifically remember that because, I remember there were being like a little Hispanic girl that was in our class, and we didn't think anything about that stuff, man.
No. You're
just kids playing with other kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, man. I've always thought that black comedy was funnier. I saw Friday. Even now, man, like the comics that I like to go see, it makes me and a friend of mine, we'll go see Nephew Tommy.
Yeah.
And where even the crowds themselves are predominantly black, and it doesn't make me uncomfortable. It's just the way I've always lived.
Yeah.
And I was telling you out there, just to me, like you have intimate access to like figure all that out, where you can just go, hey man,
it's a gift.
What about
Yeah.
And,
how do you feel about this? Am I doing something wrong if I say this?
Yeah.
Like I'm hearing that this isn't okay. Am I missing?
And see, I think it can go both ways. And correct me on this, because there's the whole, hey man, I get all this tension is here. But like, why can't we just chill out right now, man? We didn't have anything to do with any of that. Like, can we just chill?
Yeah.
But then it seems like some people, some white
yeah.
people specifically, seem to go overboard with like the need to like apologize, like to like be guilty. Do you know what I mean by that?
Yeah.
Do you think that stuff
Guilt
goes too
complex,
far?
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where it's like,
it
okay,
definitely goes too far.
Yeah.
I saw a picture where there's 3 white people chained together with "I'm sorry" on their chest. Like that's too far.
Like I saw back when all this stuff was just in the uproar that it was last year, there was some stuff where like people were like, white people were kissing people's boots and like all that kind of stuff. I think that gets into George Orwell's idea of there are like everyone is equal, but there's some people that are more equal.
Right.
I think when things start to tread in that area, it makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because it's like,
yeah,
okay, man, like we are all equal. Can we just like, let's just stop right there.
Yeah.
And
it's appropriating. That's a big one that gets tossed around now.
Appropriation.
Yeah. Don't do that. But I'm like, hey, I think everybody takes from everybody. Every culture is taken from culture.
Yeah.
Do you think Kanye West was the first one to button up his top button
on
a polo? Answer that.
No.
White people
for sure Marky Mark
were the first ones.
It was for sure Vanilla
to button
Ice.
that top button on that polo. Just Kanye made it look cool too.
It was for sure John Mayer.
Yeah. Wearing a backpack all the way hiked up.
Hey, what's the lady in Jackie Brown? The black lady that was in like all the. Hang on, I'm gonna tell you. I have a point to this. Let's see. What is her name? Pam Grier. Pam Grier was in like all those 70s, like black. I don't know what you call them, like little action movies,
right.
Almost like the James Bond kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But I saw some pictures online with her in like Indian head garb and all this stuff, and I'm thinking, look, man, we're all from this land, and Gary Clark Jr., this land, all that, like, here we are, man, all the crap that we've been through. I get it. I see it. Yeah. Like, hey, man, we have people on our side that aren't too far back from living in like log cabins.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like we really aren't that far out of this chaos of having to go out and shoot rabbits. And we haven't been comfortable for very long.
No.
80 years maybe.
Yeah.
You could probably say 70.
Yeah.
So we're inventing all these problems, but it's like, hey man, the Indians had it bad. Black people obviously had it bad.
Obviously.
And poor white people had it bad. Like, there's all this stuff that's happened. Like, hey, man, why can't we just all go, hey, look, man, I don't have anything against you. That dude over there is a douchebag. Let's just say he's a douchebag and me and you are cool. I don't really care what color your skin is. Right. I just want to hang out and be chill.
Yeah, let's just hang out.
And I won't bother you and you don't bother me and we'll just hang out.
Yeah.
And I really do think, man, if most people, that's what they want.
Yeah.
They just want to do their thing and be left alone.
My census of 4,000 plus people of my 2-year-long experiment
in your Uber,
meeting random people, the majority of people are good and we're going someplace. But you're going to have bad. So I mean, there's
a really good book about that.
Never forget there was white people marching, and there's white people on that bus that got burned. So, I mean,
there are bad people.
You got to see. Yeah,
but I think we all know that there are bad people.
I chalk it up to evil and good. It's not. I don't know if this is like, whatever, but I don't think it's never been a racist issue. It's never been a race issue. It's never been a wealth issue. It's just been a good versus evil issue. And if you see through the distraction of what something might be presenting, put good in a bad situation, most of the time you're going to win. I mean, it might be harder, but most of the time you're going to win. So just feed that good wolf.
Yeah, man.
Black, white, Mexican, Hispanic, treat them good. Poor, widow.
Well, when you think about life in the aspect, like in the light of what I was saying earlier, like it's an anomaly that there's even anything alive on this planet, because from what we know from looking out in space, is most of it is desolate and dead.
All of it
that we know of.
There's everything we've tried to find is dead and lifeless. There may be water on the moon. I haven't seen it.
They actually do think there's polar ice on the moon. That's how they've
been thinking it forever. But how come nobody's ever gotten any? Didn't we go there? Didn't we take a bus?
They shot a dude there like in a bullet.
They shot somebody in a rocket and went there. But they haven't
on
television.
They haven't shown up.
I wasn't old enough
with really good gear. Like
show me.
We have more technology sitting right here, right now,
than what sent them to that rock.
Really, that's serious.
And we still don't have the actual water that you think's up there. They're always thinking water somewhere, but no one's ever showing me water.
I really do think they think there's
and
polar
Mars
ice
too.
there. I think they have proof of that
polar
now.
ice in Mars.
Yeah,
full proof.
They're going
to get it.
No, they're going to go. I really think they're going to go. We're going to see.
So they can prove scientifically that there's actually water on the moon, polar ice.
I believe that's true. I don't have a young Jamie to look it up, but I really do believe that's true.
Your daughter will check it. Your daughter will fact check
it.
She's going to be old enough soon where she can do this.
Really? I think so.
She's way more adept on a computer than you and I combined.
That is true. I hand her my phone sometimes now. Like, I feel like
she fixes it and hands it back to you.
I feel like I have been a pretty good adapter to technology as an adult. I really do. Like I try.
Yeah, you're current.
Kinda. But
Kinda.
now, like when I switched over from PS4 to PS5, bro, I'm lost. I hate that PS5. And then I
Can't believe you even got one. Kudos to you.
Yeah, my wife got one too. I have two of them. We were gamers.
You guys gamed together.
Well, yeah, we do Warzone.
You did it professionally.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kudos, man.
Yeah.
That's some bonding. That's some legit time.
She's good.
Quality time spent.
My wife is no joke at Call of Duty. I will take me and my wife in Call of Duty 2v2 versus anybody and their wife. I stand behind that.
Dang.
She is.
They should have a legitimate marriage Call of Duty tournament.
Hey man, maybe there's some hussies out there shooting, popping heads. I don't know.
Hey, one of our managers, I hung out with him one time at his crib with his wife in the dairy department. You remember?
Who was that?
We won't say names.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, you know.
He was in Taekwondo, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was big into that. But they game together. I don't know if specifically it was Call of Duty, but they definitely game together. I went over to their house. They had 2 desks side by side. Like, it was cute.
I'm not saying that I know you wanted to get back to the marriage piece, and maybe this is a good spot to jump back in. I'm not saying that I have it all figured out. I married a really good woman. I don't think you do.
I think you have 16 years of wisdom.
Yeah, like I was talking about with the tree.
That can be gleaned.
And in 10 more years, I'm going to be stronger than I am now.
Yeah.
And we're going to have worked through other things. And
everyone's just figuring it out.
Yeah.
So I'm just doing
But
the
I think
best
it's okay to say that, man.
Me.
You know, I think.
Absolutely.
And that really is why I like sitting down and talking about this kind of stuff, is because you can sit there and hear a sermon over and over and over of, you got to love your wife. You got to do these things. You got to do blah, blah, blah. But to like actually put real world experience to, hey man, every time that I was following scripture and every time that I was trying to treat my wife the way that it tells me to there, you know, again, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I don't think. I mean, what would you replace any of it with?
Nothing.
What else says those things? Like, right? Every self-help book ever is basically deriving
where do they get
from
it
these
from?
truths.
Exactly.
Yeah. So continuing to just stay on the same page, work through problems, and like working through problems as they're small.
Yeah.
Not letting problems get swept under a rug and become a huge problem.
Nip them in the bud.
Correct.
Nip them in the bud. Marriage counseling that I took with my wife, there's a constant thing that they impart on all of their clients. I don't know, the clients, students, was a very simple analogy. Like, your marriage is the garden, and you gotta not let rabbits, birds in your garden. You gotta like protect your garden, the seeds within those gardens. So you want them to grow and produce fruit. You want to be strong in that way. So keep the things out, keep the groundhogs out, put the fence up around your garden, and keep that fence up. And it's basically maintaining a fence for 16 years now.
I think that's figuratively and literally too, though, man.
Yeah. I
think people have to understand that as a man, there are certain physical responsibilities of being a protector. Like, I don't think it's naive or foolish to think about the way we have to live our lives, like in the same way that tigers or lions would.
Right.
So think about when you watch Discovery Channel videos of lions, and you got the big male lion, maybe, you know, laying up on some rock, watching over, protecting, thinking about how could my little squad here, how could they get attacked? What can I do? How can I prevent it? Like, we really do have responsibilities there. Yeah. That's not just a joke.
Yeah.
When when you're going on a hike with your kids, I went on one with mine recently.
Ready for it to pop off at all times.
Yeah, you're the one looking around like, all right, where can people fall? Where's somebody going to break their neck?
Right. Or like, who's going to try and jump out here right now?
Yeah, or anywhere else in public. Like, you have to be that lion ready to reach out and
nature.
Grab somebody.
Nature. We're the at times alphas.
Maybe there might need to be some furniture moving around.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, I was just walking with my mother-in-law and my wife, and I was thinking, at any moment, I gotta be ready. Don't know what I gotta be ready for, but I gotta be ready. So it's definitely an instinctual thing that's important.
Yeah, and I mean, there's definite responsibility, and obviously, I'm speaking in general terms. Like, I'm not saying that in every single instance. Like, there may be, bro. I know some girls from jiu-jitsu that are killer,
Yeah, you said
and they
they'd
could
tap
probably
me out.
handle themselves. But I mean, what I mean too is there are times
Yeah.
where a man's strength could be necessary, and
Yes.
I don't know. But
there is.
But then there's the other side with females,
important
like what
too.
I see with my wife, and things that I can't do is her ability to deal with crying kids or kids in distress, and it doesn't like it. If I have
Like
to,
what?
if
Like
I
her patience levels off the charts.
maybe it is patience. Some of it too, man. Is just it's unnerving to hear a kid cry. Like I think there's something in us
It's a pitch
that we
thing.
don't like,
Right.
and that's on purpose because it's
You got to
it's-
stop it.
Yes,
Yeah. It's a call. It's
Exactly.
a siren. It's a siren.
Correct.
Get in your tornado shelter.
yeah, but she can deal with that longer than I can,
Right.
and so yeah, like
Maybe she's just got more nurturing instincts.
I think it is.
And that's biologically given to her.
I think so too.
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah.
Extenuating circumstances aside.
But I see all the importance of both, and it's like you create this relationship with you and your wife, and really what you're doing is setting up your nest. Like if you're gonna have, some people don't want to have kids or they can or whatever, and everybody's different, everybody's family's different, but
everybody's journey is different.
either way, kids or not, you
Right.
set up this relationship where you and your wife can just be friends,
Yeah.
and you have this environment where you have space. And like you're there for them, they're there for you, and you're staying true to each other. That's really what you're aiming to
Right.
do.
Yeah.
And be neutral and not
Trying
be
to feed
selfish.
each other in a
Yes.
good way. Yeah.
Like what you were saying earlier when you said that your wife really does want you to achieve your goals and wants you to do what you want to do, like
Yeah.
what you feel like you're meant to do. And
got
I
my
think
back.
that's huge.
Yeah.
Because there
Big
probably are people out there like, I don't want you to do that. I want you to do, or they have this idea of what they want their man to be or their woman to
abuse.
be.
It's abuse.
For sure.
Emotional abuse, mental abuse.
But I think that does go two ways too. I think men can put pressure on women to look a certain way
Absolutely.
or to,
That's also abuse. Yeah, for sure.
yeah.
You got, but
I don't know if is there like
you want to encourage to the best of your ability, but you don't want to force your hand. You
Yeah.
want to be like, you need to get on that treadmill.
I guess it seems, I don't know, man, because I try to think about it and describe it. It seems easy to me now.
Yeah.
I know it's not always easy. I know people, like even I make mistakes and I'm a jerk sometimes or we get disconnected. But I mean, we start to kind of see the wheels wobbling and go, all right, hang on. Come on. What's going on?
present.
Can we fix this?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just want to be peaceful. Can we go to bed peaceful? And sometimes it's just as easy as just letting it go.
What do you mean, like not coming together, or you like
No,
letting it
like-
go, like yeah,
like
whatever's
just-
oppressing you, just
Look,
like,
I'm not
yeah.
mad. I really don't want to talk. Like this may be the exact conversation. We know there's something going on,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like, hey, look, I'm not mad. Maybe I was a jerk earlier. I don't know, but let's just be peaceful and go shoot some people in the face on Warzone.
Yeah,
Can we just be cool? Yes. And then a couple, 30, 45 minutes, then we're good. We're back in harmony. We're good.
Yeah.
So like figuring all that out. I mean, obviously it's different for everybody, but it's not impossible, and it's just have fun,
It's a
man.
good thing,
It really
too.
is.
It's a good thing. Yeah, I love that. I love being able to glean that stuff.
I think too, it is worth the time to go through all of that, creating a home, the journey of getting jobs, having problems. You kind of lose your body that maybe you had when you were younger, and it's harder. And then
Being able
all
to
the kids are
support.
gone, and then here you are, like little hobbits,
Empty
and
nest.
you empty nest, and you've went through 20, 30 years of all this stuff, and now you can just go,
We did it.
we're cool, man. We knocked all the cobwebs out. Like now we can just be cool and be grandparents and listen to all these records all the time and keep selling records. And
Yeah. Speaking of cobwebs,
Whatever.
when you got together with your wife, was there anything like particularly important for you guys to address, like past stuff like that? Do you guys?
yes and no.
like,
I mean,
did you want? Yeah.
we had,
Transparency.
yeah, we did. We had,
Do you think that's important? Because we focused on that with ours.
yes, and I think if it's important, to my opinion, if someone were asking me on a podcast, what my opinion was. I would say, for me, it was important. I don't know how important it was for my wife to hear those things. It was something we did. I think if a person felt that it was important, then it's important. You know, I think if there's any doubt there, or you want to talk about those things, or you feel like you have to, or you feel like you should, I mean, yeah.
I feel the same. I think we're the same in that way. I felt like it was important. I felt like it was important for me to tell her everything.
Bro, I've asked girls before that I wasn't comfortable with what they said, and I didn't marry them. You know what I mean? Like, I think you're gauging what all you can deal with.
Yeah, but I had decided before I knew everything that this was the one I was going to marry, regardless. So I thought, and I led by example, that, because I feel like maybe you do too, trust is the most important thing in a relationship.
Yes.
Aside from communication, which we talked about earlier.
But you can't have communication without trust, because
exactly.
you wouldn't
be... or the level of communication needed.
Yes.
To succeed.
I think so.
In this thing. So, and that was my view of it. I wanted to give her the dark parts of me, and I wanted to see if I could trust her with them. And in the same way, I never asked her to give me any of these things, but maybe conviction led the way, and then we opened up this dialogue, and she gave me pieces of her that no one's had before or seen, and I was able to do the same. And I think it was really good for bonding us early, and allowing us to just be like, okay, this is you, and this is me, and let's see what we can do to encourage and hold each other.
Do you think there's some sort of therapeutic piece to it too, where it's just like,
I feel like there must be,
or maybe, here I've met this person, cathartic. I really care about them, I just want them to know who I am 100%. Like, hey man, this is where I'm coming from, this is where I'm at. Like, before we get too far into this, and then you find this out and absolutely crush me, like, I'm totally into you. Can we just talk about this? And like, I'm hoping for the best.
That's it. And I for me, I wanted to, personally, I didn't want any man on this earth to know something about my wife that I don't know. That's my wife. Like, that's everything of her is me. And I needed that to be true. So, and we're in a, knowing that that's what was wanted and now acquired, I feel like nobody has this woman like I had this woman. And it was just a good for me psychologically to put myself in a position to like, all right, now this is mine. She gave this to me. So, and like anything I've had in my life, I've known nothing but taking care of it to the best of my ability.
I think about it like this too, man. People may, I'm pretty conservative on the like sexual, like marriage side of things. What I mean by that is you're committing yourself to this contract with this person of
covenant.
Hey man, we're gonna be intimate together. Right. We're gonna exchange this relationship, and it's more than sex. I mean, we've said sex a lot. It's way more than sex.
They say it's like 90-10. A marriage is like 90% relationship, 10% sex, or something like that.
Yeah, and it becomes less important too. Yeah. Like as you go on, it can. I'm not saying less important. Whatever. It's probably different for everybody, but
right. I know what you're saying.
I don't know, man. I mean, it seems to me like you would want this clear slate of like, look, I don't want anything coming up later. Let's just throw all this out here now. We'll just deal with it. If we can't deal with it, well then maybe we shouldn't have been married anyway.
Well, then Well, ideally, you probably want to do that before you get into a marriage.
For sure. I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, just iron it all out.
Ask yourself, do I want to marry this one?
Yeah, and I don't even think from like a right or wrong perspective. I'm not thinking about it in like, all right, tell me everything you've done wrong.
Yeah, no,
I don't think that should be the attitude. I think a lot of times, I think it could be
not what
like, tell me what you've done wrong. This hurts me. Like, that's not the way to be.
This is a Romeo.
I don't think that's the way to be.
No. You want to, that's what I'm saying.
But I think for some people, not talking about it is okay too. I know people that don't. That just like, hey, look, man,
Yeah, she mentions
Just
a couple
yeah.
within the vicinity of us.
Like I know some people
Vicinity.
that both were like, pretty
Don't.
wild, and they basically just, hey man, just assume I did everything, and let's just whatever.
Yeah,
It's not me now.
but I do agree that people successfully can do that, but I don't know that they'll have the intimacy that I have.
Like there's always that
I
I
don't
don't
know that
know.
there's an intimacy level
But
at
you
which
can't
I'm
harp
at.
on that, man. And
Yeah,
I
I don't
personally
agree
have
with that
been
either.
guilty of that. You there's like a dark side to that. Your mind can dwell on that stuff too much, and then you have this jealousy. You can, or there's a propensity to have this
Yeah. You
jealousy where
can.
you're like,
Okay.
that was before they even knew who you were, who like that you even
Right.
existed. And that was some advice that I'd gotten from somebody else when they're like, "Look, man, like she didn't know who you were, bro, or whatever." And
That's a good way to look at it. For sure.
yeah,
But
because as humans, I mean, you put yourself, okay, now you're with her now,
yeah.
and then you start knowing her past, and then you throw yourself back there. Well, you weren't even in the picture, And then it's the same thing as everything else we ever talk. Like when we've talked about sin, it's like, look, dude, everybody's got something.
Right.
Everybody's sinning in some way. How are you going to judge this person? So,
Right.
I mean, you work
Yeah,
through
okay,
it.
so that's it right there. You definitely want to, if you can, do that, but you cannot ask for that or want that with judgment. Like you
But your
can't.
position is, you're saying, if you don't do it, like if you don't talk
I think
about it,
you
that
could be
you're
lacking intimacy and intimacy that you don't know could be good for you. But there are maybe people that can't
I think there
handle
probably are some, but
some that can't
I would
handle.
agree with your side, but I would say that I do think there probably are some people that,
Don't
maybe it's
and
best
won't.
not to. I
Yeah.
mean, there's a preacher down in Florida that his wife was like a porn star,
Wow.
and then she converted to Christianity. I mean, think about how hard that would be. He knows he could probably just go look up the videos of his wife having sex with people.
Yeah, that's a but
But
he
but
knows.
he couldn't just bring it into her. What about this scene? You didn't
Yeah.
tell me about this one. Like,
Yeah.
what is she going to tell me about
So
every
how
scene
is
she ever did?
exactly, but how is he stewarding that?
I don't know.
mean, is it a successful marriage? How is
I
he
don't
able
know.
to handle it? I don't either. I'm just saying these are important questions to follow through with if you're going to say like, okay, well he's done that. And he clearly knows her past and he's a pastor coming from a place of spiritual authority, hopefully,
Dude, there's
and stewarding that relationship. Like that
There-
takes a level of sacrifice
a quote,
to be married
and
to
I
a
forget the
woman.
dude who said it. It's like T.S. Eliot or something, but I don't think it is T.S. Eliot. But it's like the same man never enters the same river twice because he's not the same man and it's not the same river. I think there's
It's
a
deep.
lot, yeah,
There's a lot of truth to that.
for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, are you the same person right here, right now that you were when you were 17?
Absolutely not.
I don't even know that dude.
Oh, I know him, but he's not me.
I forgot him. I don't know.
Don't forget him. Never forget the kid. Never let go. Hold on to it.
I think I have.
Yeah, I believe there's good in both for sure.
Yeah, I guess closing out the marriage thing, unless you have anything specifically. So, did we finish the? I mean, do you feel like you guys have any extra challenges because of being in an interracial couple that?
I mean, if there are, I welcome them. I welcome those type of challenges because she's. I mean, I wasn't looking for a black woman. I was looking for the right woman, and she happened to be black. That didn't. For a split second, no ounce of concern for me. It wasn't. It was just I knew what she was. I know who she was, and that was the most important to me. So, we actually, so I do a lot of praying to get my center, and at the time, I was leaving an abusive relationship, and I needed to know, and I think God's good in this way to put up with demands that come sincerely from a soul in agony. He can handle that, so I straight up told him I needed to see him. Like I've dedicated the large majority of 33 years to a relationship with him, so I poured it out at that time. I'm like, how long have I known you? Like, I know in your terms, but to me, this is my whole life. I've known you my whole life, and I need to see you. I need to see you in my relationships. I need it. And if you don't give me this, I will suffer. So at that point of like lamenting out, I put a list together, privy to a conversation I had with my brother's girlfriend at the time, which is also an interracial relationship. The odds are astronomical that this would be the case, but it is. So I believe there's something in that that's valuable and needs to be stewarded in that way and properly done. So I put that list together, and I had, I don't know, 10 to 12 boxes. What do I want? Okay, I just told him I need you in my relationship, so let me give you specifics. This is what I want. And I started writing things down. Like, first thing was, has to have a relationship with God, because the last one was abusive, and I think I'm going to try it this way for the first time. Random tattoos, because sure, why not? Must have brothers. She needs to have brothers, because in my mind at the time, as I'm writing this down, I'm like, a woman that's grown up with two men can understand me more than a woman that's only grown up with sisters or alone. So that's just, I wrote that down. And then the list went on. And literally, like, if it's not the most clear discernment ever, she checked every single one of those. When I met her right away and got to know her, like, I knew probably within 2 weeks, I was like, this is exactly what I just asked him for. And it wasn't too long after I lamented out that, like, cry, like, this is who I am. I need to see you. Are you here? Let me see you.
Bro, you want to hear a wild story that I have just like that about my wife?
Tell me.
So I'm about to cry thinking about it, to be honest. I was in like 7th or 8th grade.
Yeah.
And I remember, like, it was about the time I was, like, into girls, and there'd be these, like, little cute girls or something I'd think I'd like, and you'd try to, like, get their attention, and it just didn't work out. Like,
right.
I had braces, and I wasn't cool.
It's a rough time.
I mean, I wasn't into Pokemon or nothing. No, I'm just kidding. I wasn't into Pogs and
you should have been.
Beanie Babies.
I mean, they're selling for $150,000 a car now.
But I can remember laying in my bed as a kid, like, praying to God, saying, man, if you will just give me a girl, help me find a girl, I will take care of her. And like, I just had this, biblical mental picture of, like, how I wanted to treat a female.
Beautiful.
Right?
Yeah.
And so then, I dated a few people leading up to college, and then had a girlfriend before my wife in college. And then, like, the minute, I even remember liking my wife before I met her and talked to her or whatever.
Right.
And I just couldn't take it anymore. And I was like, all right, I'm going to go ask her out or whatever.
Yeah.
And it was like instant. It was like after the first or second date, I was just like, God, this is this is completely different than anything I've ever experienced.
That's crazy.
And I don't ever want this to stop.
It's crazy that your lament was 7th grade or 7 years old.
7th grade. Probably about 7th grade or so.
College? That's a
yeah, and I'm telling
time.
You, like, I have never stopped thinking about that. Like, I'm not making that story up about that prayer. It's like, I knew then, like, dude, this is that prayer. This is that prayer.
So when you were sitting down with her, immediately it hit you.
I mean, like, after we were together for a while, and then
you reflected on it. The memory of that prayer came back.
I asked for this. Like, this is what I asked for.
How long would you say you were together with her before that dusty memory?
I don't know.
Of prayer. Was it 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
It really wasn't that long. It wasn't long.
It was like right away.
Yeah, and I knew before I ever even kissed my wife that, like, she was it. I knew she was it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was just, I was just madly in love with her. I was just head over heels.
I don't know.
But that was it, man. I knew it. I never had a doubt about it.
It's the intersect. It can't, in our views, in our two views right here, I believe it's an intersect of divine divine influence. It has to be. I mean,
If it's not, the only alternative would be that
how
if you're just focusing your thoughts, you're focusing. I'm just saying. I'm not saying I believe this.
you're saying, like,
I'm
putting
saying,
it
but
out
if it's
into
not
the
God,
universe,
if it's not God,
you're self
it's just
fulfilling
it's you've
what you've put out,
thought about exactly. You've pinpointed in your mind exactly what you want, and
and you
you've like
saw it,
stored it
and so
away
you
in your
found
head.
it.
Hey, when you see this, when you see this right here, all these things, this, like you have like this mental epiphany,
It's like an instinct,
or
thing
it's God.
because it's in here,
Yeah,
or it's God.
or it's God.
See, I don't think it's. I can't. I have to relinquish control in that. I a list of 12 facts, and she checks every single fact. I mean, it's not. I literally ask him for some weird things. Brothers. She's the middle child of 3 siblings, 2 brothers.
Did you like do this online, or like you just to God? This God's
No,
algorithm.
on my notepad in my phone. I was driving Lyft at the time, and I pulled over, and I walked this field and prayed for 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Started writing down. You want to know, like, this? I want you to do this. Oh, you want to know what I want? Okay. So then I start writing it down. Prayed about it, and dude, you cannot tell me. You cannot. No one can tell me. No one can tell me that it's not divine intervention. 12 facts, and every single one has tattoos. Has a relationship with God. Has a relationship with God. Has brothers. She's the middle child. 2 other brothers, younger and older. Everything I asked for.
You still got the list?
Yeah, it's probably on my phone somewhere. 12 things, man. All 12. Knocked out of the park. And
That's awesome.
White, black wasn't on there. Because it wasn't important.
I agree with that.
So when he showed me the woman, all I saw was the woman. I didn't see, to come full circle, I didn't see black. I didn't see white. I didn't see anything. I saw exactly what was given to me. And so now you ask, and maybe there should be some pressing importance to it, but I don't see it. I don't see it at all. I see that I'm given something that's important. I don't know why it's important, but I've been given something important. So with the rest of my life and the things that I do, I want to be accountable. I want to ask questions. I want to learn. I want to not take myself too seriously, but at times take things seriously. So, and in this way and in this relationship, I've been able to do that. And it's beautiful. I love it. Big fan.
It's fun, man.
Yeah. And I love doing things that are difficult.
Well, man, I think it's really encouraging to hear that. Like, I don't want it to sound like I just thought there would be all these problems with an interracial marriage.
Yeah.
I think it's encouraging to hear
probably
that
is with some relationships.
I'm just glad that, yeah,
it's not
I'm
this
glad.
one.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's not this one. I got lucky. Yeah.
Do you think that, do you think it causes anyone to be hypersensitive? Like, do you see the ability for, like, maybe you guys are just chill and don't care. Like, do you think other people could be hypersensitive to it, where like maybe they go into a relationship thinking that okay, like I have to defend this. Like, you know, maybe this isn't going into an interracial marriage. It's like, you know, some people may feel like because of their upbringing or their family or what people are they feel like they have to defend it in some way. Do you think people could be hypersensitive to
in the interracial relationship?
Yeah, because there's like a second piece to it too. Like anytime that your family, your parents interact with like her parents, or like any cross of the family, I mean that could be uncomfortable.
Yeah,
like how would your parents?
Let me put it this way: we have had, and will not ever have any family issues, because both sides, my family and her side, come from a Christ-centered life. So that
That's
morality that's very important to you, that
Yeah.
comes first. Not black, not white. The good and evil comes first. So to look at a situation in the proper
Don't you think
way.
it should be that way for politics as well?
Absolutely.
Like everything.
Everything.
That idea right there
It shouldn't
solves 99.9% of everybody's problems.
Yeah. Be good. Be good to that person, whoever it is. Yeah. I'm very fortunate to be living and creating the dream that young Martin talked about so many years ago. I'm just a piece of that. And I'm the only son in my family that has the desire or even ability to carry on the family name. So there's not going to be any more white people with the last name Gillis. And I'm absolutely okay with that. There don't need to be. It's not important. Good and evil. Is it a good person or a bad person?
There you
Seems
go.
simple enough.
It is. I don't understand why there's such a hang up with people.
Yeah, let's like get over it. Let's just
You know,
get
man,
over it.
I think we can segue right here. When I first met you, I felt like the way you speak about how you pray and what you do. I think some people in fundamentalist groups would say that it's emotionalism, and would say that, like, you know, you're just
Yeah, bring it on.
just, I'm high on God.
I'm so high on God.
Dude, I do this voice. I'm gonna do it for you. I call my buddy Tiger, and I do this voice called Terry Anderson. Hey man, this is Terry Anderson from the church you go to, man. I'm just so jacked for Jesus right now. And like, I'll call him and I'll leave all these voicemails about how we're gonna get a love offering and like all this, and he thinks it's hilarious. But like,
that reminds me of like
it's like
an old Baptist teacher in the sticks of Carolina in a white shiplapped small church.
But
with some old wooden pews that are very uncomfortable to sit in.
definitely King James Church
Yes,
for sure.
I see.
Like some of the old psalm books where like the outsides of the pages are like painted like red or blue, but it's like mostly rubbed off.
Yeah.
That's super specific. And like
yeah,
they
have red. They have on
songs of the church.
You don't see red anymore, but when you put it with a bunch of pages, it's red.
and then like the little bookmarker, the ribbon is like maybe tied together in a couple knots to like make it, or it's frayed at the end.
Sticks it open a little bigger.
Bro, you know what my game was in college?
What?
I would ask girls to go to church with me, and I'm like, you know, hold the songbook for them or whatever, and then like maybe get a little hand rub on the hand. You know what I mean? Yeah.
So you brought your fornication into the church, is what you're telling me.
Oh man, hand to hand. That's not fornication,
bro.
Can
what church are you going to?
Well, you can't touch a girl's hand now? Are we so fundamentalist we can't touch people's hands?
Taboo, my guy.
You cannot touch her hand until you get married.
No way.
This is the first time you can touch her hand.
Oh, that's a good point too. Yeah, so finish that thought, but that's good about.
But what was I saying though on the
marriage? Yeah, you were talking about your voice of the guy.
So yeah,
love for Jesus. I'm probably emotionalism.
Yeah, so the emotionalism
you're calling
piece.
me an emotionalist.
No, I'm not calling you an emotionalist. I'm saying some people would say that you're an
The
emotionalist.
cynics would say that I'm an emotionalist.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, yeah.
I don't hear speech like that.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't think there's anything wrong. Like when I listen to it, I can't find anything necessarily wrong with.
Right.
Why would it be wrong to verbally praise God for? If you think He's putting these things in your life, then why would you not?
Yeah.
Praise Him. Right?
Let me put it this way: when I pray, a lot of coincidences happen, a lot. When I don't, they don't. So I don't say that. All I can say is I've spent.
Do you keep a prayer journal or anything?
No. Like I used to write a journal, but I don't really like. I treasure these things in my heart, man.
Okay.
I do my best
Sorry,
to remember.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's all right. I do my best to remember them. It's a fair question. I remember them to the best of my ability, and if I don't, I ask for help, and I usually get it. One of my first memories of existing on this planet is pulling over on the side of the road with my mom, and my mom teaching me the prayer and getting saved. So, like, existing in this world. So, I've carried that since that day, emotionalist or not, I've carried since that day a position. I pointed myself towards that in whatever way it looked, and whatever way I could understand from adolescence all the way to my adulthood. So I've put in. I'm not the oldest guy in the world. I'm 33 years. Let's say I was 3 years old when that happened. So I put in 30 years of work into this. Like, it's important to me. I'm going to view my life this way. I'm going to live this way. And to the best of my ability, with nobody getting in my way, this is how I'm going to be. Like, made a conscious choice. And the result of that now, like I say, like when I pray, coincidences happen. They really do. I'll give you an example. I think there is worship in an adrenaline rush of driving a car fast. It's just, I feel like there is a gift in that. If done properly and safely, obviously you don't want to put anybody in any danger, but I drive fast. I bomb hills on a skateboard, like snowboarding. This is in me. I like adrenaline rushes, and I think there's good in it. And I know that I don't like tickets or cops that give me tickets, and I deserve them when I'm caught. So my prayer life is what it is. I say, if I'm not to speed, put somebody in front of me. Help me out. Don't let me get a ticket. And if I am to speed, give me the ability. Give me the empty backcountry road that I can throw my car into sport mode and just go crazy. And I see both. I see the backcountry roads come. Nobody's around. I know them well. Have some fun.
Let me stop you right there for just a second.
You got to pee again?
No. That idea right there of something being right and wrong, but it's the same thing. Like you can speed and it's wrong, and you can speed and it's right. Like, I think society has to understand. Like, this is in the same with alcohol or marijuana or whatever else. I feel so white having said marijuana instead of weed. But like how something could be said that it's right or it's wrong.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing. Like humans have this just like need to just.
There are good things in this world.
Just, get right. Your animal out every once in a while. Like, man, I just want to go fast. Like, I get that.
Yeah. I just want to go fast, mama. So here's the other side of this. Here's the coincidence. How many times you think somebody has cut me off speeding, and I've received that from my prayer? I'm not mad at this person. How many people road rage off somebody cutting them out? Something so simple is just so vile, and they just can't understand it.
Like, maybe God's just trying to keep you from getting a ticket, bro.
So I see every time somebody cuts me off, I say thank you for that. I'm not in a bad spirit. My spirit is life, and not only do I accept this blessing of somebody cutting me off, I bless them for blessing me. Thank you for setting this person. How many times do you think it's happened in my life where that's happened and a cop has been less than a mile down the road?
A lot.
Coincidences happen.
You could just get a radar detector.
You know how expensive those are? Might as well pay the ticket.
Dear baby God, I ain't got $150. Could you please?
150? It was 400 last time I quoted those things.
I don't know.
Back when Radio Shack.
Even if it's 400. Dear baby God, please,
little baby Jesus.
I ain't got $400 for that radar detector. Mama. I just want to go fast. Hey, did you know that Uber and Lyft drivers that are males make like an average of, it's like 17 to 20% more than females? And it's like this.
Really?
Yeah. You know why? Because they drive fast. And so Uber and Lyft have tried to figure out like why males and females, there's a wage disparity.
I love that statistic because they drive
Go look
fast.
it up. Go look it up.
It's beautiful, man. Because it's true.
But it is different. Like, I think we need to stop worrying so much about the differences in everybody.
Yeah.
And just embrace them.
Yeah.
Hey,
And
man, some people just do things different.
Exactly.
And some people are just douchebags.
Yeah.
Let's just make those two things clear and known.
Yeah.
And then, like, let it all go.
Yeah.
I think that's where most people are. I really do.
And I have this wealth of something that I've done in my life. And if you're curious in any type of way and you want to know, this is what it's done for me. It's not easy. It's not easy to have an accountable life to Christ. But the fruits of it, I think, are important. I want to be a part of something bigger than myself.
Do you fast or do any of that?
Yeah, yeah. And I've learned that through fasting, it's not so much what you give up, but now because you've given up something, you have time to dedicate back into Him. So I used to like fast to like help myself get clarity on the situation, or like, you know, like get rid of something so He could see and honor that and like help me. But now I see, like, if I'm fasting, I got more time. Like, if I'm not eating a meal, what am I doing with the time that I would have been eating that meal or cooking? Let me put that time in the scripture or prayer. And in that way, I feel like there's a lot more meat to it than when I was younger and I was just, like, fasting, like giving up alcohol or, like, giving up, I don't know, brownies, chocolate chip cookies, whatever you
Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew, sodas. Yeah. Yeah.
I love Mountain Dew.
Brought to you by the Dew.
I'm not trying to pay $50,000 for this episode to get sued.
No, you're gonna get a truckload of Mountain Dew now.
I should.
No way.
Like the dude with
They're like, how many views? 2? No, he's not getting you Mountain Dew.
Oh, this is definitely getting 54 views.
No,
Dude, here's the thing, man. I had somebody kind of make fun of me one time. They're like, man, how many views you got? And I was like, I had more than the church's live stream last Sunday.
Oh, snap.
I mean, seriously, it blows my mind that one person watches this. I really do these, man, because I feel like I'm creating this time capsule of like, what I'm thinking now.
Yeah.
My kids can maybe, if they ever want to see it, you know, if anything were to happen to me or I passed away early.
You got
whatever,
data now.
Yeah.
Craig's right there.
I'm capturing it.
Yeah, yeah. Who cares?
I don't.
It's beautiful.
And I really don't.
Beautiful.
And it's hard not to, but
we would have had the same conversation.
Yeah.
Without these things.
See, that's what kept happening. Yeah. I could call you. I know I could. If you had
and
5
an hour
hours
goes by like that.
I could sit there and talk to you and have these are the conversations that I have with people.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I know
it's
you
real.
do too. Like, yeah. And you work through something, and I have data dumped stuff on this podcast, and it just happened with a buddy Tiger of mine. We sat here and just railed on the church and fundamentalism, and just like this Pharisee idea that I think is pretty existent in some of our really hardcore denominations, and just this judgy, you know, non-humane air of just like, we know it all. Gays can't get married, and gays shouldn't be together, and people shouldn't have abortions, and people should. It's like, man, how are you making those statements? Like, with no compassion to the situation, you just make these big blanket statements. And here's my biggest question: why do you care? That is not your life. Like, is that coming from love? That's my first question. Is like, if you're saying all these things, is it coming from love, or are you just trying to bolster your position? So
here's something I was told that sits on me as soon as you say something like that. The people that are like those finger pointing preachers, or I had a friend of mine say to me one day, Christ didn't ask for converts, he asked for disciples. And did Christ demand anything from anybody? I don't know that he did. Demands, I don't think, were made. I think he led by example, and he loved others because it was most important. I mean, rebuke those that sin against you, but if they ask for forgiveness, forgive them 7 times 7. The finger pointing can get lost in something that's probably not the most important thing to be worrying about. Like,
yeah, I agree.
Like, religion does not work. We talked about that on the phone. Religion does not work.
Well, it's the antagonist of the New Testament. I don't see how people are so blind to that.
Yeah. The only thing that works.
Who is Jesus fighting against the whole time?
Yeah. Yeah. Religious.
Who killed him?
Religious scholars. Religious. Yeah.
I got this really good friend of mine, man, and he teaches at a pretty biblical university, and I won't dime him out, but he told me that he felt like that if Jesus were alive today,
Yeah.
the religious people would kill him. Like maybe not physically kill him, but they'd cancel him.
It wasn't their views of what they want in a Messiah. It wasn't our Messiah is going to liberate us from the Roman oppression.
Bro, think about the humane
It's going to be great.
outlook of Martin Luther King.
He
wasn't
fully
even
believe that he got an epiphany. I fully believe that he had a transcendent vision that he spoke of on that day. This is my opinion.
Like you think it just came from his heart and
I think he literally saw what he's speaking of. I think he was given a vision exactly.
What makes you think that?
Because he was a God-fearing man and he had a prayer life.
And you think God got him to that?
And I think God
like God
used
put him right there in front of all those people
I
and
think
just
God
bam.
used him, and I think he was absolutely a prophet.
Well, either way, even if he
time.
just put the idea in his head to write the speech, where does the idea come from?
Exactly.
Like where do ideas generate from?
I think the dream and the vision of little black boys and black girls holding hands with white boys and white girls, I think he saw it. I think he saw the culmination of the fruit of which he planted, the seed that he planted. He got to see what that looks like. He got to see the promised land, but he wasn't let in.
Have you been to the Lorraine Motel down in Memphis?
I haven't. I drove past it.
It's pretty heavy.
I drove past it. Yeah.
You know, there's a
You
lake.
feel it. You feel it when you. It's almost like you recognize it and you've never been there.
It's eerie. Well, you've probably seen pictures of it and not realize it, but
it's like black and white.
There's a lady that's been protesting it since the day I think it's like 20, 30 years. She's been right there on that corner protesting that they turned that into basically the memorial for him, but it's where he got killed. I forget her name. I wish I knew.
Well, they do have that memorial now. They actually have that massive rock with I think his carving coming out of it. So they probably made that hotel one too.
Well, it's the National Civil Rights Museum.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, and so there's one side of the road is the National Civil Rights Museum. That's the Lorraine Motel.
Okay.
And then across the street is where he shot from, and that is the that's like the museum side that's about the crime itself.
How much time was it? I don't remember.
What do you mean?
Probably don't. After when he was killed after making that speech.
How? Let's see.
I have a dream speech. How far?
I have a dream.
How far was it when he was murdered? After that.
Let's see. He gave the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom was August 28th, 1963.
63.
Yeah. It says there were 250,000 civil rights supporters from the steps of the Lincoln Memorial.
Well, when did he die?
And let's see. He died April of 68.
68?
Yeah, so August 28th, 63, 5 years. So a little less than 5 years.
Dang. That's longer than I thought, but I mean,
he was 39.
I still think it holds weight.
He's from Atlanta. I did not know he was from Atlanta.
Seeds, man. Seeds that will last generations.
It's crazy.
And I'm in a country now
he had a
where
PhD,
I'm perfectly
man.
accepted.
Dr. Martin Luther King.
I bet he did.
You know, there's a story, I don't know if it's true or not. I think they tell it at that Civil Rights Museum.
Yeah.
Jesse Jackson was with him when he got shot, and Martin Luther King used to smoke, but he would always hide it. He didn't want the kids to see him smoke just because of the example.
Yeah.
And he had cigarette. I think that might have been why he stepped out on the balcony. I could be wrong about that, but I want to say once he got shot, Jesse Jackson grabbed the cigarette. Like that was one of the things he did. He just like grabbed the cigarettes and hit him. Like took him out of his hand.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he didn't have it.
Because like it was a thing. Like,
yeah.
To help him hide smoking.
Yeah. Give a proper image as best you can.
Yeah.
Nobody's perfect, but
you should go there, man. It's a really cool. You really could do 2 days. Like you could spend a ton of time.
It's not that far of a drive either.
Memphis is cool, man. I'd go with you. I really would.
I've
Bro, we should go take
there.
this junk and I'll get a hotel room and we'll do another podcast about it. I'm not even kidding. That'd be fun.
Yeah, but you got to get 3 mics.
Yeah. 4. Let's do it.
5.
Money's nothing, right?
Right.
Whatever. Just burn it.
Random people. We'll invite them.
Yeah, everybody. Yeah, government keeps sending me money. I'll just keep getting mics.
Yo, when's the next one coming?
I don't know. They just were doling it out.
It's going to become a monthly thing. We're going to be on a...
What are they doing? They're like putting all our money on like black and put it all on red in Vegas. We're going to pay these people.
It's all right. Your daughters will pay it off. Your son will get it.
Dude, it's very wise. And we can talk about something fun after this because we have been heavy on this marriage and everything else. But
it's important stuff.
When you invest in your family, whether it's kids, whether it's your wife, like really invest, not sit there absent or whatever. But I mean, what are you into? Talk to me about it. Tell me. I want to know. I like you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Marriage is sacrifice in that way. Ask the questions that are...
Yeah, but it's it's one of those things that you're going to start you're putting this sacrifice into something that's going to pay you dividends in some way that you have no earthly idea. That's the deal with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't
know.
Let's say all of a sudden you get some thyroid problem and you weigh 300 pounds. You know, a trashy woman isn't going to love you anymore. A good woman who actually loves you for you is going to see, okay, this dude's got a medical problem and they're going to deal with the next problem. That's what you want in life is somebody that's there with you. I feel like you should cue up that Jay-Z, Bonnie and Clyde. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. You just need somebody that's down to ride with you, man. You really do.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's a great record.
It is. I dig it.
I crushed that record.
I mean, it's not Zeppelin, but
it's not, but it's close.
Bro, you want to take a little break? Or maybe this is the end? I gotta pee.
Stop drinking all this Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
You feel me? And we're back.
Bro, can I tell you about a book I've been reading? Nobody
That's all
cares.
You've been telling me about.
No, it's really not. So I woke my wife up. I was reading this book right here, man. This is actually 2 books in one. It's
Double Gamble.
Dostoevsky. I'm hooked. And this is called The Double. It's about 130 pages long. It's like half of your Left Behind original kids version that you're supposed to read. But dude, so this Russian, right? The reason I'm so into it, I've been like into, I don't know why, man. It was one of those things. Maybe it's divine. I don't know. But I just all of a sudden wanted to dig into Russian history. And I'm like watching YouTube videos and I was like, I don't know anything about it. So I'm going to check it out. So I get into him, Dostoevsky. And in this book, there's this guy that's basically just like going crazy.
Yeah.
And it shows he's pretty normal first chapter. Goes to see some doctor, second chapter, starts going crazy. And then there's 13 chapters. Each chapter, he progressively gets worse. And he like storms this ball one time. And it's like some famous lady. And he totally makes a fool out of himself. And he basically disgraces himself in every possible way at his office or wherever. But he thinks he has this double, this person that's just like him, that looks just like him. And he's like at his work and whatever. And what you start to realize is it's like in a Fight Club kind of way. He's imagining this guy. And he's saying all this stuff in public as if this guy's there and having conversations with himself. And it's weird.
Spoiler alert.
Oh, I don't care. You're not going to read it.
No,
you
Fight
should.
Club. The guy's not there. What guy?
Yeah.
Don't ruin it for these people.
They're not going to watch it. But in this book, man, at the very end, it's hilarious to me. Because he goes back to this other ball where that famous lady is again. And he's hiding behind this wood pile, just like a wood pile. He's hiding there. And he had hired this carriage. And the guy comes up and finds him in this just like pathetic spot. And is like, hey, man, are you coming or what? And he's like, I paid you all night, you know. And then the dude leaves, and he has this whole dialogue about how he hates this guy, and this guy's weird. And then the guy comes back and punks him out again. He's like, dude, are you coming or what? And he's like, I'm sorry. And he cowers. He's just like the ultimate just pathetic guy at this point.
Yeah.
But he's a psycho. Like he's mentally unstable. You know it from everything he's saying. And then he looks up again, and everybody from inside the place is looking at him, but he thinks he's in the shadow and nobody can see him. And then he goes, oh, like they do see me. and in this like
you're
really
crazy.
pathetic tone. This is my point right here.
Yeah.
In this really pathetic tone, because there's like here's all these like aristocrat chicks
Mm-hmm.
at this like, party, and he goes, I do not know why they do not whip these wicked women as children or something like that. And basically what he's saying, like, it cracked me up so hard that I had to stop and went upstairs and got my wife and was like, hold up, check this out. Like,
Did she
like
find
listen
it
how,
funny?
yeah. He's like, I do not know why they do not whip these pathetic women as children. And like what he's saying is
Pathetic
like
womenist?
women. Like he's
Women
like, I do
as
not know
children.
why they do not whip these, I think he says horrific women as children. So he's basically saying that if they were whipped as kids, they wouldn't act like this and be treating him in this way.
Yeah.
Because
it would have, yeah.
And then he goes in, and then to finish the book off, he goes inside and has this, he meets the guy in there. And so he's just having this episode in front of this whole crowd. It's wild.
He's the crazy one.
Yeah, and it just gets worse every chapter. You think it's going to get better. You think he's going to see the rationale.
Sounds like a depressing book.
The depth at which he looks at the human psyche is crazy. That's what I loved about it. I just wanted to share that with you.
Psychology is
and
crazy.
get this down on tape so I could get that out of my head, and now I can move on to something else.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect. I'm
Thank you for
glad
letting
to
me do
have
that.
known. I will auto book that.
You should. It's free if you have audible.com, the app. Or look it up on YouTube.
Audible.com. You can download the app from iTunes stores or
The only reason I used to know what audible.com was is that guy. What's the science YouTube guy? The Smarter Every Day. You ever watch those?
Bill Nye.
That dude's not really a scientist.
Mind blown. What?
He's not. You knew that, right?
Maybe I did. Forgot to remember.
Yeah, whatever. He's cool. I don't have anything against
He's
him.
cool.
I'm not hating on his gig.
I don't know about that other science
I'm
guy.
not trying to get in on his action, bro. I just
You're like, I am a real scientist. He's not.
You were eating those grapes like a Roman god,
prince.
bro.
Like
I feel like you should just be laid out over here.
Yeah, you didn't give me a recliner. I would pull this mic towards me.
Dude, that was my grandmother's chair. I have two of those.
Thanks, Grandma. Dang, it's still in really good condition. You guys clean this?
No. They had my grandparents had a house fire, and their whole house, everything burned up. Well,
Except this chair.
I think that might have been a replacement. There's several things in here that were theirs. That ice box over there. I'll show it to you later, but it's like the way they used to refrigerate food. It's just a wood box. They'd put a block of ice in it, and you know what it is. You know the thing.
Yeah.
I got this buddy that doesn't want to.
refrigerator.
I just quoted Joe Biden. Did you know that when I said, the thing? I got this buddy.
Sounds like something my president would say.
I got this buddy that won't come on my podcast because he's afraid where the conversation will go. Like me and him talk about some pretty wild stuff.
Yeah.
And so he's trying to come up with an alias. And I said, why don't you just come on here and say your name is Corn Pop? And I'll go, the first thing I'll say to you when you come on is, hey man, I heard you're a bad boy and you run around with some bad dudes. And we could just start from there.
My name's Corn Pop. And I am a delinquent.
It's so funny, bro. You can't, I don't know. I don't care anything about any of that, man.
You talking about the
Politics. I read this book, Matt Taibbi's Hate Inc. I've said that like every podcast for 8 podcasts. And it's really just a soap opera, man. And once you separate yourself from it, or at least realize what it is.
I don't even pay attention.
Bro, you got houses to paint. That's the thing, man. You got stuff to do.
I got light to shine.
Somebody's got to pay taxes.
Who's
going to pay? Hey, if you don't pay taxes, and I don't pay taxes, who's going to pay taxes?
It's not the corpse. Not the big corpse. I heard a statistic that 85% of people, civilians, pay the government, and 15% if I did my fast.
Yeah, let me hit you with a counterpoint on that, though. I'm not totally disagreeing with you because I am starting to think closer to like pretty far left ideas. Let me say this the right way. I do not totally identify with the far left's view of capitalism. I don't agree with that.
I don't think anybody should be on far left or far right.
But
in the middle.
The idea that like corporations don't pay taxes piece. So this is a specific instance, but let's say when Bridgestone decided to come to Nashville or Nissan or something, a lot of times when they're trying to entice a company to come to Nashville or whatever city, they'll give them tax breaks.
Amazon.
Yeah. Okay. So think about this though, because at first you hear tax breaks, right? You hear, oh, they're not going to pay taxes. They're going to blah, 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 blah.
Right.
But the portion of taxes in which they will pay, and now obviously this would have to be weighed against, are they going to put other businesses out of business or not? Right. Or, you got, obviously that's the politician's job or whoever's making these deals.
Right.
But the idea that in Nashville, like let's take Bridgestone for instance, if Nashville helps Bridgestone create an environment, maybe by lowering their taxes, which helps their overhead in some way, if they can help them have a little bit of a competitive edge and come to a place to employ people and give opportunity, that's a good thing. So it's like some of our other discussions tonight. You can't say that all tax breaks for big businesses is bad. Now, I think where it really starts to suck and where
the majority of these big businesses like, aren't paying taxes.
I asked my wife the other day, I said, do you think it's immoral to be a billionaire? I mean,
no.
is there a level of money that's Scrooge McDuck swimming in gold, or
it's about how you steward that finance.
Correct.
It's not about how much to finance.
So the one thing that I do appreciate about your boy Jeff Bezos, and this is one thing that John Mackey, the Whole Foods guy, one thing that he would say, and he's got I line up closer to John Mackey's view of capitalism. I don't think capitalism should be defined as capitalism or like what people say that it is, which is for-profitism.
Right.
I think it needs to be more of the idea of innovationism.
Right.
Like if you can innovate how to paint a house and that gives you a competitive edge, then the market should reward you in that way. That's why we're not communists. That's why we're not socialists, right? Yeah. Like if you figure out your little edge. It's only going
to push the next person, and now we're all just taking steps forward.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. All boats rise. And that's a fact too, man. In that book that I was talking about earlier, I don't think I mentioned the name, but it's called Enlightenment Now by Steven Pinker.
Right.
He talks about that. He's like, look, these ideas that I'm saying where I'm like, hey, bro, 60 years ago, 70, 80 years ago, we didn't have unemployment insurance. We didn't have all these programs that have kind of helped, safety nets that have helped keep us out of the swamp of just chaos.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, think about global warming. How are super poor people going to care one bit about how much carbon dioxide's in the air when they don't have enough money for Fruit Loops?
Right.
Or they can't get a job, or like their husband's a felon and now because he's a felon he can't work and they're just caught in this cycle.
Yeah.
That's the stuff that needs to be recognized and then fixed. And some of that is cultural
and then
for specific groups, and some of it is society.
Exactly. Yeah.
And let's just keep going. I think we're doing a good job. I don't think we hear that stuff enough.
Yeah.
I mean, think about like the conversation that we're having right now compared to like your ancestors in the 1950s. What if your great-great-grandfather or whatever loved a black woman?
Yeah.
Do you think how would that have worked out for him?
Not well.
And then here we are. You know what I mean? So we are closer to whatever this is, whatever this, like, I don't even want to call it utopia, but living like hobbits. Just, and I don't mean that in some negative kind of way. I just mean people having their little gigs, nobody encroaching on their freedom.
Right.
We're all pursuing our happiness in our own way.
Love and respect towards
everybody. As long as you don't disrespect anybody else, so that statement right there, disrespect anybody else, I think some people are a little hyper emotional and hypersensitive to that piece too.
They can be, for sure.
Like, hey man, you just do you and I'll do me, and I don't care, man. If you want to
shoot venom my way, it's cool.
But don't cause me
Yeah.
to have to like do things, like meaning like the one thing I'm thinking of in particular is like the transgender, like the pronouns, and like when it gets into the speech piece, when someone is trying to control what I say or what I don't say.
Yeah.
That's where I'm a little touchy. Now, obviously.
Yeah. So are they.
Things can be, well, see, that's the thing, man. With so many different cultures colliding in one spot, are we really ever going to be able to find a spot where everybody's
happy? Not when humanity's the one.
I think we just need to focus on the love and grace, not committing violence to each other, making sure people have opportunity. Like, there are people who want to pursue some sort of business like what you're doing, but maybe they don't have the means to do it. Maybe they have some skill. Maybe they need a little more education. That I don't want to go off on a tangent here, but I'll shut up right after I say this. That is the biggest travesty at the end of all this right here for me, is that I know that depending on what zip code you live in, I know it for a fact that depending on where you live and how much money the people around you make, that is going to determine how good of an education you're going to get in your life.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
That's messed up.
Yeah, we've been talking about homeschooling.
We do that.
Yeah.
I never thought I would do that. I used to think it was weird.
Separate ourselves from indoctrination.
If anybody ever tells you, well, they got to get socialized. Bro, my kids are more socialized than any kids that I've ever met. They go to jiu-jitsu every day. My kids have friends that they just like sit and kick it with over there. They see them every day. Maybe they go to a little homeschool deal once a week,
right,
where they have actual school with other kids. But they're going to that with other kids that they go to church with, and then they see them a couple different places. Like they have this whole network of 20, 30 kids that they see all the time.
Friends.
And they know them. Yeah,
that's
like
big
we
time.
have their families over here.
That's big time.
And they're seeing them here. They're seeing them at church. They're seeing them at school. They're seeing them at jiu-jitsu. They're seeing them at church. You know what I mean? Like
that's important.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
and
what I want.
Talking to them like they're human beings.
Yeah. In practical situations with good people.
I took my daughter to several concerts, and some people would think that was, foolish or whatever, but it's like if it's important enough for me to do and she can understand, let's go. Yeah. She can go too. Get some earplugs, check it out. It's not all about me.
Yeah, and include your kids in your life. Don't exclude them.
One thing that I had I never realized it before, but I'm sitting there holding my son, and I'm like sitting over here, and I'm looking, and my wife's, I don't know what she was doing. She was maybe cooking, and the kids were helping her, and I was holding the baby, and I just saw the whole family kind of there interacting at one time. And I was sitting there thinking, I was like, when the kids like would look up at me and they maybe do a somersault or whatever, I was like, just me looking at them and observing them
was enough for them.
And noticing them, to them, was huge.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, look at Dad, the big lion up on the hill, looking down at me. He's pleased with me.
Like, what did he think about it? What's he doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
and like
big.
Being that encouragement and that.
And for you to like acknowledge that that's something important in that moment.
And all of that this stuff we've talked about with the marriage and that's what I think people need to be tuning into, and what people need to be thinking. Like, all we really have is the relationships with people around us.
Yeah, that's the real wealth.
That is.
Sure. Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, you have your friends. If you try to be friends with somebody and they don't want to be your friend, move on to the next person. Somebody wants to be your friend.
Yeah,
Somebody's looking for friends.
Yeah, there are people in your life that are not going to be your friend. There are people in your life that are going to be your friend. Some for 20 minutes, some for 20 years.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, man.
It's fun. Bro, if we go for like 7 more minutes, we beat the record. What do you want to talk about, man? You got anything else left in the tank?
Oh, man, there's so much. There's so much. We just got to do it again.
What kind of music you listen to?
Actually, worship. A lot of gospel and worship. More ever.
So you talk about that real quick. You like lead worship or help with that? What do you do?
Yeah, no, I sing at church with my wife. That's we lead some songs. It's becoming a bigger thing apparently. God's using us in that way, and just want to do our best for him. Turns out my wife's a much better singer than I am, but I never, I had the gift my whole life, but I never used it for anything, and now it's cool to see him using that and encouraging it, which once was an insecurity, and now so far from that, with a woman that I've been given that I know is from him, and this is something that she does, and I learned through it with her. It's like brings us together. Like, it's like everything that has to do with this is like a level up. Like, helps my marriage, helps my relationship with her and communicating. It helps my life in the church, my spiritual life. It feeds me in that way. I'm honoring God. I mean, it's like so many different things in this one that I never knew was going to be a thing. Like I'm a shower singer, like in my car by myself. That's what it was. But now it's like becoming a
Did
thing.
you sing Journey? Well, you should have been gone.
That's
Do you like Journey?
I do love Journey.
Dude, he's
It was a
wild.
hard voice.
I don't think
voice
Steve Perry can sing like that anymore.
No, he can't. That's why he doesn't do it anymore. That Filipino now does it. Sounds just like him. Uncanny. Amazing.
Man, how you gonna be just like Filipino?
But how are you
Man, I
just
do
going to
Filipino.
have exact copy of one of the most
Dude, that dude was
unique
poor.
voices
Have you ever seen that documentary on
of
him?
all time? You're missing the point, though.
No, I hear you. He does.
The most unique voice in the history of rock.
And this dude can just mimic it.
And this dude sounds
I
carbon
think he's
copy.
got some sort of God story with his rise to
Yeah,
Journey. They
maybe.
found him on
By
like
the way,
YouTube.
I did see that. Yeah.
Have
I
you seen
saw
the
that.
ZZ Top documentary?
Incredible. I haven't seen that one, though.
Are you into ZZ Top?
No.
I'm a really big fan of like 70s hard rock, and by that I don't mean like Zeppelin and like the core bands. I'm really into like some obscure, deeper, heavy, like Motorhead, Mountain, like just kind of some grungy or heavy 70s rock. And ZZ Top was that before they had all their hits.
Right.
And I didn't really realize that until I saw that documentary.
Yeah, I don't know about the tone. I'm a 10 or 2. Do you know what that is?
No, man, it sounds cool though. It's like you got AIDS?
Yeah, no.
Is it like
way
AIDS?
better.
Or is it more like COVID?
Way better than that.
I'm getting a $2,000 fine now for saying COVID, so I'm about to.
I'm learning. I'm learning as I go. That's what they told me I was. So that's.
Do you read music?
I don't read music. I'm telling you, man. I'm a car shower singer.
So what is this, like a singing group, like a choir?
No, it's worship in a church. The congregation comes and you lead in worship before you have the message. Like,
So you and your wife lead, just you and your wife.
we are leading songs now. 4 songs typically in a worship set.
And then a prayer, and then 4 songs in the prayer.
And then announcements, prayer, and then the pastor comes and preaches.
Do y'all have a guitar solo anywhere in there?
We sometimes, yeah. It's we go to Vineyard Church, so it's
Where's
more. It's in Franklin.
Sorry, where is that?
Franklin Vineyard.
Okay.
It's kind of off of MacHatcher down there. But it's rock and roll worship. There's some great.
Churches of Christ don't have pianos, instruments, anything.
It's
You know
just
that?
all
What did you grow up?
of it. I grew up non-denominational, but went to all of it. I went to the Baptist church in the backsticks of Carolina. I went to
Like how long would you have spent at each one?
I've enough to experience them, you know. And
Do you feel like that gives you any insight in
absolutely, everybody is different, and everybody. The ultimate goal is the ultimate goal, to better spiritual and find wellness in that way, but everybody goes about it differently. And the holding a hymn book and singing with no music is a beautiful type of worship, and a guitar solo in the spirit is a beautiful type of worship. A high rock singing voice, beautiful way to honor God.
I have this theory, man.
A low, out of pitch, terrible singer,
Probably going to hell, aren't they?
no, beautiful way to honor God.
But not to everybody that's listening to them.
Yeah, but that's
It's
not
bad.
the point.
It's very bad.
That's not the point.
I've
That's
heard
not
some
the
people,
point.
man, that are. It's bad, but
I felt the spirit move
Some
on
people
a
are just tone
missed
deaf.
chord before. Like I felt like
what does it feel like for the spirit to move? I don't know what you mean.
An acquired feeling. It's an acquired feeling. It's not something that, it's something that you might have had and didn't know what it was until you got discernment and learned what that was, or it's something that you seek and find. in that
So
way.
I have this experience when I'm listening to music, and I'm not making this up. This is real. Like,
Real quick,
ahead.
the easiest
Sorry.
way for me to probably tell it, I wasn't even thinking about it until just now. So I I typically, it's an overwhelming emotion of compassion towards another human being. That's how I could probably put it into words. So much so, it's like a wave that hits you in direction towards someone or an event in your life that hits you so hard that you're like tearing up and you don't know why. Like that's like the spirit.
Yo, my wife makes a spirit move with her food, my G. She's moving.
That is
spirit.
a beautiful way to worship. Thank you, God, for this woman and the way that she cooks.
Yo, she is worshiping God when she creates that food. I'm telling you.
Not only is your woman feeding your physical form, but at the exact same time, she's feeding your spiritual form and your soul. If that's not worship, I don't know what is.
I dig it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I was raised Church of Christ.
Yeah.
And it is very fundamental, and there's a lot of anti to it, like it seems very territorial at times. And again, I don't want to trash on it because I know so many great people from there, but that's all I've ever seen. All I know is us and them. This think about like a box, and it's all divided into 12 different big groups. They're getting all their information from the same book, but those 12 groups are like the 12 different denominations.
12, yeah.
And they all do different things, but they're all getting their same information from the same book. I don't understand that.
Yeah, but maybe because we're so divided, the information is not right. Maybe, just maybe, if we can't get on the same page, somebody's off.
I agree. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
It's gotta be.
Like somebody's off, or I don't know.
What is it?
I don't know. It's wild.
Yeah.
But I know that everybody that I have real conversations with, not sermons that I listen to, none of that. But I mean one-on-one relationships. Most times that I'm talking to people, most of the time. Sorry, I'm about to burp.
Again, it's cool. It's just the Mountain Dew.
It's not. I normally don't have this issue. When you really have conversations with people, despite their background or despite what group they're with, most people that I talk to come down to the same conclusion. It's like, love people, treat them nice, and maybe you don't know everything.
Yeah.
I don't understand why that's so hard.
Treat them nice, and if you don't know, try and learn.
Yeah, like, hey, if you're 30, if I'm 37 years old, hey, bro, I didn't believe this 37 years ago. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, how do I know that I just haven't been exposed to all of the information yet?
Right. Or that revelation that you need is right around the corner.
Have you ever felt like you had a moment where God actually talked to you or spoke? Or
I've never heard the audible voice of God. Never through my ears.
Do you believe that
I'm
people
learning? I absolutely do. Absolutely 100%. Everybody's unique and special in their own way, and they all have a purpose. Everybody. And in that way, whatever that looks like towards a relationship with Christ or God is their own blueprint and their own journey. But me, I'm only in the middle of learning how to recognize his voice in me. Here's one. I was with I have wonderful neighbors. They're sweet couple, also interracial couple too. Just beautiful people. They this is definitely going to go longer than 7 minutes. I was praying devotion and closing my eyes. I'm like, she passed in front of me with her dog, and I'm like, is there anything you want me to pray for her and do anything? Like trying to hear the Spirit and recognize that voice in me as right and not my own selfishness or whatever. So, okay, pray for her, pray blessings over her. How do you want that to look? How do you want me to say it? I'm just going through the process. And then I get this image in my head, a mental image of a note on their door. And what do you want that note to say? So that image is there. Okay, I'm going to acknowledge that as I'm praying to you. Is this from you? What do you want that note to say? It says, and then the first thing that came to mind was, I bless this home in Jesus' name. Something so simple. And so I'm like, okay. You want me to put that note on their door? Okay. Is that what's going on here? So, okay, a little boldness. Let's do it. Put the note on the door. She panics when she sees it. I'm gone coaching, but my wife tells me the story. When I come back, she hears them like freaking out there, and they're not in a position to accept that for anything that I meant it to be. So she's like, what is this? Are there notes on somebody else's doors? Are we being cursed? What is going on right now? Just paranoid. So I'm like, I blew it. I made a mistake. I'm trying to hear the voice and understand discernment in this. And, whoops. Maybe that was me thinking that I got to do this because I'm self-righteous. So these doubts come in. And then my wife clears it up. And, you know, it's a little awkward for a little while. You know, we don't see each other as much, and maybe that's intended. Okay. I can handle that. But I'm still like, what is that about? Okay, maybe it wasn't you, but I'm still here. You know, whatever. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. So I keep praying for him and everything like that. But this was, I think, a week ago. I'm watching TV. 2 weeks ago, I'm watching TV, and TV's pretty loud, but we got the window open because it's a cool night. I hear hard brakes hit, tires screeching, horn goes off for a split second, and then the loudest deafening crunch, like metal crunch, that I've heard living there. And it's a gnarly intersection. So I'm like, oh man. And then it's like, not only was it so loud and like when you feel it in your soul, like I know exactly what that was. And if I'm going out to check this out, I'm prepared for some absolute violence because it was that heavy of a hit. So I'm like, and you come 50 miles an hour down this hill. So I know this hill, and then people go crazy sometimes and mess up. So I'm like, oh my God, I immediately turn the TV off. My wife was trying to go to sleep. I wake her up, and I'm like, did you hear that? And it was like you heard like after, like the car like flipped and went crazy. So I'm like, I gotta go out there. So I go out there, and as I'm leaving, my neighbor comes out, and he's got his dogs, and I'm like, did you hear that? And he's like kind of not paying attention to me, but kind of like running faster. And I'm like, what is he running from? And then I go out there and I immediately recognize her car.
Oh no.
It's his fiance. They got engaged now, and it's her. And it's literally bonded to a Ford F-150 head on. Like Ford F-150. She's got a little Hyundai mid-size sedan, and it's literally hit the F-150 so hard it's bonded to it. Yeah. And I'm like, I'm about to walk up on some dead bodies. Like, this is happening.
She okay?
So that guy, she is, long story short, she's bruised. Literally not a scratch on this woman. Like, she's no blood, no like perforation of the skin is what I mean by mark. Like, she's got marks, she's bruised, and she's hurt emotionally and scarred in that way, and physically she's got some deep bruising from the seatbelt and stuff like that. But she literally walked out of that car, and the bigger car, the F-150, the dude was not doing well. Blood all over his face. He was drug out of the car. I knelt down next to him, prayed over him, did what I felt like I was supposed to do then. But in that, I acknowledge authority in praying for things in his name. And I feel like I missed it and made a mistake. But then 6 months later, this lady gets in a head-on collision at 50 miles an hour with a Ford F-150, and she walks out of the car. And she she's not bleeding, not a drop of blood on her. And I noticed it was her, and I went over to see if she was okay, and she was in shock. But cut to, if I'm being honest, after the accident, I wanted to give them space. So if she's out walking her dog and I see her, I'm like, let me quick get into my apartment. I mean, I'm just hearing like now if she's like listening to this, she's like, you avoiding me? Like, but it's like not in a, like, let me give her space. Like, I don't want her to like be heavily emotional when she remembers me being there and that thing. I didn't know. I was projecting a little bit, so I made myself scarce.
It's hard to know.
I made myself scarce and I walked away. And then I went back into the apartment. Cut to the next day or like 2 days later, that position I took, let me just avoid it. Let me just quickly get into my apartment to not maybe talk to her and like be stuck in a tough conversation or something like that. That was my view then. 2 days later or something, a day or two later, I get out of my apartment. I'm locking the door. As I lock the door, a thought comes in my head, and I don't know if you've ever had a thought that you've said with your lips. Didn't really no vocal cord vibration, but I said the thought with my lips. And the thought was, I can talk to her today. If I run into her, I can talk to her today. Lock the door, walk into my car. She calls out to me from the parking lot. Like, literally the peace that I have 2 seconds before, I can talk to her today. And she's calling out to me, and we have a very long conversation that was wonderful. I was super happy to see how she was handling herself after the accident. I thought it was life and fruit brought to that conversation. I got to, love on her in a little way. And then literally this woman who's like, are we being cursed? Because I'm putting, I bless this home in Jesus' name, on the door, acknowledges that with her husband, she said she had a joke in the hospital. We're going to get home and there's going to be notes all over our door from our neighbor putting prayers on my door. I'm like, that's beautiful. That's hilarious. And she's like, yeah, we had a good laugh about it. And I'm like, well, if you don't mind, I'm going to continue praying for you and your family. And this woman who doesn't have a view that's good towards it now says, please do. Thank you. It's like, that's it, man. So you think you hear it, you get distractions in the world, kind of like talks you into like your view of yourself. Oh, stupid. Why did I do that? Why did I put a sticky note on her door that says, I bless this home in Jesus' name? That's dumb.
I know what that's like, man.
Right. That's the spirit voice. That's the voice. Never an audible, but it's like, I get an image. What do you want that to say? Ask questions. Go out on a limb. You don't know until you know. So I try and do my best to point myself in that way. And that's the fruits from it. It's insecure and doubts, but if you just keep pushing in, maybe you're going to get something great out of it. And maybe you are spoken to by God, but not in the way that people are like, Eli, Greg, I want you to sell records. Like, it's not always that way, but there's good in it. So
yeah. So, man, that story's powerful, man.
It's deep, man.
I don't have anything to compare to that end piece with her in the car wreck.
Yeah.
But I know what that's like to have.
When I pray, coincidences happen. That's what I'm saying, man. Of 30 years of doing it, you can start piecing some things together that maybe there is a connection between the spiritual and the physical world. And maybe if I lean in more, I'll see more. So that's what I'm going to do.
I had this, I was really anti going to church at the time. It was like right after COVID had happened and churches weren't meeting. And actually, man, to be honest, I felt like I needed that break.
Yeah.
I really did, to find
me too.
the separation between Christianity and religion for me. And I do think there's a definite division for me.
Yeah.
Like, when I go to the Church of Christ for the rest of my life, it's only because that's the culture of being raised in church that I like.
Right.
Like, that's what I know.
It's familiar.
And you said it yourself. I mean, that my wife even said it the other day. She's like, I like the a cappella singing. Like, I enjoy it.
Yeah.
It's what I grew up on. It sounds
Yeah.
good to me. Now, they don't sing the oldies like
There's
I like.
comfort in it. Right.
Oh man, I love like How Great Thou Art and the old, like the OGs, the greatest hits.
Yeah.
I love that stuff.
Yeah, it's good. And there's power in that too.
And I went to a Christian college, and hearing 4-part harmonies on, I love it.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not going to judge. I mean, you know how I was raised and what people think. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I honestly don't even think it's worth the time to argue that type
It's
stuff.
not.
There's plenty of this other stuff we're talking about where people,
for sure.
yeah, people are in pain, and we're sitting here arguing about New King James versus American Standard versus, you know what I mean?
Or there's some light you're supposed to give
Yeah.
with that tiny topic.
That's why
is
I just
keeping you
make,
from it.
you know, and part of it honestly is to avoid like the scripture and verse conversations. Like, I don't really want to get, I'm not really concerned. I'm not saying that the scripture is not important, and I'm not saying that I don't want people to say scripture or whatever, but I don't want it to turn into, well, this is what it says about instrumental music, and like get into all that. I think there's plenty of other things that can help people right now.
Right.
That can help people get their lives, their marriages, their, you know, future kids, grandkids, any of that, just in a better spot.
Yeah.
And all that's going to do is exactly what we were saying earlier, is going to help all the boats to rise.
Yeah. Religion doesn't work.
It doesn't.
Relationship with Christ is the only thing that's important.
Yeah.
Because whether you believe in him or not, like if you model
that's
your
what
life
I keep
after
saying.
him,
Yeah, I've said that over and over and
fruit's
over.
going to come from it. It's not like
even if it's the Iliad and
get
Odyssey,
over the hill, man.
even if it's a made up story, even if it's just an oral collection pre-internet of everything we knew about treating humans in a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
That is still better than what are you gonna replace it with?
Morality came from somewhere. Where did it come from?
See,
Do you think we evolved into morality? Lions tear the heads off of
think it's
other
possible.
lions all the time.
I do think it's possible.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've rationalized through this idea, to be honest. So think about it like this.
It's a big one. It's a big one.
I don't think that religion, I've said this on here before, and this is not, it won't be a popular opinion with religious type people or Christian type people, but I don't think that church and the Bible has the monopoly on morality. I think there's other places that it shows its head. I think you see animals do it. I think you see, I don't know. I haven't come up with a good case story to go along with that, but I'm saying it from the perspective of, I don't think that Christian people are the only people that can speak to what's right and wrong.
I agree with you that's morality is a far bigger net than Christianity. But my argument would be that morality came from a divine order. Morality came from intelligent designed
It could,
society,
but it also could have been
world.
as we kept interacting with each other. I'm just playing the devil's advocate. I'm not saying that I disagree.
Please.
But it could also be that we kept developing new ways to deal with each other in humane fashion, and we got tired of fighting. I mean, dude, we were fighting wars forever until what?
Yeah.
50 years ago? Really? I mean, really still now there's some stuff that goes on, but it's not the reason I say that long is World War II was the last time that it was just like everybody's in war. And I think it was really like that throughout history going back pretty far.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you study Russian history at all, they're right there in them. They fought the Ottomans, they fought the Prussians, they fought France, Napoleon. Everybody's over there just trying to get some land.
Yeah, but who taught them to care for somebody because it's good?
Well,
why?
Do you think there's morality in Muslim nations?
I believe there's gotta be.
Because they're pretty much the antithesis to Christianity.
Muslim, yeah. They're
and I don't
from
mean
Abraham as well.
Ishmael.
Yeah. So I mean, we come from the same father. They just one went one way and one went another. So I think there's morality in it. I think there's absolutely.
So I mean, and even Buddhism,
moral
like there are
Muslims.
other. I think some of this stuff, can,
But that's also
some of it
God.
can be observed.
It's like morality from where? Where are they getting it from? Are they getting it from God, or did they evolve to it?
The only thing that I can think of to answer that question, C.S. Lewis in his book Mere Christianity talks about that idea, and I want to say what he comes to the conclusion of is that, I'm going to say this all wrong, but and I'm probably
It's
putting
hard to
words in
quote
his
off
mouth
memory.
too. He like the world's all in chaos. Everything we see is chaos. But here's this code that somehow is written on everyone's heart. Like we know that rape is wrong. We know that killing another
Right.
person is wrong. And you start to get into like collective morality,
And
what
if you don't
what all
think
these different
there's
groups.
consequences to your actions, you're going to think it's okay to be this way.
You may disagree with this, but I almost feel like at this point we need a good scientific look at morality. Now the problem is that we wouldn't, as humans, pay attention to it because it would tell us things we don't want to hear.
But also some people will think it comes from this form of evolution, and some people will think it's a divine nature, and we're going to continue to argue.
And this is what would
Immorally.
happen. We would go, okay. First of all, you'd have to look at all the crime stats and data, which nobody would want to do.
Right.
And you'd have to come up with all these different identifiers that people in this income bracket and this, and I think some of this information exists now, but we don't pay attention to it. And start to actually figure out the source of these problems. So let's say you came to the conclusion that Native Americans between the ages of 17 and 26 in these particular areas get hooked on methamphetamine and whatever. Like we figured something like that out.
Mm-hmm.
And then we actually came up with and then anytime you say this program, then it gets into all the bureaucracy crap.
Or practical route to solve a problem.
And start fixing specific problems. Now, in that Enlightenment Now book, it talks about how we need that most of the world is not even near extreme poverty anymore. But 70, 80 years ago, it was like 40%. So like everything has gotten better in that regard. Like we've learned a lot about taking care of our food and having sustainability
holistic,
So
and information's being shared, and information is wealth.
Correct.
So
and that's the thing. People want to crap on the United States a lot, and maybe there are reasons we should be crapped on for some reasons.
Yeah.
But we are definitely that beacon of light of, look, man, if you just let your people who are yearning to be free, let them be free, and then with all of their beautiful abilities that God's given them,
Freedom.
look what people can do.
Yeah.
Now we got some people that are thugs, and we got cops that suck, and
There's
we got
evil.
there's people that just suck. There's people in every single position you could possibly think of that suck.
Yeah.
We knew people at a grocery store of all places
Yeah. That's
where they didn't even drug test, and they sucked. Like they were missing the point. You know what I mean?
Missing the point.
It's like, dude, nobody is judging you. And anyway, I'm not trying to get off on them people. We've avoided it twice. That was the second.
Yeah, you're good at it. You can drive, bro.
Yeah. But I don't know, man. I think this is all pretty simple stuff. We got to stop. I might lose my voice.
That's cool.
But
Check it.
I don't know that I ended that very well right there, but I don't know, man. I just think the world is becoming a better place.
We came from someplace.
Yes.
We're going someplace.
Correct.
Let's do it the right way to the best of our
That's
ability.
it. Stop.
Yeah,
Here's the other piece too. People need to keep in mind, because a lot of people right now want fast, quick change. They want whatever they think they want.
That's nothing worth having. Is
and
easy
and
or
it's
quick.
chaotic. If you look back in history, anything where there was change fast in a culture, it can end very bad.
Yes.
It can.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. It creates power vacuums. It creates all these other things. And, hey, man, when it's all said and done, when all these political fights and everything else are said and done, we still got to live next to each other.
Still got to live next to each other.
Why can't we be friends?
Why can't we?
Yeah, I can't. Look, you should be able to reach me, bro. You're like 9 feet tall.
We do.
All right, man. This was fun. You're gonna have to come back.
Yeah,
You get to,
we'll definitely run this back.
I had an Illinois flag, a boat flag that was supposed to be here because
Yeah.
I've had everybody's birth flag so far, like where they were
Except
from.
mine.
It didn't show up. It's Amazon's fault, man. It's Jeff Bezos. Somebody probably didn't give him his tax break that he needed.
Everybody in this world believes they can spend Jeff Bezos' money better than him.
I didn't finish that topic,
Yeah.
but I will say this because this will wrap everything up. I do believe that I've said tonight. I don't think it's immoral for Jeff Bezos to be a billionaire and people to be a billionaire because I'll tell you why. He knows how to invest money to create value for himself and other people.
Right.
So if he has 150,
But he also knows how to make mistakes with his money.
for sure.
Everybody.
Like, bro, don't lose your old lady. What's he
Don't
doing?
lose your old lady.
And that second girl that he's with's ugly.
Maybe don't
I don't
spend so much
understand.
money on space exploration.
I'm just
and put
saying
it
that-
into this world. That's what I'm saying.
No, I think space exploration is very important.
I think it's important too.
We're going to be a multiplanetary species, whether you believe that or not.
but a
We're
billion
going to
dollar-
Mars. We really are.
Good luck over there. Like, I wish you the best.
Well, think
I
about
wish
human.
everybody
Think about
the
the
best to
places that
figure
we
that
can
out.
survive. Humans, we can live in all these different environments that we shouldn't be able to. A
You
submarine.
also can die in all those same
Yeah, but dude, we
environments.
got people that
and
want
this
to
was
go.
made for us.
Hey, bro, if you're crazy enough to hop on a rocket and fly,
That's a timer.
if you are
An Amber Alert.
no, my wife's somebody's calling me. If you're crazy enough to get on a rocket and go to Mars,
Yo, I'm not.
Let 'em go.
I'm not against the trip. I'm against the mass financial weight of it all.
yeah, but who's paying for it?
I mean, I understand. That's why I'm. It's not. Do what you do. Do what you think. I'm just saying.
I just think
I believe there's more life to be done with $1 billion a year here than over
So
there.
with that view, though, you're saying that there's only like there's only so much pizza, and that if you use a slice of the pizza to go to space, then there's not that piece for everyone else. And I don't think capitalism works that way. I think that if Jeff Bezos creates a market,
Mhm.
there, think about all the mining companies and other types of companies that may put R&D money, research and development money,
Right.
into their exploration of Mars. Because what happens if they go to Mars, pop down 2 feet, and it's solid gold? Who knows? What if we get up there and we find some element that completely changes humanity? Like one thing that has
Respect.
absolutely changed with almost a vertical inclination since about 1960, 1970 is our ability to compute data.
Yeah.
And there seems to be no limit to at what extent they can compute data.
Right.
Bro, these algorithms on Facebook, Instagram, and everything else, they know more about me and you than me and you know about us. Like if you watch the Social
Unfortunately,
Dilemma
I
documentary.
have.
Yeah,
That was
it's
gnarly.
wild. But I do think there's value in us being a multiplanetary species. So think about it like this. What happens if an asteroid comes and slams into the earth? You know, I mean, I know biblical people, this is one downside to it too, is they're always so upward focused
Yeah.
that we forget that it's the same as having helicopters and boats to save ourselves from a flood. There are larger pieces, like maybe we don't live on Earth forever. Maybe we have to figure something else out. Like humans are so resilient. We are the fungus that just will not die. We figure out every way possible to live in the most extreme circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost in our very nature to figure out how to go live somewhere else. Like if we don't, we're just punks. Like, what are we doing all this stuff for if we can't go? We literally will. If you give humans enough time, we will conquer the entire universe. I mean, it may
Yeah.
take 50 bazillion years,
Yeah.
but it's what we do.
Yeah. But
I don't know.
That's
That's what it seems to me
that's
because
great. That's great. That's a wholesome perspective, I think, in terms of spending all that money. But then also, you know, how many issues are here? I mean, it's almost like there's very present
so there's a lot of
massive
here's the good side of what I'm saying, and I think would prove. So like Elon Musk,
Yeah.
he creates an they're really working on making those cars autonomous.
Right.
They call them self-driving. They're actually not. I don't
Yeah.
know if you know that, but
They're
they are and they're not. It's not actually legal to have a self-driving car.
Yeah.
Like it'll do it, but it'll tell you to touch the wheel and all that.
Yeah.
I've never been in one.
I have test drove a couple.
I'd like to,
They're
but
pretty legit.
so think about it like
really
this:
fast.
if technology got to a point where all cars were autonomous,
Yeah.
there would be I think the estimate is like 1 million less people would die
Right.
the next year. Like if everybody had a car that drove itself, there would be way less accidents. I think the estimates are like $1 million, and I think or $1 million, 1 million lives.
Right.
I think they say that in that something close to that in that
Sounds
Enlightenment
legit.
now.
Sounds legit. So there's good.
Either way,
that.
yeah.
But that's
but where do you get all that technology?
But that's good. Yeah.
From trying to conquer
Right.
places that we can't conquer. I mean, we know less about our own Earth and the oceans than we do about space. We know actually quite a bit about space.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. So like, there's more work to be done here. That's for sure, proving my point.
And the reason that they have to put the colony on the moon is because they basically run a transport Earth, Moon, Earth, Moon, Earth, Moon, Earth, Moon.
Yeah.
And there's only so many windows of time between Mars and Earth every year. Like we're only pretty close together. So think about it like this. If we're super far away, it might take like 15 years to shoot something there.
But
if we wait till we get close,
10 years.
it's like 3. I think they say they can do it in 3
years. Yeah, that's crazy.
But I think they can do it faster than that too.
I mean, it's interesting.
And think about how many jobs it creates.
Maybe put a pipeline from like Louisiana to California.
But they stop all the pipelines.
On fire.
You mean for just like water?
California's on fire and New Orleans is drowning all the time. I'm just saying
let's just maybe take some dirt from over here.
Yeah.
Put some dirt over here and
that's it. That's $1 billion.
Well, I think there's another
billion?
problem in that too, is that we've grown a little too like why would you want to live in a place that's like 5 or 6 feet below sea level? You know what I mean?
Oh, I don't
like just
agree.
because we have been living there doesn't mean we should continue to based on the knowledge we have now.
It's a beautiful place.
It's a really cool place.
Really good food. I'm never moving there.
Dude, I'll tell you this story, and we really should hang this up.
Let's go for another 4 hours, bro.
I could.
Tomorrow morning. Let's stop tomorrow morning.
Tell me
that story.
I'm not going to tell the story. I'll tell it. So there's such thing as there's such thing as like
conflict of consciousness.
So me and my wife are about to have our first baby.
Mm-hmm.
And we did this little like tour before we had the baby. We went to Florida. We went down to, or not Florida. We went to Texas.
Traveling out of the way?
Yeah. We went to New Orleans. And when we were down there, I had on this Texas Longhorns t-shirt that I'd gotten when we were down in Houston to see her dad.
Good old Texas.
And we're on like the top end of Bourbon Street, which is like where all the gay bars are. Mm-hmm. I didn't know any of this existed, man. I was just some naive kid, you know. We were just down there checking it out. And from the top floor of like some bar, as we're walking, I'm sitting there walking with my wife. He's like, and dude, I was actually decently built at the time, you know. And then I hear this guy yell. He goes, hey, Texas, I'll touch your Longhorns. And I was just like,
out of the blue. Why?
He's just having a good time, man.
He's just having a good time.
But I think about that every time I think about New Orleans. That place is wild.
That place is wild.
Have you seen any of the videos of them clearing out Bourbon Street at the very end of Mardi Gras with those horses? Those horses are vicious.
They don't play no games.
Did you see the guy punch one of those horses? Look that up.
The horse probably didn't like it.
Nah, those cops didn't like it either.
Don't touch my horse.
Bro, that guy probably got a little extra.
Maybe rightfully so, maybe.
You know, I don't think the cops should just go around nightsticking people.
No.
But you shouldn't go around punching horses either. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Don't nightstick a horse and you won't get nightsticked.
Yeah.
Don't be ninjaing nothing that needs no ninjaing. Have you seen that video? Oh man, it's worth a look.
Ninja.
There was a street preacher preaching the gospel right in the heart of that street while people were running around all nefarious, acting a fool.
Dude, what do you think about that? I've seen that at concerts before. I saw that outside of Tool shows. People stand there with like a big cross or
Spreading the
big
message.
signs, and they're like, "You need to repent. This music is of Satan," and all that. Like, what do you think about that?
I think they have a good message that might not be the easiest way for someone to palate it. The easiest way for somebody to receive it. Like,
You think
I
that's
feel
more
like-
about them, though?
I feel
you think they're out there
I
making
feel
a
like
show
they're
of it?
scaring as many people as they're concerning.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
So,
Or they're reaffirming someone else's
Yeah.
notion that Christianity's stupid
or aggressive.
or foolish. Yeah.
Or that's what I'm saying. It takes me back earlier. Jesus never wanted converts. He wanted disciples. Like, I understand your message could be true, but you're not telling these people that are going to this Satanist concert how much God loves them.
See, I got this theory about music, man. I almost brought this up earlier.
Yeah.
Unless it's just
We'll put it at the far spectrum.
100
The worst of the worst concerts that's legitimately satanic. Like,
yeah, but is that not subjective too, man? Just because somebody
well, like has the
Pentagram?
star and the goat head, the like legitimate satanic. Like, you're not telling them how much God loves them. You're telling them they're gonna go to hell, and they already probably know this subconsciously, and have chosen this life already. So they're going harder into what they're doing because they've already come with the understanding that you guys are crazy. I like this music because it does good things for me or whatever. Like, for that person to put those signs down and try and make an actual connection with somebody and say, "Hey man, what's your name?" Like, "Oh, Steve. Okay. Steve, can I pray for you for anything?" Like, because I just want you to know God loves you, man. Like, he does. He does. And if there's anything that you need from me, like, that right there is like, who is this guy that's loving on me? Like, you don't even know me. That's probably going to gain more attention and traction than you're going to hell. You're going to burn in a ring of fire because you're listening to ZZ Top or AC/DC.
Bro, if you go to hell because you're listening to ZZ Top, I don't know.
There's a way to do it, man.
I guess I just feel like I don't even view it like that. I feel like God put all this like when I look at all these records, I think about like God put that ability in all those people.
Yeah.
You know, and one of the only things that he asks from us in is worship and it's music. The examples are music. And it's like,
yeah, but don't forget that the one that fell was in charge of the music. So it's
the atypical like song leader that you're not quite sure about, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. There's
Hey, he dances a little too well.
What is
wrong?
There is darkness in it and there is light in it. But discerning the difference.
Where do you get that though? I've never heard that before. That he was the one in charge of the music.
That's scripture.
I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah. I would love to quote it for you.
Satan was the diddling song leader.
He was in charge of music. That was his gig. That was his.
I'm empty. I thought of one other story. This is it right here. You were talking about your neighbor. And so I was on this kick where I was hammering the church in my head. And I was like, I'm doing so well right now, not being tied down to going to all these services.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm cleaning all these cobwebs out. I'm figuring out what I think about a lot of this stuff. I'm chiseling away at the fundamentalism.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting off of this triggeredness to this just need to see all the political stuff and worry about the elections and who's what. And then I started focusing just on myself and what we can do, what I can do. And we have the nicest little neighbors, man. I don't know how this neighborhood fell the way it did.
Yeah.
But here we are, young couple, 4 kids. And then I got this sweet little old lady from Memphis that lives next to me over here. So me and her have absolutely connected because
Yeah.
we lived in Memphis. She knows Memphis.
That's great.
And then there's a couple over here. He rides motorcycles, and they're older. They're in their 70s. This guy used to be a preacher over here. He was a preacher for like 20-something years. And just nice little people all around. And I thought, man, I want to do something nice for people, man. Like I'm finally to a point where I have a little more money. Like I'm a little more comfortable than I was. And I want to use it in a good way, man.
That's
like I feel like I'm being blessed in this way. What can I do? And I don't mean this in some kind of gloating way. It was just, we tried to think of an idea. So I bought all these little gnomes, and we picked one out for like each person. Like, he rides motorcycles, or he's a Alabama fan. So we got a little Alabama gnome. And then the people on the other side were West Virginia, and then they were married. We just picked one out specifically for each person.
That's an awesome gift.
And then my girls went out at night. We had like a little note on them. And I'm just being me, man, just making up some like children's book story. And I said, we wrote this little note, and it said, one of your neighbors has opened a magical portal to a magic land where a little happy gnome is happy to come and watch your flowers and blah, blah, blah. Something,
Protect your garden. Yeah.
Well, I noticed that everybody liked it and and everybody's got the little Ring cameras now. So I think they knew who did it anyway.
Yeah.
But it didn't matter. I let my girls take them and sit them on people's porches and then run back. Like what I wanted to do is have them just appear and be there, And so my
as soon
girls,
as they open the door, it's just like staring at them.
Yeah, but everybody's got the little camera. But it was still cool.
Yeah.
But one of my neighbors, it freaked her out. Kind of like what you were saying. She's like, I didn't know who was messing with it. She lives by herself, and it's like, I didn't know if somebody was messing with me or if it had like a little bug in it and somebody was going to listen to what I was saying. And like
paranoid.
Yeah.
Perspective.
Like same kind of perspective what you were talking about.
Yeah.
But then I explained, I was like, hey, we were just trying to whatever. And she's like, oh, okay. And so we ended up buying her this little squirrel, and it looks like Elvis, and he's got little sideburns, and she loves it. He's like in the little jumpsuit, and he's just sitting there.
So she didn't like the gnome, but she likes Elvis squirrel.
Yeah.
That's dope.
But it was funny because I think she just straight threw it away.
The gnome?
Yeah. Like it's gone.
She probably broke it to see if it had a microphone in it first, so it's like fully decapitated.
Yeah.
That's
but
cute,
man,
though.
we love living next to them. It's just really cool, man, to have
good people.
Yeah.
And to bless people with a little extra of what you've been given.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's awesome. I'll be there one day.
Yeah.
I do it now. What are you talking about? I give so much
and it doesn't
money.
always have to be, I don't think it has to be a physical thing. Like it doesn't have to be a monetary gift. You can give time and effort
I'll say something,
attention.
Something along the lines of what you said about you got to take a break from church. So there's a dynamic I heard from I think the leader of the Vineyards. I can't remember his name, but he says this in an interview, and it's beautiful. The best work done, like spiritual or divine work, is done out of an overflow, not out of an overworking. So if you feel like there are things in your life, like your family, work, whatever is worship for you, whatever you are doing to acknowledge God in your life, to rest in that, whatever recharges you, your family, time away from the church and talking to God in a new way that produces in you an overflow of something that people can receive from. But if you're like, gotta go to church Sunday morning to do this thing, I gotta be on this pattern and this routine for God, otherwise I'm not a Christian and I'm not doing good, that's overworking. And out of an overworking, things break and things fall out, things lose steam. Pastors have affairs. Out of an overworking, you get more struggle than out of an overflow to like be in a peaceful place and receiving what you need to, talking and connecting in the way that you need to. It's I like pushing towards that, and that's actually a new thing for me that I heard and thought like, okay, yeah, let me lean that way too, like with the perspective and the point of view and the places that I'm going with it. That's a great way for me to start What, am I overworked, or am I doing something out of an overflow? Am I praying for this person because I think I haven't gotten my reps in, or am I praying for this person because I just feel compelled to tell them that they look good today, or your hair looks nice, or I like that hat, dude. Like, yo, bro, those Vans are dope. Or like, hey man, your kid is beautiful. Like, this is out of an overflow instead of an overworking. It's a little better.
I can remember specific times that somebody would compliment me and say like, your curls are so beautiful, or something like that.
How much,
like, one little thing can be so powerful to somebody else.
And how much does that tiny sentence of life give you? How many years do you reflect off? Like, how many years ago did somebody tell you your curls are nice?
I mean, I can remember specific times back when we worked at Whole Foods, and that was 8 years ago?
Years ago, man. That's like almost a decade ago, and you can still receive life from that compliment from somebody you don't even know.
Because all you're really recognizing is, hey, God put this thing on you that like I recognize as cool or beautiful or intriguing.
Yeah.
And I'm just telling you that I see it.
Someone else,
and all you're really telling them is, hey, dude, you got that thing, man. That's cool.
I see what you have.
Like, every time somebody's telling you, bro, how tall are you?
Yeah.
6'10".
You got that thing that I like.
Yeah. You know how many little boys bouncing basketballs right now? And you found the only one I had here, half flat, and the goal.
It worked great.
Look, you were you're like, hey man, it's my stuff. But like, you know how many little boys would love to be 6'10"?
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I never get upset when somebody asks. I can't, because I wanted it when I was young. I got it. What am I going to be? Stop asking me. Why? It comes with it, bro.
I really think you should get that T-shirt I was telling you, though. I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller.
Yeah, that would be a good one. That's a much better quote than specifically saying what I am. And
Did you ever, at 6'10", have you ever in your life been like, man, I wish I was like 7'2"? If I was just 7'2",
no.
If I was just like an extra inch.
No, I wanted 6'6", got 6'10". I was like, let's make it work.
Do you feel like you have any health problems or like
none
ailments from being tall?
I'm as strong as I've ever been.
Is your dad tall? 2
knee surgeries, hip surgery, and my body is well equipped to take on a lot. My dad's 6'4", in his younger days 6'3".
What about your?
My brother's like 6'2". My mom's 6 foot. I get it from my mom's side, but I think I'm the tallest that's ever been in my family.
It's cool, man.
Yeah, man.
How tall's your wife?
It's a gift. 5'11".
Yeah.
Jamaican. Beautiful. Yeah. God's gift. It's gonna be, if it is His will for us to have kids, it is going to be a fun ride. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Just put more good people in the world.
That's all they need.
Somebody told me that one time.
Yeah. Who'd said that?
I don't know, man.
Just need more good people. People kept asking me that, man. Why do you have so many kids?
Why do you have so many kids?
World needs more good people.
The world needs more good people. Yeah. It's perfect.
Well, it's a perfect place to end, man. We have absolutely gone nuts here.
Set the record.
For sure. For sure. Like, it's a little under 5 hours, but it's almost 5 hours. Hey, if you're watching at this point, like, come down here and hang out next time.
Yo,
for sure.
If you're still watching, me up. Don't.
Yeah, somebody I know people. My mom watches every one of these.
All of them? I watched everyone you sent me. Everyone. Yeah, it's good stuff.
I think they're getting better. It's fun. It's fun to work this stuff out. Yeah. My views change. Yeah. I feel like the ability to talk through it and think through it changes. It's fun, man.
It's a great tool. It's a great tool.
Well, dude, you're gonna have to come back. I am gonna get the third mic.
Get the third mic.
I got some other stuff. I'm trying to improve. Man, my wife, she might let me make a studio out of my master closet up there, just so I don't have to move this stuff in and out all the time.
That's
like
great.
I can just leave it in place. It'd be like my little.
This is gonna turn into something.
Here's the deal, man.
It's not about.
I want to do it.
Whatever
I have no illusions of grandeur. I don't.
Who cares what that is?
It's like you said. If God has a use for my voice and being able to sit and talk in my chairs and my blessings, then let's do it.
Let's go.
And if not, if all it helps is me and a couple other people get some stuff off their chest. Yeah. I had a buddy that sat down here. Me and him sat for 3 hours and 30 minutes, and at the very end, he was like, "That was just so therapeutic, just to sit." And just let all that out.
Yeah.
Like that felt so good.
Yeah. And who knows what comes of it.
Yeah. Well, man,
doing it.
Thank you so much. It's after midnight.
This is
We
tomorrow.
gonna let it
I
all
said
hang.
tomorrow
Yeah, hey
morning.
man, we've been podcasting
Was that
in
a
2
prophecy?
days.
Was that a prophecy?
See you in the morning.
See you in the morning.
All right, bro. Peace.